Coming to you live from the Speakeasy Studios in the heart of Silsbee, Texas. Let's go.
What's going on, everybody? This is Folks and Gentlemen. We're your hosts, Roy Gravis, Bucky Pender, back in Producer's Corner, not to be confused with Toomer's Corner.
Whoa.
The good brother himself, John Marble.
Hey.
We're all in the house right now. It's a good time. I got a tumor. Not to be confused with Toomer's Corner.
Guys, I'm pumped.
I'm pumped, too.
Do you know what today is?
It's happy
Well,
2-year anniversary to us.
I know.
That's what it is.
I even went all out. Look, I got flamingos on my shorts. I got a pink T-shirt on.
No upside-down pineapples?
No upside down pineapples.
No, we can't do that.
Spring break for the kiddos is next
Spring break,
week.
yes.
I wish-
Spring break down to Panama City.
I wish I got a spring break.
No joke.
No joke.
When
I
did that?
miss
Like,
spring break.
why is that not an adult thing? Can we
I don't
talk
know.
about that for a second?
Brandy and I talked about it. I think we're both going to request vacation next year for spring break.
Right?
Just so
That-
we can do something
The
with
wifey
kids.
is on vacation.
Yeah. Oh, is she? Oh, that's interesting.
I told her I was going to give her a honey-do list like she did whenever I went
Yeah.
on vacation.
For shizzle, my nizzle.
Since when did we get
Tell her I got a honey-do list, too. When did we get what?
closed captioning?
Whoa, look at us.
I don't know. They probably need it for some of the shit that comes out of my mouth.
Can we
right?
get a cool sponsor for our closed captioning? Closed captioning brought to you by.
I mean...
Tonight's closed captioning is sponsored
If
by.
the guys
Exactly.
If the guys at
Shits and
Longhorn
giggles.
listen...
Right?
Longhorn
It's always
are
funny
listening.
until somebody giggles and shits.
Yep.
Right. Well, let's say that. I'm kind of curious now. I'm going to watch. Oh,
The Gaza.
The Gaza. What?
What is the
I don't know.
Have you ever
Anyways.
read, you ever read some of the shit?
Hey, it's those shits.
I don't like it.
Anyways.
It's those shits.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Good
so
week.
it's our 2-year anniversary.
It is 2-year anniversary. This dude actually caught me having a late day the other day. So I'm literally rolling in between Lumberton and Beaumont, and I hear this,
Yeah.
and I look, and it's a Betty White. And the only reason I knew it was Betty White is it had a dent in the ass end.
Yes.
So,
Thanks to my mother-in-law.
Yes. So, yeah, and then I promptly called him. He's like, dude, you're starting kind of late, aren't you? I was like, I don't have a whole lot to do today.
Yeah, I was surprised to see the logo on the side of the truck. I was like, there's no way. Because
Yep.
it's got the dumbest little horn.
Mine does, too. That big truck.
And I was really
The
hoping you
horn
wouldn't.
sounds exactly like Betty White's in that big truck.
I was hoping you wouldn't realize it was me and you were
Oh,
gonna be
I-
like, mother truckers.
No, I got that on the way back. Some black guy flipped me off in Devers.
Oh, yeah?
And it wasn't like one of those. No, this dude was like,
Out the window.
the whole
big.
arm was hanging out, dude. It was wild.
I like to just wave at those people like, hey.
I just looked at him and shook my head and kept driving.
Hey, buddy.
Because it wasn't worth it. Speaking of
goodness.
buddies, I got
Yeah.
a new one that I've been talking to, and we're going to segue into him nicely.
Oh, yeah?
Tonight's Smoke of the Week is
Smoke of the week.
the Heart of the Lion Roar.
Rawr.
This is a barber pole.
Yeah.
It is a Connecticut and San Andreas Maduro barber pole. Dominican binder, Dominican filler, whole 9 yards.
I need to go somewhere with a
The-
barber pole. Have you seen this?
These are straight out of Garland, Texas,
Ooh.
from our buddy Sherwan Mims,
Yeah?
who is polite enough to put Boomer Sooner in the end of a email, which
I already like this dude.
I told him real quick I was not the only fan of this show. So in honor of 2
Oh,
years,
thank you, sir.
I have one for you.
Yeah.
I have one for you. I gave you one earlier, but you got a brick house mighty.
I'm trying to figure out how to use this thing. Is there supposed to be 2 holes in it?
Yeah.
One's a small punch and one's a big punch.
So do I put it in there the same time?
No, just
No,
put
just one. Pick one.
Pick
Small hole,
one.
big hole.
Small hole. You like big holes or small holes? I mean, which one you like? Personally,
Choose wisely,
Personally,
sir.
I'm going with the V.
One hole will get you punched in the face. One hole will not.
There's a candy bar. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. I feel that's appropriate right now.
So, I need this dude to figure out how to do a crimson and cream little label.
Okay. Well, he has a maroon. He has a maroon label. That's
Maroon is
kind
not
of-
correct, sir.
It's kind of close.
That's that.
Duff Ryan
18.
said
Not
you
only
can't
that,
be too choosy.
If we get a chance, so this one is actually a mild medium according to his notes, which I love. His business card could not be any more simpler.
Yeah.
Literally has QR codes on the front.
Uh-huh.
It has the label, the name, and every cigar he makes on the back.
Ooh, very nice.
And not only that, so we need to
So
go
do we
ahead.
have some information on this?
We do have. I have a little bit pulled up, courtesy of their website. Can't be too. You can't be too choosy,
Hey,
Duff.
I mean, you know.
If it
Sometimes
walk-
you don't get a chance to
If
choose.
it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, and acts like a duck, it's a duck. Quack.
Is it?
Yep. So the only notes that are on this, so this one's going to be a completely me. It says Heart of the Lion Cigar Company, the Roar Blue Label is our mild medium-bodied barber pole style cigar in the King series. The filler is a San Victor binder, Cubano seeded, beautifully wrapped with a Connecticut plus San Andreas Maduro, rich in flavor, and a smooth burn available in a Toro 6x52 on the ring gauge. So that's where we're at with this particular one. And like I said, I'll post some stuff on the socials because I got to get the QR codes up.
Can we
need
tag-
to go ahead and tag Heart of a Lion Cigar. Tag them, and you also need to use the hashtag Lion Therapy when you do that.
Lion therapy?
Yeah, that's his hashtag.
Oh, okay, cool.
Well, his thank you card, which has their website, Instagram, and Facebook QR codes on the back of it. It says, "Thank you for your purchase and choosing Heart of the Lion Cigar Company as your main choice," and it's spelled
Main.
Lion's main.
I see what you did there.
So that's
so
what he did there.
You said Heart of a Lion, Roar.
This is the Roar, yes.
So I'm assuming they're all based on the Cowardly Lion?
Actually, no. This one's the only one that's lion related.
Oh, okay.
So I'll read you the rundown here in a second once I get lit. But
He's getting lit.
for the
Let's
most
get
part,
lit, bro.
So there's in this series in particular, there's a white label Connecticut, the blue label, which is the Roar, which is what we're doing tonight. A brown label, which is a sweet Maduro. I have those on hand. A black label, which is a Maduro. The maroon label is a dark Habano, and John would like it. I actually have it because it is box pressed.
Yay!
And the green label is called the King. It's the fullest of the line.
So is this a smaller
Yes.
company? Cause
Yes. It's very small.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I just Googled it just to kind of see what would come up.
Yes, very small.
And
Very
there's-
small company.
It doesn't seem like there's a whole lot as far as people like maybe reviewing it.
Hi, guys.
Or Roar.
Oh, he's got himself in the corner.
Oh,
I was wondering
hey,
why
buddy.
he was. I was wondering why he was. Hi, guy.
I was
Yeah.
trying to see the comments. I was like,
I
am I
was
missing
too.
something?
He said, "Who is that creepy third wheel?"
Creepy third wheel. That would be producer
What
John.
what a creeper.
Yeah,
Hi.
but yeah. Don't be letting the hamburger meat hang out.
Never.
Look presentable, sir.
Sorry.
So what are you smoking tonight there, Johnny boy?
John is smoking the Brickhouse Mighty Mighty Classic
Yeah.
from JC
Yeah.
Newman, the good folks at JC Newman, which we've done a couple
See.
of their stuff already.
Yes, we have.
Mm-hmm.
So this is very light.
It's
For me.
supposed to be. So in the grand scheme of things, there's only one that they make that's lighter, and it's a full-fledged Connecticut. It's the white label.
Yeah.
So this is classified as a mild medium.
Okay.
So the way his stuff goes, he's got a mild medium, two mediums, a medium full, and a full. So, and like I said, this you can literally get this per stick from his website. This is a $10 stick that we've got in our hands. So not a bad price.
Yeah.
So
Mild,
the-
medium.
So the
origin,
draw, once you get
Dominican.
it opened up, draw's really good.
Right.
It's a smooth draw. You don't have to work real hard at it. Excuse me. I love the fact that it's that Connecticut and the Maduro, the San Andreas Maduro, on the barber pole. I love those two blends together.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds you almost of a Swamp Thing, but instead of the Candela, they put the Connecticut in where the Candela is. So,
I mean, and I know it was kind of I must have nicked it a little too far.
but he's got the.
So we made
He's
whenever
got the
we did,
woody. There's the wood there.
there's a lighter wood.
Yes.
Not sure what it is.
It's not
but,
cedar. It's kind of. To me, it's more like oak. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, like a very light.
And I think that's got to do a lot with
maybe
the
like a new oak. Kind of
Yes.
like it's not quite green, but it's not quite oaky, tannin. That's not really a word. But so when we came up with our little show nicknames, full bodied and smooth,
Right.
The full bodied was because of cigars. A lot of cigars are full bodied.
Yes, they are.
And a lot of people use the term smooth whenever they talk about whiskey.
Yes.
I'm not gonna lie to you. This I would consider more smooth.
It's
And
very for a cigar. Yes.
It's very smooth. It's very,
smooth.
mild. It's very, like I could see myself smoking this one on like a summer day.
Yeah.
You know, hot spring kind of summer.
I can see that. Just finished.
It's very light.
Just finished cutting your grass.
Sitting
kinda
on the back
end of the
porch.
day.
Yeah.
I can see
Sun
that.
going down, just kind of chilling.
I could see that. I could see that for sure. But yeah, so this one's. I highly recommend it. Like I said, and it's not just because.
And you said they're based out of where?
Garland, which is just
Garland?
outside of Dallas.
Okay.
So he's in that Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex kind of area, not too far from Acres. I'm kind of interested to see as we go through the night what this kind of pairs well with, being as we have a ton of stuff on the table
My
for 2 years.
first thought was one of two that are currently sitting on the table.
Okay.
Either this, I want to know how it is with the smoked. I think
Yes.
it'll be really good with that smoked.
I think it will too.
And then I was also curious of how it would go with one we haven't talked about on the show, but we did in our special, our little special release with
Cody Turner.
Yes, with Cody from Casey Jones, what you deemed the college girl.
No, I deemed it the high school.
The high school.
Yeah, so you're talking about the Casey Jones barrel cut single barrel. High school, college.
And then weeded. That one was
That's
weeded.
the weeded. Yeah, the weeded's closest to you. I did that strategically for a reason.
Right, because that's
single,
definitely
double, weeded.
I will definitely be partaking in that one quite often.
Yeah, and you'll see too. I mean, like these were bottles that Cody said, "Hey, go ahead and kill these off."
Really?
We actually have full bottles of all three of these.
We will be doing on the show.
Yes.
We're going to do a little bit of a deep dive on those.
Yeah, we're going to deep
episode.
dive. Yeah, probably over.
But if y'all haven't heard it,
4 to 6 weeks,
since we did release a little bit of a special interview with Cody whenever he dropped by.
Yeah, because bless his heart, dude drove 4 hours from Dallas to come here.
If you can find Casey Jones, like if you're out and about,
if you're
somewhere,
in the Houston market, Casey Jones is available right now in every Total Wine in the Houston market. I do know that.
I would definitely grab one. I mean, whether you like weeded or you like a higher corn, or you like a higher rye, or you like,
because we've got everything from their clear.
Yeah.
The only thing we didn't get, and Cody apologized because he didn't have it in his vehicle with him, was the rye. So we got 6 out of the 7. When I sent Bucky the picture, because Bucky had to cut out early because of breaking down the boat show at Ford Park. I sent Bucky the picture, and I put the 3 kill bottles off to one end, and I left this gap, and then I put the 6 other bottles, and he's like,
holy shit.
He left us all that. I said, yeah, these 3 are to kill, these 6 are to review.
But I said it out loud with him before we did the little interview thing, whenever we got to try the rye. A lot of ryes you get that green feel from, or that palate from.
Right.
Whenever I drank it, that was nuts.
It's a good rye. And not only that, we've got another bottle that's turned around backwards for a reason, because I want our, maybe if he shows up on time, our special guest, which I'm pretty sure he will. I
like to get his thoughts on.
I would too, because to my knowledge, he's
do.
never had, at least from here back.
Right.
To my knowledge.
Which is always good whenever we can surprise Mike.
Yes,
with,
when we can find stuff that Mike hasn't tried, which for those of you who know, we're talking about Mike Wright.
Mike Wright.
He's supposed to be on set around, I think, 8:45-ish, so
give
roughly an hour from now, give or take.
Yeah.
But I see we have one bottle in the front that I did not even know about. So
this is our it's our 2-year anniversary. Let's fresh pop. A fresh crack a bottle that I had on my shelf.
I like it.
This is Old Ezra 7-year barrel strength bourbon. It's semi-allocated. It's a little harder to find. I think it comes in around, usually you'll find it for around probably $80 or so. I know we try to pride ourselves a lot on doing stuff that you can find on the shelf.
Right.
But it's a special occasion, man.
And I know here lately, too, everybody's like, well, you guys are getting bottles that aren't even available in the state.
Right.
Which, I mean, that comes with the territory.
On that same note, we have, every time we've done a bottle that's not available
We're trying to get
in
it
our
available,
state,
trust
not
me.
only are we working on getting it available in, because I ask everybody, how do we get this in Southeast Texas? A lot of them are doing the whole online shopping thing.
Yes.
I know it's a little tougher, but in the state of Texas, you can have it delivered.
Yep.
You do have to make sure there is an adult 21 or older there to sign. But
Boy, do you.
yeah, right.
I had to have a bottle delivered at 8 o'clock at night because of that very reason. 'Cause,
right.
Well, I won't go into that detail.
Yeah,
We'll
but-
leave that out.
So Old Ezra is the way better version of Ezra Brooks. So fun fact about Ezra Brooks and Luxco naming it Ezra Brooks, there is no such person as Ezra Brooks.
No such person at all.
He does not exist. He's never existed, nor will he.
So he's
maybe
not. He's
ever.
not like the Eminem thing where they see Santa. It's not one of those. He does exist. They do exist kind of things.
No, he's not a real. That's not a real person. It's just the name they came up with.
I got you.
So that's pretty fun. But I'm excited to try it because, like I said, I hadn't even. As you can see, it's still closed. I hadn't popped it open yet. Hadn't found a real reason. I think this is it.
I like it. Fantastic. Ugh, I guess I get to do the honors.
Yeah, why not?
Well, I feel like it's came off of your shelf. I feel like you should be doing this, but I'll do it. It's fine. I got you.
I like to listen.
I like to listen.
Yeah.
Not bad.
It's like a little kiss.
It's actually a real cork. Like
That's
that. It's a
good.
very soft cork. Feel it. Squeeze that cork.
Oh, it is. Super
Very
soft.
super soft, super duper soft.
So this is a sourced whiskey.
Okay.
It comes from the company of Luxco.
Luxco.
The distillery of sourcing is undisclosed.
Okay.
It is aged 7 years.
Okay. It's got a pretty label. I like the label.
Yeah, I think it looks cool.
Charcoal mellowed. Interesting.
We have bugs.
Of course we do. Barrel strength. This particular bottle comes in 117 proof.
Yeah.
Which those of you who want to do the alcohol per volume thing, 58.5% alcohol per volume.
It's got a really good smell. It's very oaky, very caramel. I mean, it's got those prototypical bourbon scents.
Yeah, it's got the coloration.
It's got really good color.
I'm curious on the mash bill though. Do you have that handy or?
78% corn, 12% malted barley, 10% rye.
Okay.
Which is kind of cool because most companies you'll find like the rye, like malted barley is typically the lowest content.
And to find that kind of middle of the road is kind of intriguing
for them to
me.
flip-flop it.
Yeah. Because normally it goes corn, rye, barley.
So-
and this one's the barley and rye are flipped.
I get, like if you get too close, like you can't, on this one you can get too close. There's some ethanol. If you just dive your nose in there, there's some ethanol. But staying at a decent length away, like I said, a lot of oakiness, a lot of caramel, I like it.
I do too. It's got like I said, I love the coloration of it. Color's good. You know, the legs are good on it. You can see the film kind of stay with that rye.
I definitely recommend taking a sacrificial sip. Go ahead and get the burn off your palate. It's got really good flavors though. I think your first sip needs to be that kind of sacrificial sip, and then I think once you kind of dive in, I mean it's really good.
It's sweet on the lip.
It's really sweet on the lips.
Sweet on the lip.
Sweet up front.
Yeah.
But I'm more excited about my second sip.
Burn kind of hangs a little bit with you. It's not a big. It's not a harsh burn.
Right.
But it hangs a little bit.
So
like mine literally went from like here to about right here, and then it kind of faded out. So I like that fact of it. I love like I said, I love the legs on it. The legs are top notch. I love the coloration.
That sweetness on the lips and up front really sticks with you.
It does, for sure.
Like it's like a caramely sugar.
Yeah, but it's not a burnt sugar because we
No.
talk about variations of caramel
Right.
a lot on this show. To me, it's not a burnt caramel. It's kind of like that. Almost, it's not a glaze, but it's like the step before glaze.
Yeah.
So I don't know,
I know,
what that would be
I
in
get
the
what you're
bakery
saying.
terms.
I'm smelling what you're stepping in.
You picking up what I'm putting down?
Yeah.
I got you.
Definitely some. I'm somewhere between. I don't know. Baking spices.
I'm somewhere,
Kinda like you.
I'm somewhere between Hill and Rio Grande personally, but that's me.
I like it. That's really good.
Yeah. Not bad. I like it. So you said they're sourcing this, correct? This is
Yes, this
Okay.
is sourced, and I don't remember. Let's see if it says anything. So Lux Row Distilleries, Bardstown, Kentucky, distilled and aged in Kentucky, bottled for Lux Row Distillers. So they're not aging it. They're not distilling it, aging it, or bottling it. My guess is it's probably Bardstown,
I would guess so too, being as it's in that area and it says they're out of Bardstown.
but
I
I
kind of
don't know
see.
that. I can't say
We
that
can't
for
confirm
sure.
nor deny. No, I agree with you on that. We can't confirm nor deny.
Great flavors, great sip, great
Yeah.
drink, great nose.
It's all around good. And correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if you said the price on this or not. That's
I said 80. I'm trying to think back because I bought this bottle, I don't know, a while back.
okay.
I just happened to see it sitting on a shelf at Longhorn Liquor, and I was like, ooh,
I got you.
I've heard good things about this. I'd like to try it.
Yeah, I mean, old Ezra, like I said, I've heard good things about it too. I mean, it's not Ezra books, let's be honest.
And I like what Lux Row Distillery is doing. They have some really good offerings.
They do.
So,
They do. I like
But-
it. It's a good job, sir.
thank you.
I like it.
I think it was a good choice for a 2-year anniversary.
Fantastic. And yeah, like I said, going back to the smoke on the week, I don't want to take anything from Sherwan, which I had to work on saying his name because it's
Yeah.
not a very common name. But and we'll post all this on the socials. We'll post the phone number, the email, the QR codes for the Facebook and Instagram, the whole 9 yards. And y'all order some stuff from that man because he's got some. If this is any indication of what the next two are going to be like,
Yeah.
I'm highly impressed so far for a small. Because I mean, let's be honest, we can talk about the big boys all day long, but when you get a smaller guy that's turning out a good product like this, you might want to get. I put him on my who to watch list in
Yeah.
the realm of cigars. I'd say it's a pretty good one. The barber pole to me, because most people do. Like, we've seen the Candelas with the Maduros and stuff like that. This is the first time that I remember offhand
Right.
that I've seen a Connecticut and a San Andreas Maduro. But
So I like this pairing in the idea that it's very contrasting. And this brings out a little more oakiness on this.
Yeah.
But with this being so light and mild and just an easy smoke,
I feel you
the
could-
darker flavors of this.
I'm
really
kind of
kinda-
like you now that I've had this with it. It's good because they complement each other because this is kind of mild. It's not real sweet. It's not bitter. It's kind of that happy medium.
Yeah.
And this has got that sweet on the lip that we talk about. I'm kind of curious to see how it pairs with the smoked. I'm kind of in the same boat you are. I'm also kind of curious to see how it pairs with the weeded from
Yeah.
Casey Jones. So, we definitely going to be doing some stuff with this. So, being as we got all that out of the way, so we called this episode, what'd you call this episode? I know you had a catchy name for it.
2 gentlemen, 2 years,
A lot.
too many cigars, and bottles of
Yes,
whiskey.
For sure.
So what are your thoughts, good sir? We've made it 2 years.
Can I be honest with you?
Yep.
Slightly surprised.
Are you?
A little bit, because, we had some, it's no big secret. We've had some adversity in our young tenure in the world.
Yeah.
We
And we've had some doubts.
Yeah, we've
We're
had
not
some
gonna lie
doubts.
about that.
We had doubts about moving from, studio in the Pines, which is where we were at, to building our own facility here, which, don't get me wrong, we're like I told Cody when Cody walked in for our meeting, I said, dude, it's unfinished. I'm going to go ahead and tell you it's uncut and raw, kind of like this show. And he's like, nah, he said, from what I've seen of your stuff, he said, you're spot on with your studio, Bill, because he said, you guys tell it how it is. If you don't like it, you don't like it. And for y'all to be in this kind of facility, it makes a lot of sense. So I'm kind of glad that people are starting to pick up what we're actually into. And not only that, I love the fact that, and I've talked about this before too, the whole community aspect of the people we've talked to, the people that we've had on this show, the friends that we've made. I mean, because we don't call our viewers, we don't call them fans, we call them friends of the show, because that's what they are. They all contribute in their own way, whether it's Jeremy Smith sending us sample bottles, or Ryan coming on and doing an episode, DJ Ferguson coming on and doing an episode. Mike Wright's been here. When he gets here tonight, he'll be 4 times tonight whenever he shows up, which should be roughly about the next 45 minutes.
Yeah.
But I mean, just where we've been and what we've come from. I mean, we started out, let's be honest, we started from nothing. I mean, we started with probably and this is going to be a little behind the curtain thing, we probably started out with the lowest price equipment you could get to start with. I mean, we went on, started with Pile, tried to get a sponsorship with Pile. They never returned an email, but hey, sorry about their luck. We've already moved on from that. I'm amazed. Even 2 years in, I'm still amazed. And I have people tell me all the time, they're like, man, y'all started out kind of, and they've seen the quality, that the quality's gotten better over the 2 years too, which is another thing I love about it, the fact that we're mature enough as not only hosts, but as guys to know that we constantly have to evolve.
Right.
So that's a big plus with me.
And to touch on a couple things you kind of brought up, you know, you said walking into the studio, you look at it and it's uncut. It's raw.
'Cause, I mean, you see measurements on the wall. You see all kind of stuff.
That's something we want to bring to, and we tell everybody.
Yeah.
Like in my email to Mandy, whenever I kind of walked through the process of how we go live with somebody, blah, 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 I made sure to tell her, hey, we are a live show. We are not a pre-recorded podcast like 98% of the people out there that y'all do interviews with. So you need to understand that we pride ourselves on bringing,
you got one shot,
pun intended, uncut, unfiltered content to people.
When you walk onto this set, whether it's you walk into it or you're virtually coming into it, you have one shot.
So say what you mean and mean what you say.
Yeah.
The other point I wanted to make, and shout out John for bringing this up pre-show while we were kind of talking about stuff. I took it as a very high compliment. So thank you, John, for saying.
I guess I missed this. This is kind of news to me. How's that Mighty Mighty, by the way, just out of curiosity? Good job.
What he said was, from day one, y'all have been the functional gentleman. 2 years into it, you've continued to be the functional gentleman. You know who you are.
That guy.
You know who you are. You've always been that person. Have y'all evolved? Like you said, yes, we have.
Right.
Have y'all done some things, or have y'all honed in on some things? Yes. But from day one, you've been the functional gentleman. And that's a really good compliment, because there's a lot of shows.
Thank you.
That's for you.
That's for you. That's not for us.
If you go back and watch like some YouTube shows or whatever, you'll see where they completely change their content or change who they are as a person.
I mean,
just to satisfy an algorithm or satisfy an audience.
Well, hell, look at one of my favorite podcasts, and the sad thing about it is it's not even in existence anymore, and I got John turned on to it, Whiskey Knife Fight with Taylor Martin and Jeremy Cigars. They ain't even in existence anymore.
Right.
And those guys both have huge followings on YouTube.
Yeah.
Individually. But it's something, I don't know what it is. I haven't read about it. I hadn't asked about it.
Yeah.
But they couldn't get it together when they collabed.
And I like that we embrace who we are. I mean, we shout it out. We're from Southeast Texas. We say y'all, and we drink whiskey and we smoke cigars and we talk about what we talk about, and sometimes that goes off the rails.
And we use phrases like what in the cornbread hell and God knows what else.
There's a
mouthgasm. Right. I mean, we've used them all.
We've used them all. But there's a content creator. He's more of like a comedian. He does pretty funny videos that I watch, and I've watched for the last couple years. But I dove down the rabbit hole, and I went like way early on to his stuff. And he went through a phase where he used like a fake Southern accent, and he talked like this, and then all of a sudden it slowly goes away, and he turns more into who he is, and he does his funny content. as just, I guess, him. And I don't think you need to change anything. Kind of like Brian Kelly family. You don't.
No, I mean,
I don't feel like you need to do that.
To me, I've never felt like I need to change who I am.
Yeah.
I mean, John will tell you, John's seen me in multiple arenas, whether it's here, whether it's in a city council meeting, whether it's at work. John will tell you real quick, I'm the same guy regardless of where I'm at and what I'm doing. And I know you well enough. You're the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, what we say, the old adage of practice what you preach, that's us. I mean, as far as with this, that's exactly what we do.
So, John, you got your fancy little arm thing back there.
Yeah.
Why don't we put it to use? What are some memories you've had over? Let's narrow it down to the last year.
Yeah. I'm curious on where your thoughts are with this. Go ahead
So
and seal this so where I don't accidentally set something on fire.
Please don't.
I will tell you
No,
this.
that ain't bad product.
Hold on, and because I want to, before I say this, I kind of want to let people see me
Before you
so that
go.
I can say this, and that's actually why I turned on the camera tonight.
Yeah.
So I have been blessed by being the producer for a lot of different shows.
Okay.
It's what I love to do. It's who I am. I can tell you now that my biggest blessing has been to be the producer of The Functional Gentleman.
No.
And it's not, and I'm not trying to sound emotional or because I am the emotional guy. But I will tell you this. That is when you said you are true to who you are, that is the biggest, like, straight up correct answer that I've ever heard. Because, like I was saying outside, one of the things about that you see, especially in this world, is you see people and they start doing something and then this isn't getting Facebook views, this isn't getting YouTube views, it's not getting TikTok views. So they try to change themselves to, like you said, meet an algorithm.
Right.
Okay? You guys haven't done that.
Yeah.
And at first it was like, okay, you were looking at the numbers and you were like, okay, well, this, honestly, it's kind of sucking. But then you were like, no, but we're not going to change. We're going to keep steady. We're going to keep being where you are, where we are. And now you are finally seeing that consistency and that classiness and being exactly what you are, functional gentleman, has completely paid off.
You have to stay the course.
Kudos to both of you.
I mean, that's the biggest thing with it. You have to stay. And we covered this in the quote unquote hot seat episode that we did with me. You have to stay the course. You have to stay where you're at,
right,
and not get, because it's very easy to get frustrated. You and I both know that.
Yeah.
Doing this, it's very easy to get frustrated, and you're like, man, we only got 200 views on this video, or we only got 100 views on this video. That's besides the point. Right. I mean, the views are the views. The people are going to watch what they're going to watch in this day and age with everybody on the go, constantly moving, shaking, whatever you want to call it. Not everybody's going to have a chance to sit down and spend 2 hours, 4 hours with us. I mean,
we choose to do a live show because we have a ton of fun with it. Those that want to tune in and be a part of the show, because we
do have acres on the table. That's JB, by the way. I figured that out today. And so Jim Flowers is JB Flowers.
I would have never
from the email.
I would have never put them together.
I figured it out. Yeah. We have acre on the table. We're going to let our guest try it when he comes in and see what his take is, because he's a big single malt guy.
Yeah.
So and let's say this, and I'm going to say that this is the other part of it. Mm-hmm. Okay, so when you get out there, and you know this for better than anybody, you start comparing yourself to people like Joe Rogan and people like that. You can't compare yourself to Joe Rogan. He's fucking Joe Rogan.
Well, not just that.
Like, he was famous before he got a podcast.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Joe Rogan was famous from Fear Factor.
Yeah,
all that jazz, and I get that. And the thing is, I don't think I'm out of line by saying that we're not trying to be the Joe Rogan experience, because we know we can't.
You know what you are? You're two guys who have families, who love their families, who love whiskey and cigars, and want to talk about it.
But we're just two average guys. Yeah, the biggest thing with us.
So,
and that's beautiful.
I agree. We're beautiful. So I had a very short.
By the way, gin is in. We need
no.
to do a gin tasting.
Man.
You see it from JB himself. JB says we need to do a gin. I tell you what, JB, I'll go ahead and say this right now. Y'all send us a bottle of gin. We will more than happily do a gin tasting on this show.
If we're gonna do that,
okay,
JB, I'm gonna tell you this: if y'all send us a bottle of gin, and you want us to do a gin review, I'm going to put it side by side with Still Austin's gin.
Okay.
Because I've heard really good things about it from our friend of the show and friend of ours, Ryan. So we'll do it side by side if we're gonna do it.
Okay, I'm down. If JB's down, I'm down.
Hey, Stephanie.
And JB, you can come on for it.
Yes, we got a collab cam link. I hear Tony's ordering a microphone, so we can get it.
Hey,
I
there
need to
you
drive
go.
down and see you. That's cool too.
Hey,
I mean,
come
it's only
on.
like about 4.5,
We got
5
an empty
hours, and
seat.
we've got an empty chair.
With a microphone ready to go.
Microphone, headphones. Got the whole setup, bro.
And they are paying for that microphone, sir.
Yes.
Anybody get that? No.
JB said he's in.
I'm in.
JB's down.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
Nope. I ain't here for a long time, but I'm here for a good time.
That's it. But this is the other part of why I love doing a live show and not a pre-recorded show is 75% of our show is us reacting to comments.
It really is, yeah.
And I don't feel like our show would be as good if we didn't have that opportunity.
Absolutely.
Stephanie even said count her in on that
Heck
one.
yeah.
And if you remember, so back in your heyday, there was a big
Wait a minute. We had a heyday?
decision to make
Where was I at?
on whether y'all were going to continue to go live or if y'all were going to do pre-recorded.
We did.
And you stuck with the live show.
We thought
did.
because
We
we thought
fought
about going
long.
almost straight podcast
Yeah.
Yes.
and just doing recordings
Yes.
and putting them out that way.
Yes.
I'm honestly, because we didn't, and early on, if you go back and we did a 99% just talking between the three of us.
Yes.
We didn't have the opportunities that we had
No.
because we didn't have comments. We didn't have viewership.
Right.
So you stick with it, and now look at us. Throughout the entire show, we're laughing about the comments. We're enjoying it. We even learn things from the
Yes.
comments because we'll have something on the table or something will get brought up, and I'm like, "Fuck, I don't know." And all of a sudden, you got a comment that informs you of something.
I
so
knew
how
I needed
cool?
to meet you face to face.
Y'all were, I mean, there is.
How cool is our viewership that they're like,
Yes.
"No, listen, da 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 da," and I'm like, "Holy crap!" And you know me, I love to learn shit. So
and not just that. Let's talk about being as we're talking about the whole interaction and viewership. Talk about how much the collab cam has changed the game with us.
yeah, how big was that to
Oh
figure
my
out?
God! When we figured that out,
And shout out to 10th Mountain,
Brian and Ryan at 10th Mountain.
Brian
yes.
and Ryan, and then Tony from Acre.
Yep, Tony Fromby.
I mean, how
Fromby? Yeah.
How
Fromby.
cool is that? Those guys are like, yeah,
we'll do it.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Put me on.
He said he has whiskey and he's not afraid to use it.
It's the same here, buddy. We got whiskey here. We got whiskey there. We still got stuff in the house we ain't even reviewed yet.
JB, that's my love language.
JB Smooth. I like it. That's what we're going to
That's my
nickname
love-
it.
yeah.
That's the new JB Smooth.
JB Smooth.
JB Smooth.
You
I
talking
like
my
it.
love language, baby. You're watching The Functional Gentleman After Dark.
Literally.
I feel like Careless Whisper should be
And,
here
and,
somewhere.
Right?
and I remember, y'all did candy tastings for God's sake.
We did on Halloween episode. Yes.
that was the let's turn off the lights and play what's in your
Yeah.
mouth.
Yes, we did.
That's right.
We did Halloween candy tastings. We've done some stuff.
But it
Not
didn't
gonna lie.
matter because
No.
it didn't matter who was watching. It didn't matter, y'all were having fun. And that was the whole.
We've talked about it before.
Yeah.
This is quote unquote, to me, this is quote unquote our therapy because I'm not the type of guy I'm going to pay somebody to lay on a couch and tell them how I'm feeling.
And we've
but
said
I'll
it
do this
before.
all day long.
Yeah.
Because we've laughed, we've cried,
Yeah.
we've had serious talks, we've had
We have, dude.
we make jokes. But I mean, if you think about it, our Thursday and now rolled into Friday,
yes.
those nights have become something I truly look forward to because I don't have this a whole lot.
So let me ask a question to the room because I know how I feel about this. So I'm going to ask a question to the room. Do you guys find it hard for y'all to sleep on Thursday night knowing that Friday is literally right around the corner?
Oh, there's times Dana is like, "Babe, you've got to go to bed," and I'm like, "I can't. I'm deep into whatever our topic is, and
Yes.
I want to know more, or whatever my drink of the week is, I want to know more.
Yes.
She's like, babe, it's 11:30. You have to be up at 6.
Hey, there's
It's like,
times.
come on now.
Bucky's seen me. There's times I'll text message Bucky 9:30, 10 o'clock,
Yeah.
knowing I get up at 3:30 in the morning. Bucky's like,
And I'm
how
like,
in the
dude,
hell?
go to bed. Like,
I'm giving an applause for that last comment.
Cigars are, yes, I agree with that. Cigars are way better than crying in front of a stranger.
yeah, but I mean, and that's the funny thing is so a few weeks back I cried on this show because of the loss that I suffered. I did not feel ashamed, and John has cried on this show, and he did not feel ashamed because I don't feel like
That's
anybody
interest-
here.
That's interesting. Cookies and whiskey pairing, ginger snaps with a single malt.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I mean, but to be honest, I cry when somebody tells me they love me. So,
Well,
I mean,
and that's why we joke and we say you're the emotional one on the
Yeah.
show. And we've thrown out over-unders on how many times you're going to cry.
Right.
Yes.
But I did it, you've done it, and that's and I think that's because this is our therapy. We feel comfortable with not only these three guys that are sitting here in this room, but the people that are watching us.
It takes a lot, and a lot of people don't realize this. It takes a lot.
that one gets an applause.
Yes, that does get an applause. Real men do cry. But it takes a lot to, quote unquote, bare your soul for the world to see. Because, I mean,
Yeah.
let's be honest, us posting this, doing it live on Facebook and YouTube, any joker from anywhere in the world can look at this.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's us literally
And we
doing
don't, there's
what
no
we
going
do.
back and editing this.
No,
Yeah.
we never go back and edit anything. I mean, there's times where we've not had sound and we've had to do a redemption episode,
Yeah.
but
But we've done, but that's what we've done is we've
Yes.
gone back and. But we had the same conversation
yes.
as that other one.
Yes.
Where
Yes,
you
we
couldn't
have.
hear us.
Yeah, you couldn't hear
But-
Jack. And I feel bad because we did a whole, hour and a half, 2 hour episode.
Yeah,
Couldn't
I
hear
know.
Jack.
But that's what's great about this is it's our therapy. But so another point I wanted to make is looking back at this past year and then even a little bit before that, the relationships that we've come across and we've made and the friends that we've made. I mean, Mike Wright is making his fourth appearance on the show. I don't think I would have ever had the balls to walk up. Like, the first time I talked to him was just kind of a interaction as a customer.
Yep.
Once I found out who that guy was,
I'm the same. Yeah.
I guarantee I'd have been like, oh.
I'm the same way, dude, because I literally, so I'm one of those type guys that I kind of just, when I'm bored, like when I'm trying to unwind from my work day before I go get because sometimes, let's be honest, I get off between 2 and 3 o'clock
Yeah.
most days, okay? My kids don't normally get out of school till about 4.
Right.
So I literally sometimes catch myself scrolling through my contacts, just looking and seeing where it was 2 years ago to where it is now. Bro.
But I mean, like I said, if you go back a little bit further, think about somebody like Laney from Texas Tell.
Which, by the way, I hear they're doing
How-
a whiskey release sometime in April.
How long? That was
we've
what, a
already
year
got
and a
in.
half
Yes.
that we did that live, or
Yes.
give or take.
Give or take.
Look at that relationship and how every time we walk into Texas
Oh, my
Tell,
God.
that entire
whole
the whole staff treats us like
Yes.
family, and it's not just us. You see him do it with everybody, but Laney comes and spends 10, 15 minutes at the table. Therapy sessions. That's it.
Hey, it works for an usher.
And that's one of the other things I want to mention is that you never say no. Like when Texas Tell said, "Hey, can you bring your equipment out there? Can you do a live?"
Yeah.
Yes.
we'd love to.
We'd love to.
When you did it at
have gun will travel.
Yeah.
the Port Arthur,
Nature's
Clifford,
Brewing Co-
Clifford, and
Clifford,
Clifford and
Brewing.
Natchez and all of them.
Poor Brothers when they
let's
were
do it.
around, yeah.
Like you're never going to say no to these people who want to
But-
join the whiskey family.
Me too, Ryan. It's been a rough week because
Ryan, I'm telling you.
I made a comment.
Ryan, we need you to come home.
I made a comment to one of the guys I work with. He's a route guy in Houston, and bless his heart, he had a Texans hat on today. And I said, "Hey, what's a bigger dumpster fire? The changes in this warehouse right now, or that hat that you're wearing?" And he was like, "I can't answer that question.
Yeah.
They're both dumpster
Hard-
fires
hard-
right now."
hard to say.
That's a hard comparison.
Ryan, you need to come home. We're gonna play "I'm Coming Home."
And the funny thing is, and I'll mention this too, y'all both, like, outside, like, you know, I've had a really weird week.
Yeah.
You know,
We've all had weird weeks
And
this week.
You are the same people talking on these microphones than you are standing outside this building.
Well, not just that. I mean, you and I talk on the phone
Yeah.
fairly regular, okay?
Yeah.
Still the same guy.
Yeah.
There's times John's called me and he's like, "Hey, bro, I got a stupid ass question," and I'm like, first of all, there's no such thing as a stupid
Yeah,
question. The only stupid question is a question you don't ask.
Yeah,
that's
for
a
sure.
stupid one.
But I mean, like I said, so Mike, Laney, I mean, you go even a little bit deeper. Would me, you, and Ryan be as close as we are had it not been for all of this?
Well, not just that. I mean,
Yeah.
it's no big surprise. Like the way Ryan and I met was through Stephanie.
Right,
Yeah.
and that's what I'm saying. Like,
I mean, it's
with all of
weird
what has
how-
kind of
yes.
how this all kind of came together,
For sure.
what we, you know, what John started, what we were a part of. I mean, there's a lot that's come from this, and there's relationships that I would never take back.
No.
I mean, when when the Cliffords,
Yep.
I'll just say when the Cliffords
Yes.
saw us out at Whiskey Fest, that was the
Oh, my
first thing.
God.
You know, he walked up to us, gave us a big hug, and he was leaning over the gate while we were talking. And I mean, that's not something you would normally get had
No.
we not been doing this.
No, you wouldn't. It would just be like, "Hey,
And-
how are you?"
Yeah,
Go on about
shake
your
hand,
day,
move
yeah.
on. You know, it was cool coming out, blah blah. But I mean, that's the stuff that I'm talking about, like the relationships we build, and and let's face it, some of the people that I've met, guys like Brandon,
Yes.
and Clint, and you know all the
that
guys
bunch,
with the Southeast Texas whiskey or bourbon
Sounds like
scene,
Bourbon 2.0, yeah.
and all of that. I mean, those guys, I don't feel bad at
Talk
all.
about the dudes from Still. I mean, James and
You talk about James.
Yeah, from Still Austin.
I mean, those guys were also like, that's one of my favorite parts is getting to talk to all of these people.
oh yeah, because I
And-
mean, it's conversations you don't normally have.
Yeah.
Like I can walk up to friends of mine at work and talk about whiskey, and half the time they're just looking at me like, "Bro, I drink beer."
Right.
And I'm like, "Sucks to be you."
and I mean, you could see it in the last email that I sent to JB.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, that's you saw how much I geeked out just in the email.
Yes.
I have a ton of respect for what he does as a master distiller. I love the art form of it.
No, for sure.
I can't wait to get to talk to you more. Like, I
Yes.
geeked out a little bit over that. And I mean, you know, he's commenting on our show, but that's just an email.
Yeah. And talking about geek out moments when we literally had a guy from a distillery drive into this studio on a Sunday
For no reason.
and for no reason at all other than he wanted to meet with us and we wanted to meet with him,
Oh, I think I'm out.
but literally had a 7-bottle tasting in this building. That's stuff you good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we open a bottle? I want to do a toast.
Oh,
Like this?
shit.
Whatever you got. It doesn't
Okay.
matter. Let's try one of the other bottles, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pick one. Everybody pick something different. Damn you,
That's
Scuba
what I was going to
Steve.
go with because it's smoked on.
All right, fine. I'm going with the weeded.
I want the smoke. What you want, John?
That.
You want the
'Cause it said
smoked?
smoked on it.
All right, fine. Y'all can do the same one. I'm doing the weeded. You know
I know you love the weeded.
I love weeded.
You want the smoke? I'll give you the smoke. Want the smoke?
Ooh-wee.
So backstory about this, because you wasn't here when we
Right.
did this last week.
Oh yeah, that's right.
They smoked this, okay, but they smoked it in 2 different woods. So they smoked it in a pecan and a peach wood.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a single
Oh,
malt.
man. Hold on.
Hold on. Yeah, exactly.
Read that comment.
Oh. Woo. Okay, let me read it out loud. So JB, thank you for the comment first and foremost. Can I come play? I feel like I just met some long lost relatives. Oh,
What are you
sorry.
doing? Oh, you're putting.
moved.
He's putting his thing up.
Oh.
Give me
All
a
right.
second.
So can I come play? I feel like I just met some long lost relatives. I will bring the really good stuff. Rum finished in rye whiskey, barrel 009.
Now you
Interesting.
talking my language.
Looking forward to meeting you guys in person. This show is real. Thank you, buddy.
Fantastic.
I do appreciate
I'm
that.
going to give you
Yeah.
another applause on that one.
Yeah.
For sure.
All right, so JB's toasting with us. John, hit me with your best shot.
All right.
Yep.
If I cry, I'm coming across this table.
If I cry, I'm coming
So,
across the table.
2 years ago, 2 random guys showed up at a studio and said, "Hey, we have this crazy idea." And I looked at him and I said, "I don't know, but we'll make it work."
I don't know.
And y'all have taken what was a creation of equal amounts and brought it to the full extent. And I have never been more proud to be two grown men's producer for their show.
I like it.
So here is a toast to the functional gentlemen. They always function their way, and they are still and forever will be my fat guys on campus.
Yeah.
Fat guys on camera.
Yeah. Sorry.
Cheers,
Salud.
cheers, John. Thank you.
Tell me what you think. I want to get your note on it first.
I'm not gonna shoot it, but I am.
Oh,
Gonna.
that's smooth. I like that.
Smooth like a Tennessee Walker.
Yes,
You understand
sir.
that?
And I gave JB the compliment in my email. I'm
love it.
I'm
Ooh.
not the biggest fan of single malt, and I'm not the biggest fan of smoked.
That
That
you can,
hits different.
you can definitely feel that smokiness.
That is.
Oh
That
man,
hits different.
I think
That
I'm.
is
I think
so
I'm in
good.
love.
That hits different.
That is so
Woo.
good.
Like I said, you get that pecan. You
I
get
don't know
that
what he
peach.
did. I don't know what he did.
That's the first thing that came to my mind is pecan.
Yeah.
That's what it smoked is. So
Yeah.
they smoked it in pecan wood and peach wood.
Oh, that's so good.
I don't know what they did or how they did it or
They doing it
what
out there in
JB
Fort Worth.
is sprinkling in there, but I'm telling you that's good stuff.
As that guy on the podcast say, they're doing it live.
Exactly. But I'm impressed.
That's a good pairing too, by the way,
Is
too.
it?
Oh God, yes. That's a real good pairing. I'm talking about when you literally hit that San Andreas Maduro with that Connecticut,
Yeah.
with that smoked. That's a next level pairing.
Like I want to.
I love that one. And from what I understand, and JB can correct me, Garland's not that far from Fort Worth, I don't think. So I don't know if JB's.
Well, because like I said on the show,
I don't know if JB's interested in doing a quote unquote cigar batch, because I know that's kind of the next big thing in whiskeys.
well,
But
it was it's
Hey.
been around for a little while.
And
But
if you notice, like, there's a lot that I don't, drink with you guys. Obviously,
Yeah.
if you've ever been on the show, you know that I'm a big Irish whiskey and a Scotch guy.
I got a surprise for you next week. Then I'll go ahead and somewhat tease it. Next week for our St. Patrick's episode, Bucky knows this. Bucky and I have already talked about it. I am doing Keeper's Heart, which is a Irish American whiskey.
yeah, so this brings your world into my world.
Yes.
That's right.
Because they blend Irish with American.
Yeah,
So
Keeper's Heart. The guys at Keeper's Heart sent me a bottle. We'll be doing it next.
We'll be.
did you
I'll
see
be
that?
here. I'll be here.
Nice.
It's from his front yard.
92. Fantastic. A 92-year-old pecan tree in my front yard.
That's funny.
Hey, don't tempt me with a
Ooh.
good time. I'll come make it with you.
Ooh.
I'll come make it with you. We'll get Shawan in on it.
I hear they have a nice
come
new
make it.
patio area
I'll
over
come
there.
make it. And I'll go to Fort Worth and make it.
Like, I'm not joking. Whenever I found out we were doing Acre and who they were, like, I did a deep dive. Like, I was listening to interviews from,
Yeah.
like, 2018 or something, and I listened to every single one that I could find, and I
Yep.
learned everything
Wait a
I
minute.
could. Like, I'm excited.
Where are we getting a bottle of Keeper's Heart?
I've already got it.
We've
They
already
sent
got
it
it.
to us.
Oh, they sent it to you.
Keeper's
Oh.
Heart sent it. Yes.
Well, all right.
Keeper's Heart sent it. I'm surprised that you know Keeper's Heart a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit.
I'm surprised.
But
yeah, they sent it.
I'm not going to lie to you. I'd love to go make that trip.
That's not that's an easy trip too. Damn, that's hot. This is where I need a nubber.
Something.
Never.
I
You
feel
burnt
like
the
I'm
shit out of the end of that.
I thought.
That's no longer toast. That's the oops, you held the marshmallow over the fire
Yeah,
for
that's
too
that-
long.
that's that burnt
Got
heat.
too close.
Did it again.
That's my favorite music video of all time, by the way, too.
Is that the one where
Why?
she's in the
That
schoolgirl
one,
uniform?
Hit Me Baby
Yeah,
One
Hit
More
Me Baby
Time
One
is
More
where
Time.
she's...
Why is it your favorite music video?
Man, that's one of those you can watch in mute and not hear a damn word she says.
Even if it was on full blast, you wouldn't hear a word she said.
I like red leather. The match made in heaven. I'm a country boy. We need to stay
Hell
together.
yeah.
Hey, but you can't get no more. Like Cody even mentioned that. And Cody's from like I noticed Cody's plates on his truck. Cody's
Yeah.
from Tennessee.
Yeah.
So I mean, when Cody says, "Man, y'all kind of out. Y'all
That's
kind of
what's
out
really
there."
so. That's what's really been cool about the whole thing is like you think these owners of distilleries and these people that you run into are going to be different.
Yeah, you think that, and the sad thing about it is they're not. Cody literally walked into
That
this
dude's
studio.
us. JB sounds us.
Yes, JB sounds a lot us.
So
I'm
I mean,
not gonna lie.
that's what's really cool is
Yeah, that's by far cool.
Different strokes from different folks.
Well, it's not even that. It's the fact that no matter where you're at, like JB's up there in Fort Worth, we're down here, okay? It's the same wherever you go, man.
well, I mean, even
Kinda
talking
like
to
that.
Tony.
yeah, even talking to Tony.
The second I found out
Tony,
he was from Canada.
So let me backtrack a little bit to fill John
Yeah.
in. So Tony Fromby, which is the guy that owns Acre Distilling,
Okay.
is originally from Canada.
Okay.
So he went to Silicon Valley,
Okay. In
did his
California.
thing there, retired, and decided he was going to open a distillery
Why the hell
in
not?
Fort Worth. And I said, so how does a guy from Canada end up in Texas? And he, you know what he tells me? Like, God's honest truth, I married a Texas
I
girl.
married a Texas girl.
So a guy from
But-
Canada ends up in
But
Texas.
I mean, so you hear something like that. I'm originally from Canada. I went to Silicon Valley in California, which is
Yes.
the opposite of Texas.
Right.
And now I'm here in Texas. You get a little nervous, like,
You do.
are we gonna be able to talk to this guy? Is he gonna be this? But the
Well-
second he opens his mouth,
Yeah.
you're like, oh shit, this guy's
It's
like,
kind of.
I literally think I burnt my finger.
It's kind of like that old Brantley Gilbert song, "Country Must Be Countrywide."
Hey,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter if you.
you know, exactly. Y'all's first, if
my
I'm not
homie
mistaken,
did my handmade gin.
your first contract was on a napkin, and he even said he never really remembers signing it. So
Yeah.
you know what happened there. How drunk was you? But
That's like them old school, like your grandmother talking about how'd y'all get this house? Oh, Dad won it in a poker game.
yeah, exactly.
And said, let's open a distillery.
Yeah.
I love it.
How nuts is that? And he was like, "Yeah, I was bored, so why not?"
I love
Why
the fact
not?
that he openly admits he was bored.
Yeah, I was bored.
I mean,
And
you- 'cause
he'd
you
already
don't-
done the brewery thing.
Yes, because you don't get that a whole lot of people.
Yeah.
People are like, oh, I did it because, you know, it was in my family, da-da-da-da-da.
JB, is there a statute of limitations? Because I think you just admitted to something.
Tony's like, bro, I was bored.
Exactly.
Like, he
I mean-
literally was like, I was bored.
Kinky Friedman, why the hell not?
Yeah, why the hell not?
Why the hell not?
That's funny.
I feel that needs to be on a shirt for us.
Y'all are nuts. This has been so much fun.
Hey,
We're just getting started.
just getting started. We still got multiple, like I said, there's multiple Casey Joneses, there's multiple acres. There's a 10th Mountain back here that's kind of cool, and those guys were kind of cool. So I love it. So I'm curious. You asked me
Okay.
what all my thoughts and expectations were. I turn to you now because I told you literally anything over a year to me was surprising. I mean, let's be honest. Anything over a year was surprising.
Yeah. So, and I told John this pre-show. Who'd have thought within
Tony's license plate says Acre
Gin.
Gin.
Gin is not in.
Gin is in. They hashtagged it, man.
Hashtag Gin is not in.
No, I feel we need to dive down that rabbit
Do
hole.
we?
I feel so.
Do we?
I mean, it's clear. It's not flavored.
That part of the pasture of this acre
Yeah.
is not the one I want to be on.
Well, yeah.
I'm nervous.
See, Brian even says gin is good.
I did it for you.
The wives love the drink me, and let's be
Come on,
honest,
man.
that's made with gin. They love
They
that.
do.
They love it. So I'm telling you, I think, you know.
Well, that's what I
think gin
told
is in.
Ryan.
Hey, Jim, don't listen to them. I have the power over the keyboard over
Yeah,
here.
he can
I
type the
put
words.
whatever I want.
Barrel aged
Hey.
gin is awesome.
Their hashtag for this year is hashtag Gin is in.
Yeah.
So
Oh, let's do that then.
Gin is the original flavored vodka. Yes!
I just don't.
Fantastic. I
So-
love it.
Hold on, I messed it up.
Yeah.
Wow, way to go, Mr. Producer Man.
Gin, yeah. There you go. Gin is in. Fantastic.
So
love it.
when
Jennison.
we were, yeah, Jennison.
Jennison.
When we were talking about Still Austin Gin,
Yes.
Ryan had brought it up and said how good it was. My original plan for it, because it was a free bottle, my original plan was to bring it to Ryan's and let him make his little drink.
And what was
'Cause
Ryan's response?
You could still do it, but you need to try it first.
You need to try it first.
But I don't know. It's something about gin.
Hey, gin's in, man.
Here's a question,
Okay.
and JB, please chime in,
Yes, by all means.
because you'll probably know the answer to this.
Probably.
Is Texas style gin any different than the rest of it. Kind of like, you know, because whiskey,
Yes.
we talk about Kentucky and we talk about Tennessee whiskey. You know, they charcoal, mellow, filter, whatever.
And we talk
Kentucky
about
straight
Texas.
bourbon.
Yeah, we
is-
talk about Texas
Texas whiskey
whiskeys
has
and-
that
yeah.
that hot heat punch, whatever.
It's got that bite.
You know, Aaron from Smoke Wagon.
I'm gonna say this.
Okay.
The best martini is a gin martini.
Well, you don't know what you're talking about.
I feel it's a whole lot better than a vodka. I feel James Bond was wrong. He should have had a gin martini instead of vodka.
No.
martini.
That's right.
James Bond should have been drinking whiskey.
Well, I agree with that too.
But we talk about it, and Aaron, and I'm gonna fuck up his last name, Shepnick or whatever it is, from Smoke Wagon.
Okay.
They've got a bunch of barrels that are sitting outside in Las Vegas. That's a totally different heat.
Yes, that's a dry
So,
heat.
I mean, how is that versus the Texas heat versus what Kentucky's doing? Like whiskey, you can pinpoint it to a region.
Yes, you can.
Right.
Very easily.
So I guess that's what brings this up. If you want to do hashtag gin is in, what makes your or Texas gin, because Still Austin is doing from what I understand, a really good thing too.
Yeah.
What makes Texas gin in?
It's a good
know what I
question.
mean?
It's a very good question. It's not a quote unquote, because I'll be honest, the only gin I've ever drank in my life has been Tanqueray. And it's a mass produced
never-
gin that you kind of.
Is Beefeater a gin? You remember the big bottle?
Yeah, I think.
Is that a gin?
You have to look that up, stats and information.
Okay. Well, that's okay. So write that question down.
We need an entire show.
I'm gonna cut that off of this
Yes.
show. We'll come back to it
Yes.
when JB's on.
Yes. We'll come back to it when JB's on.
So put it on hold, guys.
Gotcha.
Yes.
So-
beef eater is a gin.
Okay.
Beefeater.
So that
is
was
a gin.
that's the only gin I've ever had, and that's because a roommate tried to make me a martini at one point in my life, and I was like, "What?
Nope.
That's the worst thing I've ever had in my life."
A wide world of botanicals added to. Okay, a wide variety. I don't know why I said wide
Right.
world.
It's a
And I understand the whole botanical thing.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you dive into the whole whiskey distilling thing, and then you go down a weird rabbit hole where you're looking at vodka distilling and gin distilling and how they make absinthe, and you can go down this crazy rabbit hole.
There's a comment for you.
That's funny. So there's a website called theginisin.com. And the question
website.
There's a website.
The question is Beefeater gin high quality? And it says, as far as my palate is concerned, Beefeater gin is one of the finest gins
Really?
of the 19th century.
Of the 19th century.
So
That's the no, how does it work? The century is one behind,
Yeah, so we're
Yes.
so that
so
was like
19th would be the
Yes.
2000s,
yes,
right?
no. The 19th
It'd be
would
the
be the
1900s.
No.
Yes.
we're in the 20th century.
We're in the 20th. Actually, we're in the
I thought this-
21st century.
Or 21st century.
See,
sorry.
it's
Yeah.
always no,
Yeah.
so it's behind.
Yeah.
If we're in the 21st
We're in
century,
the 21st century right now.
okay, I don't know.
Come make gin and whiskey with me.
Dude, do not tempt me with a good time.
Oh, God.
You will fulfill a lifelong dream if you let me distill whiskey
Yeah.
with you.
I feel it's
I
there.
might cry.
We're in the 21st century.
Yes, we're.
I
in
might
21st.
cry.
You gotta love moments.
Oh,
I see it in
I'm
your eye.
speechless.
You're geeking out right now. I see it in your
The
eyes.
19th century was
Bro.
from 1801 to 1900.
see, I was right. So I was wrong, but I was opposite. It's a year ahead,
Yeah.
Okay.
or years, whatever, a century
Yeah.
ahead. I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out.
I'm freaking out.
Yeah,
freaking out.
we hadn't dropped that one
He
in a
just
while.
scared the pee out of me. I got over it.
Roy's got to do it because Roy does it best.
I'm freaking out.
Like, did he really just say that? Ow! I kicked the door.
There's a step there, bro.
Yeah.
God. Man, you talking about fun stuff. Dude, I'm not gonna lie.
This is him tempting you to come play with him.
I know. I see that, and I'm like, he literally doesn't know how bad I literally want to like get in my truck tonight and drive to Fort Worth. Like, I'd do it tonight if I knew the wife wouldn't kill me completely. Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
do it tonight. I'd leave tonight going to Fort Worth. I was talking about how my wife would kill me if I left for Fort Worth tonight. I'll be back Sunday. I don't think you can do it in a day, but bye-bye.
Dude,
I might try.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I'll 100% full disclosure. Not gonna lie. all them other terms we used to.
Full disclosure, no free ads,
no
all that
free
good stuff.
ads, all that good stuff.
Yup.
Like if I could, like
Bring it. Jabe.
if I could work for a distillery, I would drop everything right now and go.
Yeah, I know.
Dreams.
Yeah.
Turn them into
Hashtag dreams.
turn them into reality.
I mean, that's what we're doing here.
Yeah,
that's what we're doing with this.
Started out with. This started out as a dream.
Because I mean, we've been offered to do barrel picks. We've been offered to do,
Yeah.
Whatever. We've had things show up that we didn't expect.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Okay, so it's been 2 years. Have you ever come across a situation like with the barrel picks or something, and in your head thought, man, I don't know if I'm qualified to do that?
No, the biggest thing the biggest thought that goes through my head is I don't really have a whole lot of capital, but I'm trying to figure out ways to like sell my soul to do some of this shit.
Yeah.
So
Somebody out there's got some money.
Yes.
Wink, wink.
Somebody's got some money. I got some time.
So here's my thought on that, John.
Uh-oh.
Bring it.
We have a
Let's go.
Open the door.
We have a guest that just
Come on
knocked.
in.
Get in here, you magnificent son of a-
Beautiful bastard, you.
Yes.
There he is.
The man, the
What are
myth,
you
the legend.
doing?
Fresh off the jet. Look at you.
I'm going to give another round of applause.
Yeah.
Mike Wright with Longhorn Liquor. Everybody literally just walked in, knocked
Open
on
the
the door.
door.
Yep.
let me see
You
if I can
good?
get my
Do we need to
fat
move
ass
up?
I was
I
got
got
it.
in here. Fantastic.
I was
got it.
Right.
I was
Look
going
at
to
you.
do
I'm impressed.
It smells good in here.
Does it? Smells like cigars and
What
whiskey.
was the smoke of the
me.
week?
The smoke
It's
of the
me.
week was Heart of the Lion's Roar from Garland, Texas.
Okay.
It was a little small
Place in-
shop.
What'd you think of it?
I liked it. So they do it a little differently. So when you do a barber pole, most of them are the Candela with the Maduro. This one's a Connecticut with a Maduro.
Oh, nice.
So it's very mild, medium-ish. Price is reasonable, $10 a stick,
All right.
straight from their website. I know the owner. If you're interested, I can hook you up.
Seems like y'all know a lot of people I don't know now.
Hey, we're getting there. You know, we
trying.
we
I'm
joked
trying to get
about
on your level.
We joked about that before you got here. We're
Yeah.
like, how cool is it that we literally have stuff on the table that Mike's never even tried?
Do we need to move the table a little
No,
bit, sir?
I'm really good.
Okay,
So
you're good.
Just real quick to answer John's question.
Yes.
So when we have these people on the show and Cody from Casey Jones,
Yes.
when he comes into the studio or we're doing, what I really enjoy or what I really want is for that person to look at me and say, "You're 100% right." Like honestly, I want to impress to the point where somebody's like, "Hey, have you ever thought about moving to Kentucky?" and truly, like, you're not far off. Like, you're
No.
doing the right thing.
Yes.
What does he say in Tombstone? Why, yes. Yes, I have.
Why, yes, I have.
So I mean,
And not only that, Wyatt, I
they
stand
reached
corrected.
out to me.
I'm
Who
sorry.
did?
Casey Jones.
Oh, yeah, I gave him
Yeah.
your number. I hope you
Yeah.
don't mind.
No,
Okay.
not at all. I wasn't able to answer yet.
Gotcha.
I was in
No,
the middle
you're
of some
good.
stuff.
We
but,
have some of their stuff on the table.
yeah.
You can try it and see what you
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But I'm curious your take on that because you're a single malt guy. So I'm curious on your take because actually they're
Oh.
Look at that.
What are you doing?
It's
'Cause they're-
the jet lag.
Is this your first time?
because their head distiller is actually their master distiller is
Yes,
in the
their master
comments right
distiller,
now.
Mr. JB Flowers,
Yep.
has been watching the show, commenting tonight. Let's
drank-
do it.
I sampled 10 barrels of whiskey at 10 o'clock this morning. So.
Woo, my man!
Breakfast
I
of
love it.
Champions.
That's it.
Look,
Get it.
look, hold on.
Love
He
it.
sampled 10 barrels of whiskey, took a flight, and he's now on the Functional Gentleman.
Right.
Give that
Yeah.
man an applause.
Straight here.
That's
Like,
I didn't even eat.
even
about
better. Yeah.
do we need to,
corn's a
do we need to, like,
vegetable.
order
You're
some
fine.
pizza or something?
Yeah, right. We might need
We might
to.
have to on this one.
So, real quick, everybody, Mike Wright from Longhorn Liquor,
yes.
who is fresh off of vacation.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
So the reason they call it smoked, so they smoke it in pecan and peach wood.
Apparently,
Oh, nice.
apparently from a pecan tree in his front yard.
A 92-year-old pecan.
Uh,
Interesting.
So-
We got
Love that.
ages and all kind of
Yeah.
stuff.
40% of the barley is smoked over pecan and peachwood.
Oh, okay.
It's delicious. I
Yeah.
tried it. I even tried it.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one.
It's very approachable. It's I'm always looking for those bottles, those single malts
yeah.
that kind of can bridge that gap between
Gotcha.
the bourbon and that's a really good one.
Well, we have their
Yeah.
regular, just single malt if you're interested in that as well.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
And I flat out admitted it. So we've done Andalusia on the show, and I love what they're doing, and I love that they're Texas. Have I been the biggest fan of everything I've tried? No, not
Sure.
really.
Yeah.
But I mean, I flat out admitted on the show, like these two, this single malt and this smoked, for me, and maybe it's the pecan and peachwood.
Yeah.
John,
That's awesome.
can you
for
grab
me.
a green can?
So
I'm just excited that there's people out there trying to,
Doing, right.
further that craft.
Yes.
Every Texas whiskey's not for everybody.
No, it's
Spending the
not.
last several days in Kentucky and always talking about balconies and Andalusia and stuff like that. It's some of those are very polarizing.
Yes.
And so one of my goals in my job is to just continue to bring as many people together with these people, the craft, truly the ones out there making craft whiskey,
Yeah.
and kind of helping give them a platform to get their product out there, and ultimately, like every bottle of whiskey that's been sold since the 1800, the consumer demand is what's going to
Yes.
drive it.
For sure.
So all we can do is try to get in the store, give it as an option to our customers, and then if they respond, then I'm big check mark.
I love
Like,
it. I love it.
Yeah.
So can you disclose the 10 barrels? With
So what
who
we
it
did
was
this
with?
morning at 10 o'clock, we did a pick with Four Roses.
Oh,
Yep. So tasted through all 10 of their
your last Four
recipes.
Roses pick was.
Yeah.
I love that bottle.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie
It's
to
a
you.
good bottle.
And
Very good bottle.
just the way it kind of worked out, it's the same recipe that we'll be having come
Okay.
out this year.
Nice.
Was the same as last year. All blind picks. Lucky enough to be joined today by a couple of real Four Roses, I would say, experts.
Really?
Kind of feel about Four Roses the same way I feel about Texas whiskey.
Nice.
They've dug into all the, almost can pick out each recipe.
Really?
And that's
impressive because
that's
they've got
very
what, 10?
impressive. Yeah.
10 different
So they
recipes?
do 2 mash bills, kind of a high rye and a low
Yeah.
rye.
Okay.
But they have
Different
5
yeast.
proprietary yeast strains. And so that's how you get those 10 recipes.
Nice.
So to have guys like that with you that can really pick those recipes apart, it was a treat. So Four Roses is one of those, no matter what.
Right.
When we put it on the shelf, it's
Gotcha.
going to be
Oh,
gone.
yeah. Four Roses is,
So
yeah.
the recipe really doesn't matter.
No.
We're just really what we're trying to do is as we continue to put the store picks and bring them in, and find all kinds of different places to do these store picks with, is if it's going to have a Longhorn name on it, we want it to be exceptional.
For sure.
Well, I can tell you, I've had quite a few of y'all store picks, and you haven't picked a bad one yet.
Yeah, I was fixing. I'm never disappointed with any of the ones that I've had.
And I've
Never
had
been
some
disappointed.
that I've done never added distillery, but sample bottles that come
Right.
in.
Right.
At the end of it, I told Mike I wouldn't buy that barrel.
Yeah.
And so we are particular about what we bring in, and
Nice.
hopefully build that trust with our consumers and let them know when they see that name Longhorn Liquor on there that it's a product that's going to be exceptional.
He raised his hand.
I have a question for Mike.
Sure.
Okay.
So how is that conversation when you have a barrel that comes in and you're not too fond of it, and you have to? Do you go back and talk to them, or?
So when we get the sample bottles, a lot of times they're just coming in by mail, or maybe our distributor dropped off
Right.
3 or 4 bottles of whatever product they're wanting us to pick.
Right.
And so at that point, it's usually I'm going through that process in the privacy of my own home, or maybe a friend's
Right.
house, maybe one day on the podcast, and and so and then
that.
really at the end of it, I just go back to Mike, my boss, and and like at the end of the day, it's a business, and we're
Right.
trying to really build something special
Yeah.
with the whiskey community, and we want to be very particular about what we put our name out there.
Well,
on.
and right. I mean, you don't build a brand by serving bad whiskey.
No,
Like,
Not at all.
and the same way some of the bigger distilleries, say like Buffalo Trace.
Yeah.
No.
The question or the
No, John.
Yeah.
John.
We're good.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
We're good. We're good.
I
We're
was
good.
looking at the question on the screen. There's multiple things going on. So we have a viewer question. Will there ever be a Four Roses non-chill filtered store pick?
We have nothing to do with the way they do their whiskey.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, these barrels are already finished and done
Right.
in the way that Four Roses does all their
Gotcha.
single barrels. It is left at cask strength or barrel strength. And so whatever their process is on however, that's completely up to them. We're just tasting those whiskeys. We have no creative control over any of that.
So at a place like Four Roses, which is it's a nationally known brand. It's big. Everybody, it's beautiful. I've seen pictures of the distillery. I've seen some videos of some friends that have been there. When you go to a place like that, what's it like as a liquor store going in to do a store pick? I mean, how are you treated? Is it, do you get to tour the whole distillery? I'm sure you've seen it 1,000 times. Like, I'm just curious the whole experience for myself and everybody listening.
That's really a great question. So just over the course of the last week, I've gotten to experience all ends of that spectrum. So last Friday at Balcones, picking 3 barrels there, and then moving to Kentucky.
I was super jealous, by the way, when I found out you were at Balcones. I'm
man.
like,
I'm so happy with those barrels. Y'all already know my love affair with Balcones, but I really do think that we picked out some stuff that's truly special that we're going to see on the shelves here in about 3 or 4 months. So, but going to that, where it's in downtown Waco and it 4 stories high, it's not massive.
Right.
And then you go, we started our week at Maker's Market, 8 o'clock Wednesday morning, and that's just a sprawl.
I love he's like 8 a.m. I'm literally walking into Maker's.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
8 a.m. we walked in. There's nobody else there.
I want to be Mike when I grow up.
That's interesting too.
Yeah, well, you're quite a bit younger than me, so there's still a shot.
I'm not even going to give y'all the option. We're going to Fort Worth.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see a lot of. You need to scroll down and let Bucky read the big part of that.
Yeah.
And then kind of go with the smaller part.
We'll
There
get
you go.
right back to the whole. Apparently,
Yeah,
we gotta
go
read
ahead.
this.
Yeah.
You can come malt barley, smoke barley, and make whiskey with me anytime. Tex Malt Malting is right down the street, and that's where we get our grain. I knew that. Y'all were one of the first with Tex Malt, if not
Yeah.
the first. I helped build the malt smoker. P.S. We have great beer and barbecue in downtown Fort Worth. Thank you so much for what you're doing. Really appreciated to be included. Longhorn Liquor with you, or bring. So if you scroll down, bring Longhorn Liquor with you.
Yeah,
So you've been officially invited to
Hey.
Acre Distilling.
yeah,
On Hell's Half Acre, by the way.
man,
It's a
love.
nice neighborhood.
Yeah, as much as I love the distilleries we went to in Kentucky,
Right.
there's something about the smaller guys and
Yeah.
really
There
getting
really
to see
is.
the
And-
passion.
And that's
that-
kind of where I was going. So I want to hear, obviously, I want to hear more about these Kentucky distilleries and what it's like doing a barrel pick with them. But that was going to be the contrasting question is when you go to these smaller places like Andalusia, hopefully at some point Acre Distilling, some of the smaller Texas ones that we all know that you love, we love, and we have a passion for.
Right.
Like, what's kind of the difference and how do you, just a whole rundown of it.
Yeah, I definitely think. I mean, we get great access either way.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it's Makers, Old Forester, Four Roses, they really make you feel special. But for me, I really like to get like Balcones where they really pull behind the curtain, and we sit there with Alex and for just an hour in the middle of the day, just stop and have a conversation about their creativity and some of their processes and some of the new stuff that they're doing. And so that's all really cool. But, I've been up to and Mr. Flower Pipe, like Lone Elm, which is up there on the east side of Dallas.
They do mainly weeded.
Yeah,
correct?
weeded. They actually just released a rye last week.
Oh, really?
Distillery only. Finished in honey barrels, by the way.
Damn it.
But
Love the honey barrel.
when you get up there and you see you're at somebody's house and there's a metal shop next door, and
Right.
that's where it's like, that's cool
Yes,
to me.
very.
That's what I want to see, is somebody that's organically grassroots trying to build their brand, and they're learning as they go. And so those experiences, they're both unique in their own way. But I've always kind of gravitated to more of the craft side of things and
Yeah,
the
for sure.
artistic side.
Well, yeah, 'cause, I mean, we've talked about it before with you on this episode. You quote unquote were a craft beer guy at one point in life.
Yeah, God, had a lot of good craft beer this week too. Louisville's got a great.
That's
Really?
what I keep hearing. That's like
Yeah.
the new mecca of craft beer is in Louisville, Kentucky.
So I kind of want to circle back. You were talking about being at Maker's Market at 8 a.m. Literally nobody there. Being at Four Roses and doing 10 bottles or 10 barrels at 10 a.m. Just kind of give us a little, kind of continue that and give us a little bit of intel and what you can say and how they treated you and all that good stuff. Because for somebody like me, getting to Kentucky is obviously, one of my goals at this
Sure,
point. After
absolutely.
diving into this crazy world that is whiskey,
Yeah.
Kentucky's still kind of that hollowed ground.
Sure.
So to hear
It is.
and to know, and people that haven't gotten there, I'm just curious of how it all went.
Yeah, so started at Makers, not to make it too long, but had a fabulous time. If you ever get a chance, if you're just out there on the Kentucky Bourbon Trail, go by Loretta, Kentucky, and see Makers Mark. It's just,
Nice.
It's fantastic experience. We did 2 barrels out there.
Nice.
So we were lucky enough with Makers. They're gracious enough to not only let us pick one for Longhorn Liquor, but also to pick one for the Southeast Texas Whiskey Fest. And so we'll
Fantastic.
have another Maker's barrel coming at the end of the year to be released in conjunction with year 2 of Southeast Texas Whiskey Fest. But great time. That Maker's is a little bit different animal. A lot of places you're going, you're already picking a finished barrel, like the finished product,
Right.
and you're judging out of multiple barrels. Makers, you're just starting with a base of their cask strength, and then you're customizing based off their different staves.
I like it.
And so it's a little bit different process, and but unique in its own right. And then yesterday morning, 10 o'clock, probably my favorite experience of the week was we picked an Old Forester barrel.
Oh,
Got a low Old Forester.
is that it?
Oh,
Sir,
This is a little
sir, is that
sample
it?
sir.
of the Old
You walked
Forester.
in with no box tonight, so I was a little disappointed, but I knew
I
you
figured
came
this
just
would
from-
make up for it.
I figured
Yeah,
that would
that's
make
gonna
up
do
for
it.
it, too.
That's gonna do it.
Yeah, this is the barrel we picked. I'm gonna save a little bit of this for Mike.
So-
so
oh, of
he
course,
can try.
no,
yeah,
no.
But I wanted
Yeah.
y'all
So-
to try it tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you bring up Old Forester, and everybody I've talked to loves y'all's Old Forester single barrel selects.
so good.
There was at the last release before, I think it was before Whiskey Fest at the Longhorn Liquor on Dallin. I ran into an old high school friend, and we got to talking and blah blah blah. Well, he pulled out a little cooler from his back of his SUV, and it was y'all's. I think it was either 2020 or 2019 Old Forester Barrel Select, and he let me try it. Well, I've got this past year's single barrel, completely different, extremely good. So
The one he let you try, it was Blue Label. It was a barrel strength.
no, it was
Black.
black.
Okay, those are the 90 proofs. So that's
Was
before.
it?
Yep.
Okay.
So
Maybe that's why it was a little different, I
yeah,
guess.
2 years ago they switched to barrel barrel strength.
Right.
Yeah, the Blue Label. The old black labels were all 90 proof. They are coming back and reinstituting where you can actually choose between barrel. We chose barrel strength, obviously.
Gotcha.
Not a bad
But
choice.
you can choose now, instead of 90, they have bumped that up to 100 proof.
Nice.
On the lower one. But they brought back that black label. Looks really good looking label.
It's a good looking label.
Yeah. Just for Longhorn, every time we can, unless Old Forester decides they want to give us multiple barrels every year.
Yeah, right.
If we get our
Thank you,
barrel,
sir.
we're going to go barrel
Real
strength.
quick.
Have a good
See you
day at
later,
work
John.
tomorrow.
Have a
I
good
know that's where
weekend,
you're
buddy.
heading.
See you, sir.
John gets up early.
Yeah.
He's got to be working.
He's
4
got to get
a.m.
up early.
I get it.
Yeah. So go ahead. Sorry.
No,
You're good.
No, I don't know where I was at.
I don't know where
I don't know where you were at neither. I don't know where we were at.
Old Forester.
Old Forester.
Yeah.
Releases going forward. So the black label is going to be the proof down, whereas blue label will be barrel strength.
Barrel
Bunch of
strength.
what?
And I think that's already been
I don't know.
that's already been the case in Tyler. Part of these experiences, let me tell you what's a very important part of this is the
Like
host.
Jessica's.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
And Tyler from for Brown Foreman.
Yeah.
Man, we could not have gotten a better host. Old Forester, downtown Louisville, so not the sprawling property. They do have a distillery outside of town.
Okay.
But the downtown is kind of a vertical type tour and then tasting.
Right.
And just incredible to see They're the only ones I've been to where they actually give you a sneak peek of like watching a guy actually make a barrel, and then going through the toasting process that Old Forester does before they even char it.
So, Brown Foreman does their own,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, they have their own
staves and all that?
cooperage.
yeah, coopers. That was the word I was looking for.
Yeah, so most of them are made at a warehouse outside the main distillery.
Right.
But what I figure is probably to be included with the, to give people a kind of a sneak peek behind the scenes. They built on the second floor there.
Okay.
They've got all the machinery, and these guys are making barrels every day. And I mean, they're obviously not putting out what they put out the warehouse,
Right,
but
yeah.
from them choosing the staves, and trying to get the sizes right, and I mean, it's a
really cool process.
It's a process.
Yeah, it's an art form. It's not just a process. It's an art form.
Yeah, it is. It's really an art form, and then a lot of people. I don't know if everybody knows this, but Old Forester actually toasts their barrels for quite a while.
Okay.
At a lower heat, really get that toast
Make
deep
it
down into the wood,
Gotcha.
into the pork.
Caramelize and bring those sugars out.
And then they char it.
Excuse me.
I mean, maybe 9-10 seconds.
Yeah.
Just a roaring flame.
Right.
You really get the char on it. But great time. Old Forester's one of those places when you're picking a barrel strength product. None of them are bad.
I feel Old Forester is literally the equivalent of walking into, like, if you're a college basketball fan, walking into the University of Kansas's Allen Fieldhouse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I feel that's kind of like what Old Forester is. It's like walking into the mecca of whiskey.
Yeah, I would definitely, a lot of these companies, and I try to be politically correct sometimes because we sell all these brands,
Right.
and I love them all, but Old Forester was generally really one of the first Kentucky bourbons that I absolutely fell in love with.
I got you.
And the 1920 in particular, love that. We were lucky enough to they've got some not released at the distillery, but because we got to pick the barrel, they sold us 2 bottles of it. But they only sell them in pints.
Okay.
But it's their 117 series.
Okay. Is that what happens when you mix a 1910 and a 1920?
So
'cause I heard that was like a 1915.
So what they're doing with their 117 series is, I don't think the 117 from them refers to that. I've heard of what you're talking
Right.
about, but they're doing some different releases with what I believe to be like single. So like the one we got is actually called Warehouse H.
Okay.
So something about that particular warehouse. These are ultra aged barrels. So the oldest products that you will find from Old Forester is those. And I didn't bring it in to open that tonight, but if y'all want to, we're more than we can.
You know how we roll here.
Yeah, I bought a bottle of Four Roses today in their gift shop. They released a distillery only barrel strength OESQ recipe. So got that as well.
Speaking Bucky's nerd language right
I'm
now.
telling you.
You're like, dang, boy, I tell you what.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you're, like I said, is there anything else you want to try on the table? I mean, we got stuff for days on the table. We got this is just their Acres regular single malt right here.
Yeah, let's try that.
I've got some in my glass right now. So.
Yeah.
What do you got? Oh, okay.
We've been talking about this for a couple, ever since I saw.
We've been talking about
podcast.
About a week, a little over a week. But yeah, it's. I feel it's pretty good for a single malt. Like I said, I know Bucky's not necessarily a single malt guy, but I know you and I kind of gravitate towards the single malt because we all, my love affair with Revenant Oak.
Yeah.
Mario and the guys out at Andalusia are doing some really, really good stuff.
They really are. Last week I just happened to be on vacation with my wife,
Right.
and we bumped around Texas and got to go spend some time with Ty out at Andalusia, and got to see they're getting close to finishing an expansion project where they're able to kind of double their production.
Good. I was wondering if they were ever going to expand or not. Now that I hear that they are, that's a good thing.
Yeah,
I love the product they're putting out. Everything from their Striker, the Revenant Oak.
Sure.
The whole lineup is really good.
And with what we're talking about with Acre, kind of same thing. It's just really organic and grassroots.
Right. It's very, very bottom level going up type stuff.
Andalusia has definitely gained in popularity on our shelves.
Oh, for sure.
we're obviously fans of it.
Right.
But to get out there and see that they have like 8 employees.
Yeah.
And they're,
That's what's amazing
See,
to me,
that's
man, because we
crazy.
talked
Yeah.
about, I don't know if you,
And-
I know you were on vacation last week. We talked briefly about this in the cigar realm. So Scandinavian Tobacco Group, which is like one of the largest tobacco groups in the company, or country, or actually the world, not even the country, they just bought Alec Bradley.
oh,
For
wow.
$72.5 million.
Okay.
Total assets, whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
So I hope that's kind of like we refer to as with Diageo getting involved with Balcones. I hope it's for
Sure.
a distribution thing.
Yeah, and we talked about that a little, and I think what you'll see from Balcones, is maybe some of the more like Rumble
Got you.
may start fading out a little bit.
I had Rumble Saturday actually at game night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Rumble was.
I gave you
Yeah.
I had a little sample of it, and I gave him a
liked
little
it.
sample of
Not gonna
Rumble.
lie.
So I know
liked
I jumped in. I was, be honest, fairly drunk last Friday when I jumped in and just like dropped these.
I was like, I don't know if he's supposed to say it. Can I say it?
Yeah. I just dropped these teasers and then I bounce out.
Yeah, I was like, wait, come back to me.
But as a Balcones geek,
Yes, extremely.
we picked 2
Love it.
single malts and a Rumble. So those were the 3 barrels that we chose from them. One of the single malts, the 2 single malts are low yield barrels.
Okay.
One of them is a Sauternes finish,
Okay.
which I was super excited about. Y'all know I follow Balcones. I like to try to find all the different store picks that are out there, even from other stores.
Right.
The only time I've seen a Sauternes from Balcones is the Pilgrimage. And we actually killed that bottle last time I was here.
Yes.
Yes, we
Yes.
did.
Uh-huh. And so that's the only other time I've seen it. So I thought that was pretty cool to possibly get that in as a store pick, something unique that Specs Total Wine those guys
Right.
wouldn't
Right.
have. And then we did a
Screw those guys.
yeah.
That's it.
Screw those guys.
In the neck.
Well, that's
Right
what's
here.
great is like.
So,
Go ahead.
real
No.
quick. So, side note, real quick. I went to our Clear Lake location yesterday to help them do our one of our 2 biannual major inventories. And we all went to lunch together. Me, their service manager, and their parts manager. And while we were driving in the car, one of my first questions was, "Are there any good liquor stores around here?" And they both looked at each other and said, "Well, there's a Specs and a Total Wine." And I was like, "No. I don't think you understand what I'm asking.
Yeah, no.
I want to know if there's a good liquor store
Yes.
in this area." And they were like, "Honestly, no." I was like, "So there's no like mom and pop shop? There's not anything local?" I was like, "We've got Longhorn Liquor, which reaches all the way out to Katy, if
Yes.
I'm not
Katy,
mistaken." And I was just like, "How do you not like? Why? Yeah, it's weird for me because I
What's
love
really
y'all.
weird is this
I
is
love
a
what y'all are
true
doing.
story. Is I've talked to somebody within the industry
Okay.
in the last week and a half
Right.
that has asked me the same exact question.
Yeah.
Knows we're all about moving forward, trying to expand, and they're like, Clear Lake is
Dude.
for the taking.
Yeah, Clear
Seabrook,
Lake State. Yeah.
because so the tour,
Seabrook, that whole area.
the store
Yeah.
is their address is Seabrook.
Right.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Like we need to get a store out there.
Yeah.
Because those guys don't know.
Yeah. Well, and it's such
And
a,
it's
a
so-
big area. Like,
it's
so when you're talking about Seabrook coming down 146, like the Total Wine's back over on 45.
Right, you
at
gotta go to Baybrook Mall. Yeah.
Right. And then Specs isn't much, but I think it's on Bay Area.
But even
or-
it's on NASA
Yeah,
Road.
NASA Road.
It's on
one.
NASA
okay,
Road
it's on
1.
NASA Road 1.
But even their Specs, so, and not to talk too much about another liquor store, so you drive through Beaumont, and Specs is massive in Beaumont. Like
There's
it's right
no
there off the
censor
hall.
in here. We can talk about whatever liquor store we want.
Sometimes I feel bad.
No, don't.
Yes.
But you drive by and it's in a shopping mall and it's massive.
Uh-huh.
Like it's the Walmart
Yes.
of liquor stores at this
Sure.
point. Theirs is like this big. Mm-hmm. Like I'm pretty sure your Lumberton store might be bigger than their Specs.
Well, I think if you get out beyond even that part of
Right.
Southeast Texas, like Waco, for example, just because I was there,
Right.
I'm always constantly going in and seeing what other people have, whether Specs, Total Wine, Twin Liquors.
Well, yeah, we've talked about that before.
Everybody knows I'm loyal to Longhorn,
Yeah, of course.
obviously.
I would hope so.
But I want to know what the competitors are doing, what they're bringing in, and if they find something unique, I have no problem buying a bottle from them.
Right.
We're not really trying to compete with the Specs and the Total Wine. What we're trying to do is what Bucky's kind of alluding to is build our selection. Like, I'm pretty damn certain if people walk into that Lumberton Longhorn Liquor, it's got a better selection of whiskey than probably any store within 100 miles
Yes.
of here. And that includes Beaumont.
Yes.
And
That does. So, and that's what I said to them, and to kind of elaborate on that a little bit. My first experience with a Total Wine, because we don't have anything like that here in
Sure,
Southeast
right.
Texas, our little area. Whenever we went for Braille surgery,
Okay.
I think it was a checkup or something. I stopped.
It was the
I went
follow-up. I
I went to
remember you
Black
telling me
Rifle
that.
Coffee. I went to
Yes.
Black Rifle Coffee Company, and across the street from Black Rifle Coffee Company
Was
was
a
a
Total
Total
Wine.
Wine, and I was like, okay, I've never been there. I'm curious because I hear it's better than Specs. So I went in, and I was literally in a candy store. At that point, I was a kid in a candy store, and I was like, "Oh my god!" And I think I spent $200 that day. And Dana was like, "Are you?" And I was like, "Mm-hmm."
Yeah.
Because they have things that I couldn't find here.
Yeah.
Sure. So let me help you through that maze a little
Yeah.
bit. First off, Total Wine they're built big and
Yes.
over the top, and they
Yes.
do give an aesthetic that is very beautiful. The stores are gorgeous.
Yes, they
Oh, yeah,
are.
they're-
I think
yeah.
if you're going there for wine, or if you're going there for craft beer, they probably got the best craft beer selection of any. I mean,
For
it's
sure.
a massive.
Oh, it's-
With the craft beer. Now, on the whiskey side, this is what I'll say. If you start really looking into a lot of their products, this is my opinion, by the way. I do not speak for Longhorn Liquor on this one. This is just my personal opinion.
Gotcha.
You will find a lot of privately labeled bottles that is them buying barrels from, Barton
Right.
or different,
Right.
and they're just slapping their label on.
Yep.
And a lot of times, a lot of people's complaints, if you look at the Facebook groups and comments, stuff like that, is they always are constantly pushing these products. Where I'm always trying to give somebody, match them with something that's going to give them a great experience.
Well, yeah.
They're just trying to push, they're, again,
And
I'm just being honest.
Well, no,
this is-
and as
yeah.
a consumer, and not affiliated with any liquor store
Right,
or
'cause,
anything of that
that's
nature.
that's how we look at things to begin with. We look at it from the consumer standpoint.
when
Yeah.
you walk into Total Wine, and I don't know if you've ever been to one
I've
before.
been to one.
So whenever you walk in, and of course you immediately see this big sign that says whiskey, and it starts out like American whiskey and bourbon and Irish and Scotch and da 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 da. Their big thing, and they put it massive, Total Wine pick.
Yep.
And they want it to catch your eye because it's their little logo, it's this, it's that, and the other. They want that to catch your eye, and that's
Right.
what they're going to push. Whereas whenever, and I'll say this as a consumer, whenever I walk into Longhorn Liquor and I talk to Mike, whether or not this dude's a friend, he talked to me, like whenever I came in and I was talking about wanting a rye whiskey to share with my coworkers
Right.
because I was doing a tasting, I had I'll say this. I had a bottle of Balcones rye whiskey in my hand.
Yep.
The first thing he says to me is, I enjoy the cast strength rye more than the one you're holding in your hand. The second thing he said after I told him, well, I'm doing a tasting for my employees and they're not all well versed like I am. Okay, well, hang on. You need to put that bottle up. Don't go with the cast strength. This is the one I want you to get. And it was Redwood Empire Emerald Giant.
Yeah.
Because that is a really good lower proof introductory rye.
And that's the thing. You don't want to wreck somebody's palate off the bat that's not used to
Right.
what.
And that's the biggest thing. But Mike took the time to realize what I had in my hand. You said what you enjoyed more than that, and then you listened to what I said,
and then push you on a lower price
and
bottle.
you put me on a lower price bottle, something that's not a Texas whiskey that we're all lovers and friends of. Because you have personal connections at Balcones.
Sure.
There's a lot of things there that could have just buy the Balcones cast strength.
And that's
or-
what I love about these guys.
Yeah.
No.
You know, and it's this whole staff.
Right. It wasn't because it was a higher priced bottle. There's more margin in that one. There's this, there's that. No, he gave me a personal recommendation of something that for my situation at that time was perfect.
And that's
Because
the
a guy-
whole staff, regardless of what store you walk into,
but
too.
it's
to be honest.
but it's well, yeah, any Longhorn Liquor. But I've told the story on the
They
show.
don't know as much as I do, though.
I told the story on the show. I was in a Specs, and the employee there was probably just some part timer going to college or whatever.
Yeah.
And an older gentleman was legitimately asking about a weeded bourbon, and then he asked about what's the difference in the bottled and bond versus this one, and the store employee was doing everything he could to explain. He tried. He really did. And I stepped in and I said, "Excuse me, can I handle this one? I don't want to interrupt. I'm not trying to do your job for you, but sir, listen, this is the difference. Bottled and bond is aged a minimum of 4 years. It's guarded by government. You know what you're getting when you buy this bottle, and it's got to be bottled at 100 proof.
Yep.
Okay, great. That's good to know. But I really want a weeded. Okay, great. So Maker's Mark is okay. They're original. Now, if you're looking for something a little bit stronger, step up to the cast strength. And he was like, I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. And I was like, well, you asked about bottled and bond, and you've asked about weeded. So let's find a happy medium that is going to not only budget, but also meet that 100 proof recommendation that you were looking for. Try Rebel 100 and get that bottle and come back to me and tell me what you think. That's what I'm going with. That's what the guy chose, was Rebel 100.
Yeah.
It was weeded. It was 100 proof. It was everything that guy had asked about, and that Specs employee would have never gotten there.
No.
And it's no disrespect to them. Mm-hmm. But that gentleman would have never known about any of that.
Right. And to be completely fair to the listeners, I don't want them to think that all our employees would know that Rebel Yell 100 is a weeded,
Right.
Product. Because they wouldn't.
Right.
But it goes to show, like, I was before I went to work for long, like, I was shopping in the aisles.
Right.
And trying to, and people like Brandon Vincent saw me early on, not knowing what I was really looking at. And he kind of grabbed me and kind of helped. And that's really what I'm trying to do on a bigger scale, obviously, because I was given this platform. But is to, always trying to help people understand the labels, because there is some information if you know what you're looking for. Just kind of figure out exactly what it is that you're buying before you slap down. Whiskey's just going up.
It is.
It is. And so...
I used to work with Jesse Hernandez, by the way. That's why he's saying that. Because I've literally got on a bang shirt. That's right.
Oh, gosh.
It's full-bodied. Let's get it.
Yeah.
But that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
I've gained a ton of knowledge being on this show. And not everybody can walk up to a stranger and just talk to them and say, look, I heard what you're saying. I heard what he said to you.
Yep.
Let's combine all that.
Let's combine it and get a happy medium.
Right.
Because like you said, not everybody knows that Rebel's a weeded.
Well, and at the end of the day, and even for long, let's go back to your story with the Redwood Empire. Like, I'm trying to make a customer for life. I'm not trying to get them one sell and send them out with a bottle that wasn't a good fit for them. I'm just trying to extract as much money out of their pocket as possible. That doesn't make any sense from a business standpoint. And so that's why I've always approached it, a little bit more different. And now, luckily, I do feel like I have some knowledge in whiskey, so I can help guide people in a direction. And still, I'm not going to have the same palate as everybody.
No, and we talk about that. Palates are very subjective.
Yeah.
So let's combine a little bit of what we just, the little bit of a conversation we just went through, and, talking about Clear Lake, Seabrook, whatever.
Yeah.
Let's combine all of that and bring it down even narrower to our region of Southeast Texas. I think you need to look into the Vider location.
Yeah.
Because I have some coworkers that have sent me photos of places they've stopped, because I recommend, and I've gotten them into a better scope of where they need to look when they're drinking, or what they're looking for.
Right.
They really jumped on this. They love Buffalo Trace and the fact that it's a $30 bottle and it's great. The Four Roses store pick sample. I've got to figure out, how do I get those guys into a Longhorn liquor so that they can buy, because I mentioned y'all and I try to push that, but for them, it's really their only option, especially on that way to their house.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're going into different stores in Vider, is what you're saying? Or,
Yes. There's
there's not obviously a Longhorn in Vider. There's one in Mauriceville, not too far down the road. But
it's on Highway 12.
Yeah, Highway 12. We're always looking at strategic areas that may be underserved. And so we'll continue to look at those so they can possibly never give up hope. What I'm trying to do with our Beaumont location or even the Lumberton location is I think liquor stores for the most part historically have been a neighborhood type thing.
I feel that too.
Whichever, I'm sure if somebody ran some sort of data and numbers, that most people go to the one that's closest to their house.
You see it all the time, even in what I do, being a bang distributor. You see it. There's areas that are very specific with what they buy and what they sell.
Yeah,
it's very, and I feel liquor stores fall in that same category.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm curious. You had the regular malted, you had the smoked malted from Acres.
Yeah,
I'm curious on where you're at.
I enjoy the flavor profile. It's got that what I would describe as a super bready note, which I love bready notes. It's why I fell in love with Irish whiskey.
Right.
And so, I'm definitely a fan. I'd love to see something, potentially at cask strength.
Okay.
To just because I think on those single malts, I think it all shines a little bit even more at cask strength. But
and JB just jumped out 5 minutes ago.
I got you.
So, but we'll definitely I'm definitely staying in contact with that guy. He's great.
Oh yeah, JB's phenomenal.
Yeah. So Clint has requested an Orange, Texas location. Now we've got people chiming in like, hey, since you are talking about it, real quick.
Locations.
Not, me and Mike are always talking, and in the future, again, if we think it makes sense, Orange County is definitely. We know that we're not serving Orange County right now. We've had several restaurants over there approach us about doing their own premise business. We've turned it down. Because we currently all we have is the Mauriceville location,
right?
And so, but it's definitely something I'm looking at. If I can pick up, some nice accounts out there, and we can already have some built-in business, and then it may be something that we look at.
Well, sure. I can tell you the guys I talk to, my coworkers. The way I explain it, the way I talk to them about whiskey and the world that I've opened up for them, I really feel like they would appreciate and love having somebody else the way your employees and you talk to me and recommend things or talk about things. That's something they're not getting right now.
Sure. Yeah, and I understand. And so to kind of, I think I got me and Roy, we got on a little tangent earlier, but like what I'm really wanting to do is like the Beaumont store, like the even the Lumberton stores, make that. We talked about how liquor stores are neighborhood, really make those more of like these destination stores where when people like, all right, I want a bottle of whiskey. There's like, they don't care if it's 5 minutes away or 15.
Because let's be honest, you're talking about the Beaumont area, and you got a lot of different neighborhoods in Beaumont. Okay?
Yes, and
you've got and
as the crow flies, we're not talking about a huge amount of distance.
No, you're not at all. Because you've got like the quote unquote West End, where you're talking about like the Major Drive, that area. You've got the North End, which you're talking about Dallin Road, that area. You've got the Lucas area, which. You've got a bunch of different areas that you can cater to a lot of different people and kind of hone your craft.
But like y'all are obviously whiskey enthusiasts.
Oh, for sure.
Y'all both live up in Silsbee. I've seen both y'all's asses at the Longhorn Liquor in Beaumont.
Yes.
No, you haven't.
Yes.
Early in the morning.
Not gonna lie.
Keith, no, he hasn't.
Waiting
Keith, I love you, buddy. Love you, buddy. Keith is my favorite Longhorn Liquor employee.
Yeah. I love Keith too.
Right here in Silsbee.
We all love Keith.
Yeah. He's a great guy.
I still love this high school, by the way, that I affectionately dubbed this the high school.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm talking about this one, by the way, just in case you're curious. So they do a single barrel and a double barrel. That is their single barrel.
That's moonshine.
There's not very much left in this.
I've got a whole nother bottle.
So that's an old. That's a quote unquote 100-year-old moonshine recipe.
All right.
It is 50% corn and 50% cane sugar.
Yes.
I'm gonna get a.
And then it is barrel aged.
Rinsed out glass for this one.
I'm 6. I got clean ones if you want a clean one. I brought multiple glasses.
God darn.
Is that waterproof, sir?
I think it's because
It's that
It's
that weird rose shaped glass,
yeah,
not
yeah.
tulip shaped.
I'm used to the Glens just getting super
Oh, he's
aggressive
so fancy
with it.
with his
No,
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 just-
we're good.
Did you see what this one says on it?
Good times.
They actually sent us 2
Yeah.
bottles, which
Oh,
we have
nice.
up in the
Yes,
cabinet.
we do.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Have you had anything
Have
good?
you had any good
Oh, yeah.
times?
Yeah.
They're
We
they
had
make some
some-
good
we had
stuff.
the-
Finished stuff or
Yeah, it's finished.
Yeah, we
This is
had
cigar
the
batch,
cigar batch
and
and,
then
the
the
Madagascar vanilla caramel.
It's the
Yeah,
longest
another.
name ever for a finished whiskey.
We need an acronym for it.
Yeah,
Yes, we do.
Exactly. But
I mean, am I saving this?
no,
it's a kill bottle.
He
I
gave us
have a
that
whole
to kill.
nother full bottle
Yeah.
in
He
the,
gave us that one to kill it. So
in the quote
do
unquote
your
functional
thing.
gentleman offices.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, that's a kill bottle.
There's not much better feelings than holding a bottle upside down
I
for
know,
several
right?
seconds to get every
To get
drop.
every last drop. I love
To
it.
respect the people that took their time to make these fine products.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
this is from Casey Jones, which
Yeah. So what's the gentleman's name? You got,
Cody Turner.
Okay,
Cody Turner.
is the
That's
COO of
When his name popped up, I was just about to, I think, board the plane.
Right.
And I was like, I think that's the name Roy told me. This
Yeah.
guy, but like, we'll get back with him. So, but
So I affectionately nicknamed this one the high school girl since
Yeah.
it's a single barrel.
so one thing I'm really, for whatever reason, geeking out is bottles. Just
Yes.
like the labels.
Right.
And how I love just how simple but clean this looks. Obviously, the signature on the front helps out, but
Yeah, he signed that one actually
Yeah.
when we got him. He signed all 9.
Yeah.
I'm really a
bottles
fan
total.
of that bottle.
I like
Yeah.
it, and he actually he told us during our little bonus interview that
Yeah.
we posted, they're actually changing the wings on. So
he's
where
gonna
his
put the
story
mash bill-
is, he's going to go full transparency, go mash bill, go a little short story. He's going to do some
Tasting notes.
generic tasting notes that kind of everybody should get.
Sure.
He doesn't want, and he said it himself. It's very subjective, so he doesn't want to narrow you down, but he wants to give everybody a little bit of a behind the scene. This is what everybody should get.
Y'all go ahead. I'm
Okay.
trying to decipher
No,
this
you're
thing.
good.
I love the fact
What have you got?
I've got the
man.
same thing that he's got. I've
Yeah,
got the
this
single
is-
barrel. The quote
It's
unquote
like has
high
a
school
note that I
girl.
don't know that I've ever smelled before.
Yeah.
So
So, and another thing you may not know too, so they actually make theirs out of a squared.
Yeah.
okay.
The
Have you
steel
ever
is
seen or
squared.
heard of anything like that? A square
Actually,
steel?
if you look right there's the whole pamphlet and stuff
Yeah,
right there
so-
on the table. I've got all kind of information.
So I'm
if I
not
can
sure.
grab one.
After talking to Roy the other day, I'm not sure if it's because I looked it up and I read. I mean, there is an article I've read in just the
Yes.
last week about a square steel.
That's what
And
they
so-
do. That's their whole.
That's their big square steel.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it's just it was interesting, and I was curious about it.
So
Obviously,
the
that's
whole
a bigger,
concept behind
that's
the
a bigger
square
version.
Well, the whole concept behind it was you could fit it in the back
Guys,
of a Model A truck.
Yeah,
That was their whole
Oh,
purpose
cool,
on
yeah.
why they made the square steel.
So,
So-
is that more of a modern made steel, or is there some history to that steel? Where
So that
it's
was
been
the
around a
original.
while?
So originally I think his name was Arlen, and Cody will probably see this at some point and probably call me out on it. So Arlen Casey Jones was a bootlegger. Mm-hmm. Did a little time. When he got out, the state of Kentucky commissioned him to make a still in one of their national parks in the Hopkinsville area. Okay? It was a square still. Years later, they called Casey's descendants, the guy who Cody's in business with, and said, hey, we have your grandfather's, and correct me if I'm wrong, we have your grandpa's old square steel. So they took that square steel, made it bigger, and now they're going to what they're going to now. But they're a super small operation out of Hopkinsville, Kentucky.
Excuse me.
They've got literally 7 different offerings. They have everything from a clear all the way to a single barrel, a double barrel, a rye, a weeded, which we have the weeded and the double barrel on the table. What you have in your glass right now is the single barrel. Mm-hmm. But I mean, like Cody literally drove. So Cody was at Whiskey Riot in Dallas on Saturday.
Yeah.
He left there and drove here on Sunday. So we had a full 7-bottle tasting literally in this studio a week ago, Sunday.
I was home last Sunday.
I didn't know if you were on vacation or not. I hated to bother you because I know you and Jamie had vacation.
Oh, look at the time. I got to get. No, I'm good.
He's like, damn you.
Sit your ass down. Enjoy whiskey with us.
Yeah,
Let
they
me
went
talk
through.
about this real quick.
Okay. The floor is yours, sir.
Come across camera.
It's fine.
I love this.
Okay.
This is you. I've had. I mean, I'm guessing thousands and thousands of different whiskeys at this point,
Thousands.
and I've never tasted anything quite like this.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of baking spices up front to me, and then it goes into like this nice little sweet toffee.
So
But
let me say before you continue, he will make it very clear that they do not call this whiskey because it is a spirit. It is made with 50% corn and 50% cane sugar.
okay, so it's kind of a hybrid between
So
a
it's-
Kind of a hybrid.
Right.
Yeah.
It's their moon.
Right.
It's their own
Sure.
moonshine recipe.
Yeah.
I just want to make it clear for everybody listening.
No,
No, for
absolutely.
sure.
Yeah, and for me.
But what I found really fun about it is that nobody's really. It's a moonshine recipe because if you've ever watched moonshiners, they dump a bag of sugar in there.
Got a kind of a little cotton candy thing going on now.
A little bit.
I like that. I didn't
Yeah.
pick that one up whenever I tried it. But
I
they're
picked up kind of a semi-sweet. I
they're-
didn't pick up quite as sweet as where Mike's
what I
going
found
with it,
interesting is they're barrel aging a true moonshine recipe.
Yeah.
So go ahead, continue.
So is True Shine is like half corn, half
but-
sugar?
Yes.
Yes.
According
Okay.
to what Cody told us, yes,
Right.
that is
I
true
just always
shine.
like.
Because-
I'm not. My knowledge base is not in historical
So-
Gotcha.
shine recipes, but
Right.
I always just assumed shine was 100% corn
Well,
whiskey.
the reason they do the sugar is because it speeds up the fermentation,
The
process
fermentation,
because
yeah.
the yeast.
You're giving the
eats-
yeast a lot to eat.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
It speeds up the yeast eating it. Whereas if you do 100% corn, it's got to break down those sugars. Whereas you add sugar to it, it just starts munching away quickly.
Yeah.
So the faster you can make it, the better off you are.
Really?
Well, in the illegal
Yeah.
sense of it, yes.
Illegal, yeah.
Now, whenever you're making it
Hey,
legally, no, yeah, you let it do its thing.
I like the fact that
Tickle
it's a,
said it best, man. It's only illegal if you get caught.
right.
That's right.
I like the fact that it's a completely different mash bill than I've ever had.
Right.
You know, so I do appreciate that. But beyond all that, this tastes really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really enjoyable.
Okay.
Drinks us a tad bit hotter than the 104.5 proof to me.
Okay.
Right.
But I mean, I blew my palate out at 10 o'clock this morning. So who knows what the fuck I'm tasting?
Yeah, who knows?
Well, we've got more because this is what I affectionately nicknamed the high school girl.
Yeah. Okay.
Which we just killed.
Yeah.
There's also a college girl on the table, which is a
Oh,
double barrel.
let's kill her too.
Yeah.
Kill her too.
This suddenly turned into an episode of I Know What You Did Last
Yeah.
Summer, and then the sequel to I Know What You Did Last Summer.
I still know what you did last
I
summer.
still know what you
Yes.
did. And now
I'm going to be completely honest and forewarn y'all.
Okay.
I was in such a hurry to get over here
why?
that I have not had a cigarette in quite a while. So in a minute, I'm going to go.
No, you're. I mean, we've.
It's like,
Dang it! I started working on a commercial break and I didn't finish it.
No,
I had
y'all
It's
keep
fine.
doing your
No,
thing. I
but-
just need like,
No, you're good.
you know, when you smoke and then you don't for 6 or 7 hours.
Yeah, you
in a
kind of
row.
get that.
Yeah,
I
like-
get you.
Hey, you got a welcome back.
Yep. Eric. Hey, look
We
at
always
that.
love having him on
Eric.
the show.
I'm glad. Yeah, he helped
Ooh.
hold things down while I was gone.
Quick
so,
question.
Yeah.
You've had the Brandon BMF 3.0 finished in honey, correct?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I messaged him on my way home, and I was like, "Hey, bud, I finally got an opportunity. I apologize. Can I swing by and grab mine? But I gotta run. Like it's got to be a grab and go." And he's like, "Man, I'm sorry. He was out to eat.
Yeah.
So not tonight. We're gonna have to reschedule. Okay, fine. But I'm really excited to get my bottle. But you've tasted it.
He actually owes me one more. And so I'll run by, like, if you want me to grab yours, and then
Yeah,
we
I
can
mean-
meet up. It's so if anybody listening that doesn't know, like, one of my very first true love affairs, as far as like this may be the best whiskey I ever had, was a Balcony single malt finished in a honey barrel. that was actually released from Balcones.
Right.
Through it was a Christopher Hart pick, Whiskey Pete or whatever,
Gotcha.
I think, or maybe it was just an HBS pick. Had a cool little sticker on it with the skull oozing, like made out of honeycomb.
Oh,
with
that's pretty
oozing
cool.
honey,
Okay.
which
I
y'all
got
seen
you.
it. I brought it to you.
Yeah, that's
We've
right.
Had
We
it
have
on the
seen
show
it, yeah.
before.
That was the first time he was here. Yeah.
You know,
If you think
hold
far
on,
enough
real
back-
quick, I'm so like happy that you had that like oh shit moment because like as the older I get, like I can't remember like some stupid thing. And I'm like, man, like have I drank
you?
too much or like
Did
am I
you?
getting Alzheimer's? But like you're quite a bit younger than me, and you forgot that. So
He's
I'm like,
considerably younger.
yeah,
He's younger than I am.
yeah.
Hey.
So I don't know if that's good for me or bad
I don't know.
for you.
I'm really
but
not
you
sure
take
at
it
this
as you
point.
want.
I'm just gonna blame it on you.
Yeah.
Because of the stuff that you bring. I'm just blaming it.
So I'll
Anyways.
speed the story up.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Love that bottle. 122 proof. Finished the honey. Not super sweet. A lot of the floral notes. Just I think a very unique product
I got
that
you.
I just fell in love with. Obviously, a lot of other people did too. But we tried recreating that beast.
Right.
Okay. So our last single malt pick with Balcones, the Madeira finished 129.6 proof.
Yes.
I think in that neighborhood. We bought 26 bottles of that, and we dumped it in a 5-gallon barrel that held. Brandon's brother raises bees and has natural source of honey, and so we took that honey, we aged it in the barrel for a while, took the honey back out, and then threw 26 bottles of Balcones single malt whiskey in there, and so we're getting a finished product. I've already tried it. Obviously, you're going to be trying it fairly soon, but it's absolutely delicious. It's
I'm
really,
excited. I really am excited.
yeah.
Like,
We
it was.
didn't, and Balcones, to be completely like they said, and again last Friday we brought that up. Brandon was with me at Balcones. They will never do that again. They refuse to ever do it again. It was one of the biggest mistakes they ever made. Just because of the trying to filter all that.
Well, yeah, because
back
it
out.
almost wrecked their equipment. Let's
Yes.
be honest. We've talked about that before.
Yeah.
It almost wrecked their equipment, like to the point to where they were like, "Hey, we may have to buy new equipment from this little experiment."
Yeah, so you don't. There's no sophisticated type of filtering on this bottle.
Right.
When you pour it in a glass, if there's a decent amount, you're going to see some cloudiness.
Gotcha.
But it's just something unique. That's all we're trying to do is take something that we know is a great base with Balcones single
Oh, for
malt.
sure, yeah.
And do something a little different with it. And I know Brandon's probably getting stressed out because he's been hit up for so many bottles that aren't available.
Yeah,
you
I
know,
tried
like-
to get into some kind of auction
The
thing.
drawing,
yeah,
yeah.
the drawing. I
Yeah.
tried to get into that. So
And so
Well, and Brandon reached out to me very early on because we talked at the Lumberton release of all
Right.
of this about, and I told him, look, anything you need, if I can help buy,
for sure,
pitch
yeah.
in on the case, or
Yeah,
you know,
right.
let me talk to Mike, whatever I got to do.
Man,
he was
it's
like,
just-
dude, you don't even understand. Like me and Mike go way back, and
Yeah.
he's already hooked me up. I was like, oh, well, I didn't realize I'm still kind of new to
Yeah.
y'all's whole thing.
Right.
So.
And it's real-
But he reached out to me very early on, and
Yeah.
he was like, "Hey, look, if you want in on it, just let me know." Blah blah. And I was like, "Oh yeah, count me in quickly."
Right.
So I've
And
got
really, this
I've got
was-
a bottle that's reserved for me.
And you said BMF 3.0. I mean, this is a sequel to
Yes.
an initial bottle that was really Clint's brainchild.
Right. Yeah.
You know, doing the
Well,
initial BMF
And
1.0.
from what I understand, we're about to have another. Because
he's
Clint has
yeah.
did this whole wild turkey thing, and we joke with Clint all the time
I
about
can't keep up with Clint.
his turkey love.
I love
the fact
but
that he's into
I mean,
turkey.
I'm excited about what he's going to do with that too. But yeah, I mean, what they're doing, and for everybody tuning in, if you don't know, SETX Bourbon
Scene 2.0.
Scene 2.0
Yes.
is what we're talking about.
Yes, we are.
It's a Beaumont, Southeast Texas bourbon club. And they do basically at this
Is
point
Eric
almost an
cast-
annual
Is Eric
release,
casting shade right now?
or just whenever,
Yeah,
basically.
I think this. I mean, there's really no plan
And they're
on
reusing,
this.
so
It's-
they're reusing barrels. So
Yeah.
the original barrel, I think, got donated to
Yeah.
them from somewhere. I don't remember.
Right.
So they finished one in that, and then they moved on to the 2.0, which we tried at Whiskey Fest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Delicious. And
2.0 was
now
no,
they've
let's be
aged-
honest, it was delicious.
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 Delicious. And now they've aged Honey from Brandon's brother
I graduated
in that one.
I graduated to college, by the way.
Yeah.
And now, so they finished the single malt Balcones store pick in
Yeah.
that one. So the evolution of it is really cool.
Man, those guys, like, again, I harp on this all the time. The same way I came across you two fine gentlemen is like whiskey brings people together.
It does.
Clint literally
Yes.
lives. I mean, as a crow flies, I can walk 200 yards from my house to his house.
Really?
Be there. Yeah.
And we've been like that for 6 or 7 years ever since I moved in that neighborhood, and
Right.
we've just recently become, in the last year and a half,
Right.
friends that we're hanging out. Same with Brandon. Like, I didn't know that. Didn't know who the hell that guy was
Right.
till I
And
got
you
into
talk about,
whiskey.
friends of the show, Luke Hobbs. I think
Yeah,
he says his name,
yeah.
Hobbs.
Luke Cobb.
Yeah, Luke Hobbs.
Cobb. Yeah. So yeah, Luke went with me to Kentucky this year. He's a very unique type of whiskey drinker / collector. He doesn't really collect. He does have a shitload of bottles, but I can promise you every single one's open, and he's willing to share it with anybody.
But that's the biggest thing is that they're all open.
Right.
Yeah,
For sure. That's the biggest thing.
and these guys, like when you go to Clint's house and we get together and have a bottle share, he's so gracious.
Hell,
and-
we've had offers from Clint to do a show from Clint's house.
Oh,
which we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to
Yeah,
figure that out
he's-
at some point.
his shop's bigger than the guys making whiskey at Lone Elm.
I love it.
too
His
funny.
shop's bigger.
But I mean, that's the really cool thing is I can't tell you how many comments we've had. Y'all need to come over,
Yes.
share a glass with us. Y'all bring something. We'll share something they all haven't had on the show. Blah blah blah. I mean, whenever I first started talking about Balmorea on the show, or even whenever we started talking about Cowboy and all, just come over. I got a bottle. Let's try. Let's do it. Let's do it. The hospitality and the love and the all of it is just so cool.
You good?
Man, I really like that.
You look a little puzzled.
Well, that's the single barrel.
I got more vanilla
Well,
on that one.
I'm curious of how you feel about College. That's the double barrel.
Yeah.
Same company, Casey Jones.
Okay.
That's their double barrel.
All right.
So,
Let's
yeah.
go. I don't feel like I need to rinse out the glass for that one.
No, I don't feel like you do
same
neither.
mash bill.
Same. Yeah, I'm sure it's the same mash bill. And Bucky can even get in on the double if he needs to.
Yeah, I'm
We've got-
It's for my boy Bucky.
It's for you're my boy, Blue.
You my boy Bucky.
You're my boy, Blue.
Love it. By the way, remind me before you leave. I have a case of that for you in my truck.
Oh my gosh. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy.
You are very worthy, sir. You're very worthy. Very,
Yeah.
very worthy. Are you building a commercial right now while we're talking?
I would never do such
I
things.
love the fact that you're on the fly. So, like I said, this is their double barrel offering. Same mash bill, just double barreled. Not real sure on how they double barrel it, but
I'm not sure my wife was happy that I got off a plane and came straight to y'all.
I know I feel like we owe
So,
Jamie like an apology
yeah.
and dinner, maybe flowers. I don't know. I feel like
No,
I
fuck
feel like
flowers. They just die.
oh god.
We don't do flower. We don't do shit like that. No, she knows how much I love you guys and how
No.
much I love whiskey. And
That was the
we
first
love
thing
the
I
fact-
asked
yeah.
Roy.
you know,
was,
I actually had this
why
conversation.
is he coming?
I had a conversation yesterday with Luke. We were sitting at a brewery, and it's like, it's funny how, people always talk about keeping your work separated from your personal
Right.
life, and that's like this key or whatever.
Right.
My personal life and work have become so intertwined
Oh, for sure.
at
Yeah.
this point that I can't separate really much
No,
of it.
because I mean, you and I text
Yeah.
pretty regular. I mean,
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
Like, we're sitting here right now doing one of my most favorite things in the world, which is talking and running my fucking mouth. And we're drinking whiskey, but at the same time, I'm trying
Sounds
to.
amazing.
Yeah. What's up?
That was your wife, by the way. She said that-
Can we real quick, because you've talked about him.
Okay.
JB from Acre Distilling, their master distiller, just said, FYI, Lone Elm rocks.
Oh, I'm sure they
And
do.
that's the
Yeah.
love of the whiskey community.
Yeah.
That's a master distiller for Acre Distilling saying,
Talking about another distiller.
look
yeah.
at these guys. They're
Well,
awesome.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
even like Cody. When we had Cody in here talking about balcones and stuff like that,
Yeah.
Cody's like, yeah, dude, I
Yeah.
love what they do.
Yeah, I think everybody's to be respected for what they're doing and they're trying to bring. And there's a market for a lot of different things out there.
There's a market literally for everybody.
I do think that people, if it doesn't fit in their wheelhouse, they like to, but of course that's the internet nowadays. I mean, we see that in all aspects of life, a lot of negativity in the comments and stuff like that.
Right.
But it is what it is. I think anybody that's trying to do something unique and bring something, hopefully they find a market for that. And,
For sure, yeah.
Whatever I can do to help them achieve that within, reason, I'll do, So I love whiskey. I want to taste as much different whiskey as I possibly can.
For sure.
And
So let's do this. You've got this little gem sitting on the table.
Yeah, I'm
A
working
little bit
my
of a
way.
tease for everybody. This is an Old Forester, and we're going to try it first here. He's got to leave a little bit for other
Oh, of
people
course,
with
yeah.
long liquor,
Yeah.
whatever. I mean,
Oh, for sure.
like, they mean something.
I mean, let's be honest. Mike Williams kind of.
I mean,
Yeah.
come-
Mike Williams trumps us.
Who's more important, Mike Williams or the functional gentleman?
this is Mike Williams whiskey, not mine.
If you're okay with it,
Yeah.
let's
I'm
take
good
a
with
short
it. Yeah,
break.
'cause-
We'll come back. We'll try this. We'll talk a little bit more,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
we'll get you the heck out of here because I know you're probably a little tired. Your
Do I
wife
seem tired to
your-
you?
No,
No.
not at all. Your wife probably wants you home though.
Yeah, sure.
She
I'll wake you up, baby.
Brown chicken, brown cow.
So if everybody's cool with it, if y'all want to take a short break,
Yeah, because I'm not gonna lie, I got to break the stick, and that normally doesn't happen
Yeah.
on this show. So
Yeah.
when
So-
I got to break the stick, we're doing something pretty
Hey,
good.
so y'all don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
don't go nowhere.
For
We'll
sure,
be right
we'll
back.
be right
Yeah.
back.
Look at there.
That's been fun.
We ain't done yet.
Nah.
We just
Are we still up?
Yeah.
Oh, the mics are hot.
well, they're not off, but I mean,
Oh. Okay.
good.
Yeah, let's make sure I didn't get looped up.
JB, if you're still in here, you rock. Acre Distilling rocks. Y'all, you've been awesome. I don't know if you can hear me or not. I just turned off the camera, but y'all guys have been awesome.
Yeah.
I broke my straw.
Uh-oh.
I broke my pink straw.
Oh, it's just a pink straw. It's not a big deal.
All right. Let me know when everybody's ready, and we can go back.
I'll refill this while we're.
Will you grab me a white one since you're
I can
standing
grab
there?
you whatever you want. You need another
Yeah, I'll
green?
take another grain.
Y'all keep in mind, I think the mics are hot.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Don't say nothing you wouldn't say.
It's called B-roll, bro.
That's right. We're
That's how
coming,
we roll.
coming
Yeah.
back in.
Yeah, we're coming back.
Everybody broke the
if,
stick.
Coming in hot, you heard me?
if you hung around,
Yeah, y'all keep hanging around.
Fuck around.
We about to do it.
yeah.
Look, I think we got more viewers in a commercial break than we've had all night.
Word got out.
Yeah, I'm just talking
Yeah,
shit.
word got out. Mike Wright's
Hey,
on set.
Mike Wright's on set.
Mike Wright's on set.
It's kind of like those people that go live on TikTok, and you have to show your
That's the
Buffalo
track.
Trace stuff
That's the
so that all the
track.
taters get in there and you get more views.
Oh, yeah.
We gotta turn that temp down on that damn cooler.
Is it icy?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Did
dude.
you grab
see
me
that?
one?
I'm working on mine right
Oh.
now.
All
Yeah,
right,
I
fine.
can grab you one. That's fine. You said white, right?
Yeah.
Can I just love Liquid Death.
Fuck, no wonder.
Hashtag liquid
It's
death.
5 out of 7.
Oh.
That's why it's the way it is. I gotta adjust that.
I'd be okay with them sponsoring our show.
Don't tell me with a good time, homie.
I dropped a can. It's fine.
It's fine. We got track.
Everything's fine.
Yep.
It's fine. All right. Are we ready to go back?
We're-
Camera view?
Sure.
Hold up.
Why not?
1, 2. Yeah.
Mike and I both.
It's not. It doesn't work that way, guys.
Oh.
You got to give me a second to click the button.
Action.
Hey,
We're back.
And action.
I flipped the hat around since John's not here and John says he can't see my eyes.
JB, you've said you're going, like you're done, like
That's what
5
I thought he
times.
said. I know,
Hey, you
right?
guys rock. Have a great week. JB, I'm glad you're still with us.
Yeah.
Undivided
You
attention
rock.
in the Kentucky bourbon I'm drinking.
What?
Aye.
What are you? I'm curious of what you're drinking. So
I'm curious too, being as he said Kentucky bourbon, because that
I'm-
covers lots of
you
territory.
might as well just fill us in. We won't hold it against you,
No.
master distiller for a certain distillery in Texas.
Which we have their bottle on the table. Bottles on the table, rather.
But
Well, what'd you pour?
So
Why did you pour
So
something?
I
man?
have. Oh yeah. Let me hang on a second.
dang, dude, we're trying to do things here.
It ain't hard to do.
I'll show you a wheelhouse,
Let me
buddy.
get a quick. I have no wheelhouse.
No,
Just
that's
like
what
a-
JB said.
oh.
You're in my wheelhouse. I'm just glad JB tuned in tonight and Mike showed up because
Oh, no,
I think
that's-
that's awesome, and I really like. Honestly, Acre Distilling and what they're doing. That's something I would love to see in a Longhorn liquor store, and like that's no pressure. That's no nothing. You know.
No.
I mean,
no.
but as many Texas whiskey selections as y'all have already, and the way you talk about Andalusia and Balcones.
They're the
And,
whiskey capital of Texas. I don't know if you know that, but I have a
Hey,
hat that says that.
speaking of which, where did that come from? Like, was that just why whiskey capital of Texas?
That's Dennis, man. He's
Is it?
yeah.
I love the fact that he said that's Dennis, because Dennis, I feel, never gets enough love out of all
Oh, Dennis is. So for y'all that don't know, Dennis is Mike's dad. A lot of people that go to Longhorn that are frequent customers,
Yep.
they know Mike Williams.
Right.
this. Yes.
He's
Yeah, Mike and I actually had a fun interaction. I walked into Beaumont and I saw Mike Williams, and I was like, "Hey, I almost didn't recognize you without your boots." And he goes, "You changed your hat. I almost didn't recognize you because I had a different hat.
Yeah.
on. I had the all black with the green logo, all that jazz on it."
But Dennis, Mike's dad, is an amazing individual. I can't say enough good things about that guy. Like the opportunity that him and Mike both gave me, but the trust that they bestowed upon me, and so yeah.
Making has an A in it, by the way, just because you're curious.
Oh, I did the A in the wrong
I
spot.
see that.
Please continue.
Yeah, but yeah, Dennis, he does a lot. Obviously, I mean, this was him and Mike started this 10 years ago.
Talk about that. I feel that doesn't get enough love.
Yeah.
10 years?
Yeah, 10 years.
That's
wild. And they'll both tell you, like, it was, at the beginning, rocky times and trying to get something like that off the ground and to be where we're at now.
Seriously,
I love the fact that they've been around 10 years, number one, but number two, I love the fact that they made it through a pandemic. I mean, let's talk about that for a
Well, that was easier than it sounds because,
I'm sure,
liquor stores were made essential businesses, and so people couldn't go out and drink at a bar anymore. And
I mean, the kind of along that same line, if you look at whiskey over the years, like 2019, 2020, 2021, it really blew up.
Mm-hmm. That was a whole
that's when
boom. It wasn't a renaissance. That was a straight up boom.
People fell in love with it all over again.
Yes, they did.
The whole bourbon TikTok, whiskey talk. Social media really embraced whiskey.
There's 2 bottles on the table. Prime example. And I benefited from the whole whiskey TikTok thing.
So you're talking about a lot that did kind of coincide with the pandemic, and a lot of people were at home.
Right.
And had more time on their hands.
Yes, they did.
And the way I kind of educated myself and came into the whiskey game was through a love of YouTube content. And there's obviously a ton of content out there for people that want to search it out. And so, it's I don't know. It's just the way that I learned, and there's so much stuff out there. And so anybody that is out there looking to further educate themselves, and guys like you that come along that are reaching a certain audience and really putting y'all's passion out there on display, and I think it's endearing. And I always I'm always transparent with everything. We talk about Acre Distilling and getting their whiskey in the store. We're open to anything that makes the right sense for us.
For sure, yeah.
The whiskey capital of Texas, kind of bringing this full circle.
Yeah.
That was Dennis's idea. That's trademarked.
I love it.
Is it really?
Yeah,
that's
that is trademarked.
Very nice.
That's fantastic.
And Dennis he's just a very smart entrepreneur type businessman. He's worked for himself most of his life.
I need to meet. I've never
truly
met Dennis, and I feel I need to do that.
He's a very unique individual, and y'all both need to meet that guy.
For sure.
The one thing I can say about him and Mike is there's not two more genuine people that I know. Like, they're very transparent about the way they think and the way they do business, and they, the fact that they leaned into the whiskey obviously helped me in the career that I've been able to build with Longhorn.
Not just that, dude. Talk about Mike Williams in general. Mike was so open with us when we did the whole pre-show from Whiskey Fest.
Yeah.
You don't see that in the industry. I mean, let's be honest. You don't see that at all in the industry.
Because let's face it, y'all have a ton of locations. Y'all reach from the Golden Triangle all the way out to, like I said, Katy and Mont Belvieu and all that. Let's be honest. Somebody like Mike could look at me and Roy and be like, "Yep, thanks, guys," and go about his business. Not once ever has he been like that.
No.
When we went to the Dallin location release, or whenever I did,
you and Ryan did.
That guy was working behind. He was working the register that day.
Yeah,
and I got a chance to kind of interact shortly because it was so busy, and we just interacted shortly.
Right.
But being out at Whiskey Fest was a completely different experience. Like we talked, we interacted, and there was never a sense of, this guy owns a ton of liquor stores that are doing really well. Like that, Longhorn Liquor is a well-known name.
Right.
I bring it up to certain people in the whiskey industry that I've gotten a chance to talk to, and they're like, "Yeah, we know those guys."
Well, we know who they are.
So I mean, he could very well be like, "Yep, thanks, I'm out. Don't talk to me anymore."
But he's not that guy.
But he's never been that way. He's always.
Not just that. I mean, let's
give me.
You want to pull back the curtain a little bit. Literally, when we were at Whiskey Fest, what was the one thing he asked us? He looked at us like, "Hey, do you guys have what you need?"
Right.
And I mean, let's be honest, in the grand scheme of things, we're still kind of small time.
Right.
I mean, I know we're growing.
We were nobody we were nobody there.
Right.
We weren't Brown Foreman or whatever.
No.
But
what Mike knows is at one time, him and Dennis were small time.
yeah.
They came from that same
I love the fact.
grassroots,
Yes.
During Whiskey Fest, like in the heart of it, tons of people around. I ran into him at one point coming back to our group, and he stopped me. He was like, hey, real quick, what do you think? How's it going?
Yeah.
Like, that means a lot.
Yeah,
like,
for him to ask,
whether it's me or Joe Blow walking by, for him to stop somebody and say that means he cares.
No, and I think that goes to speak about how many hours and how much time we put into that event and how much we were genuinely concerned about it being the success that it luckily turned out to be.
Oh, it was a huge success.
Yeah.
And I saw the final number. You guys literally $313,000 to
How
cure rare
crazy
disease.
is that?
That's bizarre.
Dude.
Is that
Beyond bizarre.
like I'm talking to people in Kentucky this week at some like that know what we did down here.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like
Yeah, that's when I feel it comes full
It's
circle.
Beaumont.
When you're talking
Beaumont,
about
Texas.
when you're
Yeah.
talking about little old Beaumont, Texas has a population of 125,000.
Yeah.
And then you get to like the Lexingtons and that area, the
Yeah.
Louisville, Kentucky's that has like a ton of people in it, and they know what you're doing here, being that far away. That says a lot about what you guys are doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was their vision. Luckily, I came along, I feel, at the right time in my life and the right time in their business where it was a great fit for both of us.
Yes. By far, Clint's 100% accurate. It was a great event, and I am so excited to see what year 2 looks like.
Yeah, we are too, and we're very patient in the way we want to grow this event. You know, we want to keep it kind of this grassroots type of thing. We're not getting the big head and
and I love the fact that y'all want to stay quote unquote in your grassroots.
This is a Southeast Texas event, and it's something where I think the Beaumont market has not been realized how strong it is as a whiskey market.
It's a good market,
and I think we proved that with Whiskey Fest. That was the proof, and now so all the vendors that were there, all the distilleries that were represented, they know that concept's been proven.
I'm not gonna lie, and you can ask this man right here. Cody and I had this conversation in the studio. Cody wants to be a part of what y'all doing.
Yeah.
With Casey Jones.
Yeah,
like God's honest truth. He's like, hey, if it's any kind of whiskey fest whatsoever, I'm down.
And to me, and I think we've spoke about this on the podcast before when we did the pre-show and the post-show. To me, it's really those types of guys that really can benefit the most.
Oh, for sure.
You know, we have Diageo there, we have Old Forester there, we have High West, we have these companies that everybody already knows that product. But for somebody like Casey Jones or Acre Distilling or like that, they don't have that broad
William
access
Price. William Price is a really great example.
William Price.
Good example.
Forgive me, I cannot remember the guy's name. I have his business. Brian.
Yes.
Brian was out there. I legitimately sat and talked to that dude for way longer than I probably stood at anybody's
Well, not
booth.
just that. Let's talk about the fact that your wife is historically not a coffee
not a coffee
person,
fan, and she enjoyed the shit out of their
coffee
liqueur. But I sat and I talked to that guy. He's one of the owners. Great conversationalist, extremely personable. Invited us out, like gave me his card, wanted to do more. But that just goes to show, like, if you sit and you really talk to these people,
and to me,
they're great.
That was the best thing that I loved about the event is the fact you had, like, Megan with Laws, prime example.
Yes.
Tina with Maker's Mark.
Well, let me make an announcement.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, this, I don't want you to get, I know.
Every time he says, let me
no,
make
this
an
is just,
announcement.
you brought up Megan.
Okay.
Love her.
Yes.
Love Logan.
So, real quick before you make the announcement. Didn't realize it, but apparently she coaxed me into, and I don't remember, she coaxed me into my information that night. I just received a package from Law's Whiskey House for their Gargoyle Society. I got their challenge coin. I got this awesome personalized letter.
Yeah.
I wish I'd have got one of those.
Like, I was like,
challenge coins. That's my big thing.
Because even Dana was like, did did you like sign up? What happened? I was
It's like, I don't know.
I didn't.
I scanned the QR code and that was
we
it.
were talking. She knew who we were. She knew obviously y'all,
Yeah.
but I was like, no, I don't remember signing up for any of this. But apparently they got my address and my name because now all of a sudden I'm in their gargoyle
I
society.
need to piggyback
and,
off of that, by the way.
yeah, for sure.
So
but I
I'm
mean, like, how cool is that? Like, she
Yeah.
remembered who we were, and I
Yeah.
got this package in the mail that I never expected.
So we
So go
talk.
ahead.
We
Sorry.
Well,
talk with.
not just that.
Sorry.
I
No,
cut
no,
you
go
off.
ahead.
The lady, and I forget her name. The lady from Bardstown.
Maggie.
Maggie,
Yes, Maggie.
how cool was she?
Oh my
Yeah.
God, she was
But-
like, "I'll get
Don't-
back to you.
yeah.
Don't move."
She made sure
Don't-
everybody
Literally,
left.
She's like, "You two."
She
stay."
made sure everybody
Yeah.
left the booth, and because I had asked about Origins,
Yes.
and she was like, "Y'all don't go nowhere."
Yeah. Yeah.
And whenever everybody left, she pulled one out, and she was like, "You're one of the first ones to taste it in
I
South
feel like
Texas."
she
And I was
literally
like,
almost did the hand sign from. You ever seen the Replacements where he does
Yes,
hawk, stay? I feel she
exactly.
did in a roundabout way.
But go because laws
so-
are great.
Yes.
And
I just-
she was awesome.
How much reverence y'all talk about Megan with? Megan will be in Beaumont, Texas in 11 days, March 21st. We are doing a private dinner with her. Private.
Is it okay.
Anybody's what? There is a ticket price involved
Okay,
with this.
obviously.
So is
But-
this like one of those Caraba things?
Yeah,
that y'all-
so
Okay.
this is at Carrabba's.
Got
yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Megan's coming. We're highlighting laws. The menu is absolutely ridiculous. Anybody that has not been to these Carrabba dinners, they blow it.
I need to get out there.
What
talked
they're
about it
doing
before.
food wise is worth the price of admission
Yeah.
alone. But to get Megan down here and talking about Laws whiskey, we're going to be pouring 3 different neat pours of various Laws whiskey house bottles, and then we will have a featured cocktail that night, also made with Laws.
Nice.
And so
So that was when?
that's March 21st.
Yeah, put that in your calendar.
Anybody that is interested, please just call Carrabba's in Beaumont. I don't have that number handy, but
I'm sure we can tag it in the comments somewhere.
and you can just make reservations over the phone for the dinner. You can take care of everything that night when you
April
get there.
24th.
No,
March 24th.
March
21st.
21st.
Where are we? What are we doing?
I don't know.
March 21st.
Can you
Let
con-
me steer y'all back. March
Take it
21st.
back. March 21st.
Yeah.
Let me bring you guys.
Time out, guys. Slow down.
Yeah.
What are the chances you can convince her to stay in town until March 24th?
Hey, I always text.
Right?
Yeah.
Because that's Friday,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
and I'd love to have her on the show.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm right there with you, dude.
Yeah.
But that was
We're getting so much love on that Sauternes.
Oh my gosh!
Experimental
Yes.
cask.
I love what everybody else is doing.
A lot
I'm
of
not
like
gonna lie
what
to
we've
you.
talked about tonight with the different Texas distilleries.
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing something that's honest and genuine. They're growing all the grain there in
Yes.
Colorado, right outside of Denver. They're using, from what I understand, like snow runoff, pretty much.
Hey,
you know,
talking about Colorado. I don't know if
Yeah,
you,
10th Mountain.
I don't know if you've tried that or not.
No,
but
I'm glad that I walked in. That was the first bottle I actually saw. I was like,
Okay.
oh, okay, yeah. So, but yeah,
You don't say.
I love Texas whiskey, but right now, outside of the Texas whiskey, I think Colorado.
the Colorado
is
market
really-
we've talked about
Yeah.
numerous times because you've got Vapor Distilling with Ryan and those guys.
Yeah.
You've got 10th Mountain that are
Breckenridge.
doing some good stuff. Breckenridge, their
Yeah.
Bloody Pass.
291.
Oh, yeah,
Stranahan's.
Stranahan's, yes.
291.
Yeah,
I mean,
291.
291.
and Stranahan's Laws.
Yes, Stranahan's Laws, the whole night. Yes.
And I brought it up. I'm currently in the process, and I've released quite a few videos. I'm doing this whole mix shit up blended whiskey thing.
Oh, yeah.
And I brought it up to Roy a couple weeks ago. That one of the ones that I really want to do, and
Texarado?
I'm doing I want to do a Texarado.
Okay.
Because I love Texas whiskey, and we all
Yes.
know that.
Yeah.
We all talk about it.
Yeah.
And recently, I've gotten into this whole Colorado thing, and they're just doing so many great things. The oddball that 291 is.
Yeah.
So you want some breaking news?
Breckenridge, the 10th Mountain.
This right here,
Yeah.
Brian from 10th Mountain sent me their rye
Yeah.
and their Colorado Clear.
What?
I have it in the office.
What?
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 Colorado Clear?
Colorado
Colorado
Clear.
Clear. Yeah.
And it literally comes in a mason jar, by the way. It's legit as all shit.
I'd like to. Oh yeah, I don't know that I can talk about this, but I got to try a new make at Balcony. A brand new product come from them. Brand new.
Brand new?
Off the still, 160 proof. Fantastic. I can't because I don't know that I can say.
You've said enough, sir.
Yeah.
You've said enough.
When you said 160, first
Well,
off,
that's
first
that's
off,
max.
steel.
That's max.
That's max barrel entry. Yeah, and
whiskey can come off a
that
steel,
come
right?
off the steel. It has to be put in the barrel, 125.
Right.
So
But
yeah,
still,
that will be proof down.
Hey, that's high proof, gang.
But
yeah.
what blew me away last year was actually the first time I got to actually taste clear coming off the still at Balcones. And I don't know
Where
if
is
y'all were the
Sunray
same way
at?
that I always was under this impression that a lot of the flavor came from the barrel.
Gotcha.
You know, and the longer it's aged, the more the barrel imparts
Right.
that flavor, blah,
Yeah.
blah, you know, and that's why they do the finished stuff. There is so much damn flavor in Balcones whiskey straight off the still.
Oh, I'm sure there
It
is,
just
yeah.
blows my mind.
It's funny you mentioned straight off the wheel. So I'll do another breaking news. So Tommy Townsend with Granddad Mims out of Georgia sent me a shit ton of moonshine. One of theirs is called a Mule Kicker.
Okay.
It comes in at 140 proof.
Okay. Do we have that?
I have it in I have it in the offices right now.
I mean, why are we leaving that stuff in there?
Because it was super. Like he sent me this little bitty bottle, and
I only
it's
need a
super.
sip.
What?
Roy,
Hey,
140 proof.
you've got Colorado
Lord.
Clear and you've got some 140
I'll
proof.
be back in a second.
BRB
Oh, all
it.
I'll be
right.
back in a second. We're bringing it.
That wasn't too high pressure on my part, huh?
Nah, you're good, buddy.
Roy, get your ass out there.
What are you doing? Okay, so JB said all our grain is grown in Sunray, Texas.
Sunray, Texas. That is interesting. Okay. Yeah,
But
I want to learn more about them.
yeah, no, and definitely. But
Yeah.
kind of talking about that Colorado whiskey thing.
I don't want. I think maybe there's already a way for me to be able to get their whiskey. I'm not.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm looking into that.
We'll talk about it.
Me and JB need to get together.
We've got JB's
Yeah.
number.
Like, yeah.
Maybe we can all get together.
Yeah. So.
And apparently he's making a trip down here to be on the show at some point. So
Yeah.
maybe you just happen to run into him. Not like you don't know where
That
we
would
are.
be very
so
chance
weird,
meeting.
huh? That was
Yeah, that'd be
so
weird.
weird.
Yeah. Two whiskey geeks hanging out together.
Right, who'd have thunk it? So last time you were on the show, I think it was the last time you were on the show, I talked a lot about Pursuit United. And suddenly, like a day later, I happened to get a picture from yours truly.
Yeah.
It's on the shelf.
Yeah. It's
Have
on
you
the
had
shelf.
a chance to try it? And
I have not. Not yet. I've been,
and what kind of like how did y'all decide to go ahead and
so
carry
I'll be
that?
honest with you. That was a Mike thing. Mike
Really?
Williams. Yeah. I was completely. You're talking to me about it, and it's showing up on the shelf. We're not related.
It would be okay if it was.
Yeah,
I
well-
told you I would sling it if I needed to.
Well, I think it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Like, it's not just me that's
Right,
leaning
no,
into whiskey.
clearly.
Like, they included me on what they already had going.
Yeah.
Like, he's always looking for new and unique stuff. I mean, we want to beat our competitors to the shelves with anything that we can. And if it's got Pursuit United was one that I knew about even before I came to work with Longhorn. I mean, I listened to and I can't think
Bourbon
of the
Pursuit.
podcast. Yeah, Bourbon Pursuit. The podcast was one of the first podcasts I kind of came
And
across.
for me, it was the same. I had and it was really cool because during their podcast they say you can reach out to us at this email.
Yeah.
And I did because they brought something up on the show and I was like, hey, this would be really cool.
Yeah.
You know, what is your thought? I said something along the lines of what's a more prestigious title, master distiller or owner, CEO of said distillery.
Yeah.
And he was like, actually, that's a really good topic. I'd like to bring that up on a future bourbon roundtable. And we had a little bit of a short conversation after that. And I said, you know, I've started listening to y'all very early on. I just happened to stumble across y'all. And, you know, it's I was like, honestly, and I gave him our tag, and I was like, the Functional Gentleman, if we ever could get to even half of what y'all are as a bourbon whiskey podcast, that would be amazing.
Sure.
Like, that's our aspirations. And he was
Yeah.
like, dude, all you do is just keep working at it. You just keep doing your
Yeah.
thing. And something like that for somebody that big, for me at least, and maybe in the whiskey world he's that big, for him to just take the time to email and be that person, like, that's really cool for me.
No, absolutely. Because,
He's got no reason to email me.
well, and we start listening to these influencers, and we're like, you know, I really don't even realize how big their outreach is.
Right,
But,
they're
I mean,
larger than life at that
yeah,
point.
like, and so immediately when I met you guys, it was like, I come from that kind of same as you know, kind of consuming this content. We've talked about this, I believe, before, that YouTube is this platform where, although I don't always agree with some of their censoring and stuff like that,
Yeah, I don't agree with it.
it's a place where you can go and really get educated on not just whiskey, but anything that you're passionate about.
Yeah.
And so I'm super interested in what Roy just brought in.
Oh, I brought in a lot.
But before we
Yes,
get there,
let's do this. Let's try at least a small sampling of that. I don't want to take all of it away from Mike Williams. obviously, 'cause-
I want to give him a taste, and,
Oh, for
and
sure,
whoever he
yeah.
may want to share it with. I'm really excited about this one. Obviously, we don't have the previous iterations
Right.
to blind it next to,
Gotcha.
but immediately when I tried this one, and by the way, for me, Luke, and Tyler, who with the Brown Foreman host
Okay.
that has done 1,000 of these barrel picks, like, immediately it was a unanimous decision.
we technically have 5 mics, sir.
Yeah.
I mean, we may not have room for 4 people on this set, but we have 5 mics.
No, go ahead.
We own 5 mics.
So I'm excited about
Yeah,
this. 'cause
let's.
like I
don't
said,
do it. Don't do a Chesney pour, by the way.
No. We're going to do very small.
Okay.
Just
Very
to
small.
preserve some of this.
So this is the Old Forester.
So this was sitting in a barrel. This got feed from a barrel at about 11 o'clock yesterday morning.
Okay.
So
I gotta get one of those.
is there an
whiskey
age
thieves.
statement on this? Is there what can you tell us about this?
yeah.
barrel?
By all
So I think I have the age written down. I'll be honest with you. I don't remember
Okay.
right now. We'll get to the proof in a little while. And this doesn't get bottled right away, so
Right.
proof can still kind of change, but there's a range there.
It smells high proof. At least for me, it does. Because I mean,
Yeah.
the closer you get that. Yeah.
And we poured these, and we did let them open up a little bit, let them breathe up,
Right.
just to kind of let some of those stronger ethanol vapors kind of, get out of the top of that glass.
I'm not gonna lie, I like it on the nose, even
Yeah.
with the bite of ethanol that you
What
get.
I'll be honest with you, on the nose, I get that Brown Foreman banana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was one of the more prominent notes that was picked out
Almost
yesterday.
banana.
Yeah,
I
for
would
sure.
say banana nut bread, like
But
literally.
because Brown Foreman, and I'm sure you can attest to this, Brown Foreman has this little bit of a banana
Well,
on their
sure.
on a lot
I
of their
mean,
product.
obviously, it's very well known on the Jack Daniel's single
Yes.
barrel proofs.
Yes.
It's very banana. But I picked that up on even some of the Woodfords. Woodford and Old Forester, people they share the same mash bill.
It's almost tropical.
Yeah. The only
It's
thing
like-
difference between those two
I
bottles,
feel like
the
banana
Woodford,
and date
Yeah.
is what I feel like with this.
different yeast strain.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah. So. Yeah, I can get down with that tropical.
I get
Yeah.
it's like a banana and
Ooh.
date combination is what it is to me at least.
Sometimes with theirs, I kind of get like this.
I'm stuck
real,
on the banana thing.
Like juicy fruit.
Okay.
Type, the gum.
Like the Wrigley's yellow
yeah,
package.
Yeah, the yellow
Okay.
packet. Yeah.
Gotcha.
It continues on the palate. It's almost Laffy Taffy banana on the palate, but it's got a really ethanol, or not ethanol, but like a strong burn. Like it tells you it's there. Like it announces its presence. But I get a little bit of that, like really faint, like banana Laffy Taffy. Maybe I need to get banana out of my brain.
I don't know if it's just me, but I get more banana nut bread than Laffy Taffy.
Yeah,
Like to me, the banana is kind of it's not really like it doesn't kick you in the teeth.
Yeah.
at least on my palate.
There's obviously going to be a high ethanol present. I mean, it's very high
It's
proof.
very high proof. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can get that off the nose of it. It's very high proof. I'm gonna go out on a limb, probably say 130-ish.
Yeah, you're getting in the neighborhood, you know.
I mean, I don't think it's hazmat.
A
But
little-
I said
No,
130.
it's not. It's
There's a
the
little bit of
last time it was tested was like right at 128.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wasn't too far off.
yeah,
It's good coloration though.
3 to 4 years old, probably.
yeah. It's I think it's closer to 6.
Yeah,
Is it?
I was gonna say 5. This is where I was.
Yeah,
gonna
this
say with
particular
it.
barrel I think was it was between 5.5 and 6 years old. Yeah,
Look at me. I'm impressed.
yeah. I don't know the exact, like I said, I'd have to, but
I think I like it more than the barrel that I have from 2022.
yeah, and it's hard to say. You
It
know,
really
I
is.
mean,
Like, don't get me wrong. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
sure. And
jump through hoops for.
but what we're looking for is just somebody have again, Old Forester, like we talked about earlier with Four Roses. It's going to sell. It's going to be gone in the first 30 minutes of the day that we release it.
No, I would say quicker.
And
than
with,
that.
with
I'd
Old
probably say the
Forester,
first 20 minutes.
how many barrels did y'all test?
So we did. So we sampled 3 different barrels.
and y'all
which
thieved
is
straight from the barrel?
thieved straight from the barrel. Yep. And we'll probably have those show up. I would say around September.
What was
you
it
know.
about this particular barrel that stood out from the other ones?
Boy, I'd have to go back to my tasting notes now. That's one thing I love. I mean, like the kind of the way they really treat you, with all this little swag and stuff like that. But these leather bound,
Yes.
like tasting note,
Right.
like, not just for this taste, but you could keep it
Yeah.
for years.
Yeah.
And keep notes in it. It's like
I know
a little.
Bucky and I talked about doing a functional
Yeah.
gentleman leather
Yeah,
bound tasting.
I think it would be super popular. I think with people as they get into whiskey and they really want to try to start learning more, I think it's very helpful to write stuff
That
down.
was one of my New Year's resolution is this year I really want to start notating more and more the ones that we try, because
right.
I can look back on our episodes and I can think back and I can remember a lot of it, but there's sometimes where I'm like, I look at a bottle on a shelf or I'm trying to remember and I'm like, because a lot of it starts to run together. I mean, you've had, like you said, thousands and thousands of barrels or bottles. At a certain point, you're like,
Well, I think it's already been, I believe, like scientifically proven that writing things down helps commit things
Right.
to memory better.
Yes, it does.
And so you're just building that framework as a reference point to where you taste that again or you smell that again and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, that's what
and there are certain things that stick out. Like I know whenever I smell a brown form or nose a brown Foreman product or taste one,
You're gonna get
I
that
can
banana.
pick that banana
Yes.
out.
Yeah.
Whenever I do MGP, I can pick out a little more citrus note. When I do there's certain things where I can
Yeah.
really kind of figure that out.
Mandy,
Sure.
Mandy
But-
said hi, by the way, too. Mandy Baker with Acre Distilling. I love Mandy. Mandy is the one who we initially started conversating with
Right.
about all the Acre stuff.
What's
then
up, Mandy?
And then it evolved to, Tony Fromby, which is the owner, and then it
Yeah.
evolved to JB, which is the master distiller. But I'm curious. So after having that, at least in your whiskey journey, where do we go from here? Because I got a lot of shit on the table. Let's be
Yeah.
honest. I've got the regular 10th Mountain. I've got the Rye 10 Mountain, Colorado Clear 10 Mountain. Those are all from the same. And then I've got 2 from Granddad Mims out of Georgia, which is a 140 mule kicking moonshine and 100% corn.
Yeah, I'd like to start with the 10th Mountain.
Okay.
It's I'm looking at 92 proof.
So their rye comes in a little low proof to me. Their rye comes in at an 86.
Okay.
Is where their rye is. So I
Yeah.
feel we'll start with the rye. We'll go to this, and then we'll
Love
go
it.
to the clear.
Yeah.
Okay. So while you're
No Chesney pours, by the way.
no Chesney pours.
Yeah.
I may let Bucky pour this just because of the fact that Bucky's a little lighter than I am.
Yeah. He's got those dainty hands.
I know. Whopper
Hey
hands.
guys, I got these Whopper
So,
hands.
wait a minute.
Respect the pop. That's a
respect
nice
the
pop.
pop.
That's the
Yeah.
rye, by the way, too. 86 proof rye.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie. So this one literally just came in this week.
Yeah.
This was from Brian Dwyer. I think it's Dwyer. That's how you pronounce it. I know how to spell it, but I don't know how to pronounce it.
Is it DWYER?
It's DW. Yeah, it's exactly how it is.
Dwyer.
Yes.
Wow.
And he's a super cool guy. He and I talked while he was literally driving through a canyon.
Do not pour me as much
No.
as you poured
Please
yourself.
don't.
Don't want to end up in the ditch.
You want more than this or less than this?
No, that's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, I want one sip.
I'll let you pour your own because I know how you
I'm
are.
just saying, I
Which, by the way,
super
when
enjoyed laying on the asphalt.
Hey, when
Trying
Let's
to-
not. Yeah.
when I walked into the house, literally,
I don't know who's listening right now.
So I looked in the house.
It wasn't because of any other reason other than like I said that night, I've done it before. Roy's driveway is not exactly the straightest
No, it's
arrow.
not. But the good thing about it is your wife and
You
my
have
wife are
the
both. Yeah, I do have the cork. Are both sitting on the couch and recliner respectively, hanging out. Not only that, I realized you have your stepdaughter,
What?
LaKaylin.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
we'll shout her out, along with Brayley, and of course my two kids.
Ooh,
So this is
spearmint.
their
Straight
rye.
Freaking
Yeah.
spearmint. Like that is all.
Yeah,
spearmint.
I feel Wrigley spearmint. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah.
So like I said, this is
With a hint of coconut?
So this is 10th Mountains rye that comes in at 86 proof. So
Is that coconut?
in the grand scheme of things with rye, it's a little lower proof, which
What
I
is
kind of
that?
like.
That's artificial coconut flavoring.
I
That's
feel
what
that's
that is.
almost Bang Pina Colada-ish.
There's
Because I've had
Is
the
that a
whole lot
shameless
of...
plug.
yes, it
It
was.
is a shameless
I
plug.
love
And not only that, the
Yes,
fact
it
that I have a
was.
shirt on, too, while I'm doing it.
So feel free to do it yourself.
Yes, by all
I
means.
thought that was a Bang Bros shirt.
Wrong show, sir.
Wrong show, but hey, I get where I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah. Y'all don't Google that.
No,
I'm just saying, we do enjoy a good rye.
Yes.
And when we all get together, it's a riot.
Hey, they can throw it in the next box. Hey, I like what you did there. It's a riot. I love it.
Oh, goodness.
So, like I said, this is 10th Mountains Rye. It comes in
Yeah.
at 86 proof. They're out of Vail, Colorado. They have another tasting room, I think, in Gibson, Colorado.
Jimson?
I think that's how you
Gibson?
pronounce
Okay.
it.
So it's on the palate, it has none of that nose. It's got that green that I find in a lot of rye, for me at least. It sits on the tongue.
But it's got that predominant rye spice at the finish. At least to me, it does.
Yeah, the raw spice does present itself.
Yeah, it presents it at the end.
You know, it's hard for me because at the 86 proof, it really
would
just
like to
doesn't deliver that punch.
I would like to
that-
see it at a little bit higher
Yeah.
proof. I'd like to see it probably 95, 97, somewhere in that neighborhood, maybe even 100.
kind of getting like a tea note on the finish.
Like a green tea almost.
Yeah.
Okay. I get it.
But I mean,
But not bad. In the grand scheme of things, not bad.
No, it's
So and,
maybe for somebody that's looking to get into white rye whiskey.
And this
it
I
might
could
feel
be
it
another-
would be a
that's
good
a bridge.
intro to rye.
Yeah.
Yes.
and whenever we had a chance to talk to Brian and Ryan on, because the whiskey says, I think it says something along the lines of aged 1 year.
I think
This,
that says
this
the
one
same
says the
thing.
same thing,
Yes.
and he said we have to put that on there because our youngest is 1
It's
year.
1 year.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this one says the same thing, aged 1 year.
Yeah.
So I'm curious of what the age range on it is.
Yeah,
There's-
so they're blending many different
Yeah.
aged bottles
Yes.
together. Yeah, anything under 2
'cause
years has.
I don't get that, and I equate it to a numbness on my tongue. I don't get that from this.
No, but you
on a
get
young
that-
whiskey, I get that numbness from the ethanol.
But to
Yeah.
me, with this, you get
I
kind
don't
of
really get a
tingle.
lot of
No,
that.
no. This is very approachable.
Very
again.
approachable, yeah.
It's got that little bit of rye spice. I find it to be still sweet.
Yeah.
It's just it's very easy drinking.
To me,
And-
it's literally green tea and spearmint.
yeah.
I love
With
the
a
the
hint-
nose on it. It's
Yeah.
a spearmint artificial coconut flavoring on the nose.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful nose.
Yeah.
But it hits all those. It hits the right notes on the palate that I expect from a rye whiskey. It's got that green. It's got that little bit of rye spice. That's really not. That's like you.
It's
I
good.
think I think what you said is perfect. It's an approachable rye.
Yeah.
Yep.
Especially for somebody that's getting into the
I feel that would have been when you
completely
did
opposite bourbon.
So when you did your intro to rye,
This
or I
would have
think
been
it's
a good one.
I feel this would have been a really
Yeah.
good one to put on your intro to rye.
So when I was talking, and I won't mention the distillery this week,
Okay.
we got into a very deep conversation about the taxes that they have to pay on every gallon of new make.
Yes.
And
In Kentucky?
it's a federal
Well,
Yeah.
new make
so
tax.
Yeah,
the
that
reason
goes
I,
to-
the reason
yeah.
I said was it a Kentucky distillery, and you don't
Yes.
have to disclose.
Yes, I
So-
won't disclose, but it was a Kentucky
So-
distillery.
Kentucky also has to pay a tax on stored barrels in Kentucky.
Yes.
So they're getting double tax, basically.
Dude, it's ridiculous. And his comment was just kind of off, like these guys that, much like us,
Right.
that, if we were just sitting on barrels of money
No.
and be like, oh, we want to make our own whiskey.
Yeah.
Like it's not that easy.
No, it's
and
not.
so, and the reason I say that to bring this to a point, with 10th Mountain and putting that 1 year age statement on there, and it's obviously a blend of several different year barrels, but like a lot of these guys, they don't have you don't the amount of money it takes to sit on thousands of gallons of new make to age to a 4 or 5 year.
Because we saw it just in conversations we've
Yeah.
had with 10th Mountain. One barrel,
Yeah,
you're talking ridiculous money.
yeah,
Like money me and this cat sitting across from me don't
yeah.
don't
It's-
have, let's be honest.
Yes, and when you talk and you see what goes into a barrel, and it is what it is.
Well, I mean,
and-
even so, we kind of talked about it while Roy ran inside and was grabbing random things.
Yeah, I walked.
yeah,
Pursuit United. So they're an NDP, a non-distilling producer.
right.
yeah,
Even for somebody like them who is working with a distillery out of New York, a distillery out of Maryland, and a distillery in Kentucky, they do all of these things. Like they blend, all they're doing is blending it. They're buying barrels and they're blending it, but they have to store it. They have to store those barrels somewhere. They're doing that for a reason, and let's face it, we don't all want to drop millions of dollars to contact Vendome, who has like a 30-year waiting list anyway to get a still, and then you got to produce, you got to build a distillery, and then you got to do this, and there's all of these things. So even for a mom and pop shop, like somebody who doesn't have millions and millions of dollars of daddy's money or whoever,
Right.
they have to store those barrels, and
Well,
they said, I think they had come out and said it because they do a Behind the Pursuit podcast, which really gives you an inside look at what they're doing.
right.
They said, yeah, we maybe only
is that on
paid.
Patreon or? I really don't know.
Well, no, like they have free it's on
Yeah.
okay,
Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts,
Okay.
everywhere Functional Gentleman's available.
Yeah.
They're also available. But they came out and said, I think we only paid like $1,500 in that ad valorem tax for storing barrels, and we're small potatoes. But think about these bigger guys.
Yeah.
Where is all that? Why does Bardstown need 4 schools, campuses? Of a town that's only like 10,000 people. Like, where's all this money going? Because some of these bigger distilleries are paying millions of dollars in ad valorem tax for a barrel that's just sitting there.
yeah, there's
that's
a lot to go.
ridiculous.
Hey,
Yeah,
JB's comment is spot on, by the way. Do it in downtown Fort Worth.
oh,
You talking about money?
yeah,
Because
Right.
I
That's
mentioned
a high volume area.
But I mean, I mentioned it on the show. Like, I would love to do something like what Bourbon Pursuit is doing, and with Pursuit United, like they're taking it from these 3 different states, blending it and doing their own thing. I would love to do something like that for Texas. Like, I would love to contact Garrison Brothers and Balcones and Lone Elm or whoever. I mean, I could just randomly pick distilleries and say, hey, what do you have available as far as barrels? And let me buy them, and I want to try to blend them. And let's say we just called it something like Texas United. I don't know, whatever.
But to even do that legally, like the
Right,
licenses
at that
and stuff,
point-
you have to acquire.
Exactly. Even
Yeah.
at that point, I'm spending hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yes.
Yeah.
To even just get started, because think about it, you're spending $8,000 to $10,000 on a barrel, and then I got to do that
In
over
some
again, and then I got to
On
turn
the low
around.
side.
In some
Right.
cases, as high as 10 to 16.
But then
Oh,
I gotta be able to turn around and look all those guys in the eye once I figure it out and say, okay, but I also need new make.
Right.
Because I got to let it age while I do this, and I blend this
Right.
one, and I release all of these products. Well,
Yeah.
now I got to let it age, so I need some new make, I need some 2-year, I need some 4-year, and I need some whatever your oldest is sitting right now.
Yeah.
So now I'm hundreds of $1,000s
Yeah.
into this with no idea whether or not
It's going to work. Yeah.
Joe Blow is going to go buy it off of
Yeah.
Longhorn Liquor's shelf.
Yeah. It's hard. And all the while, you have 100 people trying to do the same exact thing.
Right.
And like, and we've kind of talked about this before, but like a brand that's kind of found a way to really get some notoriety is Penelope. You know, and what they're doing, and through whether it's I think their whiskey they're putting out's delicious. You know, again, I talked about the aesthetics of bottles and stuff like that, and different, you know, but you know, when you get down to people like 10th Mountain and other people that are doing it from a real, you know,
Grassroots, right.
type of
And
thing.
that was something we
like
talked
this-
about with Cody was
it's a passion of them.
Yeah.
You know, like there's one
It's a
thing to
labor
go
of
buy
love.
a barrel, but to go actually make the whiskey and put every blood, sweat, and tear you have into that product.
and Cody said it best. It's literally a labor of love.
Oh,
Yeah.
it is. Hey, you and I saw the rig that Cody pulled up in when he
That
pulled up at
dude's
this
sleeping
facility.
in his
So
in his
literally,
4Runner.
dude has and I'll disclose this full thing. Dude has a 4Runner, snorkeled out. Pretty sure it's 4-wheel
camper
drive.
thing on
Yeah.
top.
Damn camper on the top, propane
Yeah.
tank attached to the back. I mean, dude's
Like
literally
saving dollars,
Yeah. Yes.
trying to make dimes.
It
Yes.
reminds me, like about 15 years ago, I was really heavy into the if you want to call it craft music,
Yeah.
the very small independent artists,
Right.
mainly
Yeah, like
from
the,
Texas.
like the Pug Johnsons of the
Yeah,
world and stuff like that.
absolutely.
Yeah, we talk about
And-
Pug all the
and I
time
don't-
on the show.
There's not a whole lot of difference when you're talking about like you're chasing this passion, you're putting everything you have into it, you're going from town to town as cheap as you can get by,
Yes.
but just trying to push what you love, which
And-
is that product that you're.
And not only, it says a lot that Cody Turner, who literally, when you look at his business card, it says Chief Operating Officer of a distillery in
Yeah.
Kentucky,
yeah,
makes the 4-hour drive from Dallas Fort Worth to Silsbee, Texas.
yeah. And that's not only a testament to Casey Jones Distillery and Cody, but like you guys and having the platform that y'all have to be able. I mean, it's all like this beautiful symmetry. It's how these. I mean, that's what they need to do.
Yes.
They need to take every opportunity to get their product out there in front of people.
Aye.
You have to. How do you stand out? How do
Yeah.
you get out? And it's kind of where I was going with Penelope. I don't know how, but like they've kind of broken away where like now they have this national distribution and people are talking about it, and it's like it's good whiskey. Are there other people out there that we know that are making a very honest product that's even better? Sure, but like how do you? One of my favorite bands ever. They played my wedding. They played my birthday several times out of Wimberley, Texas. Texas Renegade. They're fucking awesome. Go to Spotify, listen to some of their music. I never understood how these guys I listen to them like, why are these other people blowing up? But like these guys, you know, and it's the same in whiskey. Like
It's almost the same thing when you talk about the music world. I'll reference it. If you got a chance, take it.
Yeah.
Kojo, prime example.
Yeah.
Cody Johnson literally started out from being a broke down cowboy who was told, hey, you can't do this no more. You need to find something else to do. And dude picked up a guitar
Yeah.
and now is making millions upon millions.
But-
Luke Combs is another one.
Luke
Literally learned the guitar at 21 years old.
and
who does that
Listen
kind
to
of shit?
and Luke Combs was somebody I was going to reference.
Yes.
Listen to the song. What would you be doing if you weren't doing this? He said it, and he embodies what
He
Pug
talks about
Johnson
cutting
and
his teeth
Teague
with-
Brothers Band
yes.
and all of these other people are.
Yeah.
If I wasn't doing this, you know what I would be doing? This.
Yeah.
I would still be playing at those bars. I would still be drinking that free
hey,
glass of whiskey
prime
and singing
example,
the songs
look-
that
hey,
people want to sing.
Look
Yeah.
at us. If we weren't doing this, what would we be doing?
We'd be doing
We'd
this
just
on a
still be doing
Friday
this.
night,
Yes.
but not on camera.
No,
Yeah.
we would be doing this. You and I
But-
sitting across the table.
And I think it's just something that everybody can, like, whatever it is that you love or you like,
you
if you're
find
lucky enough to be able to make a career out of
Right.
it, like, I mean, I feel so blessed for the opportunities I've been
Exactly.
given, but like what y'all's aspirations are, you know, with the way content can grow
Mm-hmm.
these days, and that can be a massive revenue stream that may be able to give y'all the freedom to really chase what you want to do one
Yes.
day. Like, just go, don't hold back.
Yeah.
Like, go after it, chase with it, but don't second guess yourself and be like, well, did I do enough? Or
And you brought up Pug Johnson
Yeah.
and how much you love him.
Pug Johnson is living on a bus right now.
Yeah.
But
Him and
look
his
at what
wife.
he's done, because and I've said it before. I went to high school with Pug Johnson. I know
Yes.
the guy, but look at what he's done. And I found it after I graduated and all this. He started, slow rolling lows,
Yep.
and they did their thing for as long as they could do it. And when that stopped, he continued.
Yeah.
He said, "This is who I am."
Yeah.
And I never blew up with slow rolling lows. We did our thing. We've got some great hits. We're on the Texas scene, but I want to continue. And he stayed true to who he was, and he continues to do Texas country music, and he's
You gotta
still
chase the
doing
dream.
what he's doing.
That's right. He built his life around his passion.
You gotta chase
He
it.
found a partner. I'm lucky enough to know his wife. She is an absolutely fantastic person that supports him 100%. And that dude he's going to making it a subjective
he's
term.
Right.
No.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Let's be
like,
honest.
if you get to play music for the rest of your life,
Dude's
You
gonna-
made it.
Dude,
You made it.
Dude is literally about to blow up. I feel I
don't
feel
care
about
if he
Pug
does it
Johnson.
10 years.
You know how they
I mean-
call it? Like you and I both have satellite radio, okay? So they literally call it the highway fines.
Yeah.
I feel Pug Johnson is one
He should-
song away from that highway fine.
yeah. And really that song already exists. There's several, but his newest single, Angel, which is really
Right.
more of a radio friendly type tune.
It is.
Like, if anybody downloads that song right now or go listen to it, that's a fucking great song.
Yes, it is.
You know, and it came from he wrote that. It came from experience. We could go on all night.
Well,
about
yeah,
that
because
stuff.
a lot of music, and not just
Yeah.
music, a lot of whiskey is life experience.
And
let's
that's
be
really
honest.
was the point of that, was to correlate the two
Yeah.
and analogize the two. That it's all about passion and what 10th Mountain doing, what Acres doing, what Casey Jones is doing, what Balcones is doing, what Andalusia's doing, what William Price is doing.
It's all about hashtag
Yeah.
chasing that dream.
Yeah.
Because that's what it is.
That's right.
I mean, we do it, chase your dream.
Did I
function
name every
your way.
sponsor of y'all's in that?
We don't have
in
any
that rant?
sponsors, sir. I don't know what you're talking about. We don't have any sponsors whatsoever.
We sponsor us.
Yes,
Yeah.
We are we.
We chase our own dream.
We
Y'all
that
do.
dude.
Yes, we that man.
Yeah.
All
You
right.
know, they-
So, I want to try something else.
Well, I'm into this right now. Is what I'm into.
Have you
That's-
tried the 10th Mountain?
Yeah.
So this is the 10th Mountain. It comes in at 92 proof.
Okay.
A little hotter than what the rye does. Bucky's got to break the stick, obviously, because of certain medication. I get it, dude.
Well,
I get it.
it's a small stick.
I love you to death. It's a small stick. So I'm not gonna lie. If you got to kind of pull it back a little bit because it is a little hotter than the rye
Okay.
for being just their regular, everyday offering. It's a little hotter. So I'm kind of graduating you up. So the rye we talked about was 86. This comes in at 92.
Okay.
The next thing we're going to try from 10th Mountain, 100 proof Colorado Clear.
Colorado Clear.
Colorado Clear. And you got to love this bottle. So, by the way, I don't know if you saw that.
I mean,
It's
to me, people talk about iconic flags.
the
To
Colorado
me, Colorado,
flag.
like
yes.
outside, look, Colorado, don't think that you got anything on the Texas
Oh,
flag.
God, no. 'cause
You better back
Texas
the fuck
is it.
up.
Yes.
But I'll give you number 2 flag.
Dude's talking shit.
Colorado would be the number 2.
Yeah, number 2 flag.
And not just that, you want to talk about number 3 on that list?
I've got apparel hanging in my closet with the Colorado flag on
Really?
it. Oh,
to
yeah.
me, the
Love
number 3 most iconic flag as far as state flags, Tennessee's.
Tennessee's.
Tennessee's ranks up there.
Not familiar with it.
Well, if you look at the Tennessee Titans logo, pretty close.
Oh, okay.
So while I was outside, I had a TikTok comment pop up on one of my videos.
TikTok.
Humble brag.
Humble brag.
Hashtag
Hey, by the way, I'm 100 followers away from being able to go live on TikTok.
get Bucky live.
Hashtag get me to 1,000.
Yeah.
Get Bucky to 1,000.
Hashtag get off y'all's ass.
Hey, not just that. Hashtag us. We're available for stars now on Facebook.
Yeah.
Let's talk about
Hey,
that shit.
Give us some stars on
Yes.
Facebook. Support what we do. Put some bottles on the table.
Yeah, for sure. Talk about shameless
In
plugs.
case y'all
Let's-
forgot what this was all about.
Right.
Help us help you.
Yeah.
I done
all right.
spilled shit on my
I don't know how
basketball
that
shorts.
helps you, but put some bottles on the table. We'll share it with you.
Oh, this gotta at least be entertaining for them.
For sure.
Are you not entertained?
Yeah.
At undrafted free agent. Agent has no E in it. I'm 100 followers away from being able to go to live. Anyways.
I'm way away
so
from that.
you remember my crawfish video?
Yes.
Whenever I was trying to pair a whiskey with crawfish and it just wrecks your palate because of all the spices.
Completely wrecks your palate.
It's got well over 1,000 views. I'm impressed. I didn't
I'm
realize
kinda
that many
impressed.
people were at all interested in crawfish.
I feel
'Cause
people are
Well, they've
envious.
cover
probably
photo-
never
Have
seen
them.
anybody try to pair crawfish with whiskey.
Because the cover photo is me going like
Check out
this
my
with a
man's video,
crawfish.
man.
Yeah.
Because it does. It wrecks your palate.
Yeah.
For real.
I love, I've had a lot of crawfish already this season. I'm
Yes.
glad. Larry and Rita's down in Groves.
Haven't had them.
Yeah. So Larry's French Market, which has been down there for 40, 50
yes.
years.
Yes. Yeah.
They're now owned
Off of
by
Pure
another
Atlantic, yes.
group, and
100.
they changed it to Larry and Rita. So they kind of
okay.
they kind of melded this Cajun and
Cajun Tex-Mex,
Tex-Mex
kind of thing.
So
Yeah.
they had the margaritas and stuff like
I
that.
got
But
you.
their crawfish are fantastic.
Larry's French
Oh.
Market, man. You want to talk about Homer? It's sad when my wife and I plan birthdays around Larry's French Market.
Yeah,
That's literally how
for
we do.
sure.
And like ownership
Because my
change-
father-in-law is from the Groves.
yeah.
The Groves.
And
Yeah,
I know
that's how you know when you're old school. When you refer to it as the
The
Groves,
Groves.
That's funny.
you
Yeah.
know you're old school.
Yeah.
Look at you with the double barrel. I'm impressed. Let's not kill it too much. I don't know if Mike's had the double barrel or not.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
I'm
granted,
in the
we have a
10th
whole
Mountain
I thought
right
he
we
now.
have a whole nother
I thought
bottle.
he said he. That's
I
why
don't
he
think
said
I reported.
I don't think he poured the double.
Yeah.
But we have a whole nother bottle. We can crack it. Some
You're going
point.
10th Mountain right
I'm
now.
right now.
Okay.
10th
Yeah, he's
Mountain.
at the 10th
Yeah.
Mountain regular offering, 92 proof.
So we were talking about Colorado whiskey. You were talking about Colorado whiskey. Mm-hmm. Who's your favorite Colorado whiskey right now?
Man, that's hard. Like, just because of the relationship I have with Megan and Logan over at Law's,
Yeah.
it's tough to beat. Well, that Sauternes cask we did with them, I think, is fucking outstanding.
Dude, not just that. You talk about.
She looked at me like I was crazy whenever I asked because I was like, do y'all have that Saltern? And she was like,
You talk about
Yeah.
surprisingly good stuff.
Don't talk about it.
Breckenridge's Buddy Pass with the Imperial
Yeah.
oh, the
Stout.
Imperial Stout finish
the-
was really
The
good.
Imperial Stout is one that I took with me on vacation.
I got
Oh,
you.
really?
Yeah, I brought less than 6 bottles. Breckenridge Imperial Stout.
So
was
you took less than 6 bottles. How much did you come back with?
10.
That's when you know it's a good trip.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you pack them in your suitcase?
So
I feel it's a
up to
carry-on
Kentucky,
thing.
I did not bring any with me because I knew I was going to have to bring some back.
Right.
And so, but like when me and Jamie went the week before, just kind of bumping around the hill country. Yeah, I try to go anytime I'm going anywhere, whether it's out here. You obviously talked about me bringing a
Yeah,
box.
your box.
Usually, I've got this nice little leather Balcones thing that holds 2 Balcones Glencairns, and
That's
so
fancy like Applebee's on a date night.
Quit it.
I usually wherever I go, there's a couple of bottles
Right.
in those Glencairns with me, because you never know who you're going to meet, and you can learn a lot about how much you love somebody over a glass of whiskey.
Yes, you can.
Not just that, you can learn a lot of
Yeah.
quote unquote
Ooh.
stuff that you haven't tried
Fun-
that's
Yeah.
on our table.
Yeah.
Fun question.
Oh, good
Yeah.
Lord.
So, we talk about Balcones all the time.
Yes, we do.
We definitely talk about it whenever you come on the show.
Yes.
So I'm curious. You have a pretty good relationship with those guys.
Yeah.
Charlie's a rock star. by the way.
yeah.
Let's talk
Charlie's
about that.
awesome.
Charlie's
Oh my
a rock
gosh.
star.
Yeah.
But I'm curious.
My
what
new
it-
little
Oh, he's got a Balcones flannel.
little Balcones flannel.
Do they make that in a 3X?
Yeah, I think they do.
I feel I need that in a
Yeah.
3X.
So let's pull back the curtain a little bit.
Okay.
The guys that you have a really good relationship with Balcones, what would be their pour that's not Balcones? Or what have you brought them?
Those guys. So let's start with so one of the more crazy rooms at Balcones is you walk in and they have a library of whiskeys that
Really?
aren't only reference points,
Interesting.
but stuff that
really
they
cool
really
thing.
enjoy, and by far, it's Scotch, and it's a lot of peated
I'm sorry,
Scotch.
Balcones.
You're going to have to dive
Yeah.
into that world.
No. Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah.
Balcones, you just dropped down a level for
No,
Bucky.
look, I think what really,
But that says a lot about who they
Yeah,
are and
yeah.
what they're doing.
yeah, they're into, and I don't want to categorize it and just to I mean, I'm sure these guys are lovers of all whiskeys.
Oh, I'm sure,
but,
yeah.
Right, but you know them personally. You've been there multiple times. I'm curious of when y'all hang out or when y'all are talking, if they're not going to pour a Balcones, what are they pouring?
Yeah, I mean, I think in that moment it could be anything, but when I look in that room, like what I think what they, in my personal opinion, I love all their products, y'all know that, but I think they really shine with their single malt.
Of course.
I'm a massive American
Number
single
one,
malt fan.
Peated.
Yeah.
I don't do this hand sign a whole lot in my life because
Yeah.
I'm not an Aggie, but
Yeah.
their
I mean,
peated is good.
I think so. Like if we're talking, and this is really based off even some interviews I've seen with Jared Hempstead. I believe that he's probably drinking a very nice smoky Scotch, like in his alone time, or at his house.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Obviously, what they're doing is very unique.
Correct.
Out there, but art loves art. I just think there's so much good whiskey out there. To say that I don't want to pigeonhole him in his like,
No.
he only
and,
drinks
and
Scotch.
we can expand. You have a good relationship with a lot of different distilleries, so let me maybe ask this so that you don't get pigeonholed into that one little thing. Has there been something that you've sat down with one of these people that you have a really good relationship that they've maybe poured or said that is something they really enjoy that has maybe been a surprise to you?
So really, a lot of my interactions, and so this is going to be a little bit transparent because I love all these people. We've talked about Mario tonight. We've talked about Charlie. We've talked about Megan.
Talked about Tina.
About Tina. At the end of the day, these people are they're sales reps, and I'm in the industry to where it's always going to be predominant about.
Well, yeah, because
their
they're
brand.
trying to sell their stuff to you, and you're trying to get what's best from
Yeah.
them. Let's be honest.
So, I do have a great relationship with a lot of these people, but most of these relationships do take place within a business atmosphere.
Right.
Not like what we're doing tonight,
Well,
where,
of course.
I mean, we're all very personal friends, and not that
Yeah.
I wouldn't call them friends, but, we're going to be a little bit more.
Well, yeah, it's different when you're talking about us versus them.
Yeah,
quote, unquote.
right. So, but yeah, so my interactions with, say, like Charlie or Mario, it's always been usually around. We haven't sat down and really gotten into what they like to drink, and And not saying anything about those two guys, I really don't. But like, I'm sure there's plenty of sales reps out there that probably don't even like whiskey.
What?
I mean, it's a job.
You would be
It
surprised
is.
how
It
many-
really is a job.
I mean, they love their brand, and that's all you'll hear.
But you
they
would
love
be
their brand.
so. I'll tell you this: as a guy, we're going to switch industries a little bit. I try other people's stuff in the realm
Sure.
of energy drinks because you have to. You have to be a student of the game.
Yeah.
You would be surprised how many people that may work for, let's say, Andalusia or Balcones or whoever, that like other people's stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
But so, and we were talking about it a little bit outside. I've gotten the opportunity to have personal conversations with one of the owners of Penelope Bourbon, which you talked
okay.
about.
Yeah, yeah.
I've gotten an opportunity to actually just talk to that guy and let him respond and reply. What's really, really cool about just talking to this person, and not in a business form or anything like that, is at the end of the day, that dude's just a whiskey lover.
yeah.
Like,
that's
he's
like-
flat out said, dude, I love 290, because I brought up Colorado whiskey at one point. He was like, dude, if you ever want to try anything from 291, I love what they're doing, and I've got a lot of their stuff. Like, just reach out. I'll send you a sample.
Well, not just that. You want to talk
How
about
cool is
you want
that?
to talk about
Yeah.
relationships. Your relationship with that one dude, Ryan.
Right.
We talk about him on the show multiple
I've got
times.
a Stellum sitting on my show, a little like 200 milliliter Stellum that's not released,
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
sitting on my shelf that I have not cracked open,
Yeah.
because he got an extra one. He was like, if you want to try it, I'll send it to you.
I'll send it to you. Yeah.
So it's an unreleased one that's just sitting there.
Yeah.
I've got a pennies proof that's on the way. I didn't get a chance to make it out to Maryland.
Right.
Yeah.
Am I a whiskey thief for Sagamore because I love what they're doing? Yes. But I don't have the opportunity to go to Maryland and get in line for a pennies proof.
Right.
So I've got one on the way because of people I've met in this industry and what
Sure.
we're doing and the passion that we have. So yeah, I get to try a pennies proof. I get to try a Stellum. I think it's the Lone Cypress or something. I can't remember the exact name. But how cool is that kind of stuff where I don't have that opportunity?
No, I think it's amazing, and sometimes, you know, just the fact that the relationships that you are making and the connections you are making, it's really what the format of this is, just bringing the information to the people. Hey, this exists out there. These are the guys. This is their story.
Well, not just that.
Like,
I
if
feel
you're
that
compelled, go buy a bottle.
I feel
Right.
that for us, we need to be quote unquote good stewards of the whiskey world.
Well, y'all's palate or my palate is not the end all be all.
No, never.
It never is. We know that, and
But-
everybody else. Like, so just because we may not fully like something, or it may not fit our flavor profile of what we love, that doesn't mean it's not for not even just some other individuals, but
Hey,
even a broader market.
We've talked about it numerous times. Redneck Riviera,
Yeah.
10 cup, not our cup of tea.
Yeah.
But it may be somebody else's cup of tea.
Yeah.
They may like it.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
also bringing information, and we joke about it all the time. I'm kind of like that whiskey nerd on the show, and like tonight,
Nerd alert.
nerd alert.
Yeah.
Like tonight, I brought Old Ezra 7
He did.
Yeah.
as our 2-year anniversary fresh crack.
Right.
Oh,
Because it's a little bit allocated, it's a little bit harder to find, it's a
I
little
feel
bit
we got
more
a whole
expensive
lot more fresh
bottle.
cracks than that one.
You're more than welcome for a pour, sir.
Love it.
I really
No, I
did.
wanna try
love-
some of these other
I love the
things
crap
first.
out of it.
Yeah.
But like, fun fact that maybe not everybody knew: Ezra Brooks is not a real person. That person never existed in the whiskey industry. They made that up.
Yeah.
Ezra Brooks is not a
Yeah.
person. Maybe they didn't know that. We talked to, you know, fun facts like that is kind of what I want to bring
Yeah.
to people. Things you didn't know.
I'll let you pour that because I know I tend to go Chesney pour
Yeah.
by all means.
Whew.
Wow.
You can- you're more than welcome to
mine.
split that.
Yeah, you
Oh,
can.
yeah.
Okay.
you can
I'm
do whatever.
still split.
Hang on.
This is not water, folks.
No, this is not. This
This is not reverse
this
osmosis.
This is 10th Mountains Colorado Clear Mountain Moonshine.
What's the
which
proof
is
on this?
100 proof.
194.
No,
That would make sense.
Yeah.
that would make sense, but no. 100 proof. I do not have a mash bill on, but like I said,
exactly,
it's clear.
Mandy. That's exactly what we're talking about. She came out of the apparel industry, and just as the how and that was a question I asked. I think I asked Tony.
You did ask Tony that.
Like, how do y'all work with other Texas distilleries, and are y'all friendly with
Super sweet
somebody like
on the
Balcones or Garrison Brothers or whoever?
They should be, for sure, because
And I would, because like
Yeah.
it's somewhat of a joke about the Texas United versus Pursuit United.
Well,
Like,
I feel
it's
like
a little bit of a joke, but like, let's be honest, how cool would that be to see Texas distilleries come together?
And
in
I
a
feel
way?
you have a lot of that because, I mean, like, let's be honest, Balcones talks really well and in really high regard of what Andalusia's doing as opposed to what Garrison's doing. They all talk very highly about each other. Yeah, this is stout, by the way.
What is-
100
no,
it's
this
100 proof.
This is how many?
What is
how,
that?
How often have y'all gone? Have y'all done white dogs?
We've done
two.
two on the show.
Yes, we've done
Like
two.
I've just spent, and again, this isn't a humble brag. It's like, but I've spent the last week visiting a lot of, like, when you walk the
Yes.
grounds of
Yes.
these distilleries, this
You
is
get that
what you
white
smell.
dog. Yes,
This is-
you get
yeah,
that white
This is
correct.
dog.
corn. This is sweet
So
corn.
one of my favorite experiences in memory, like a very, very
That smells so good.
Well, you're in for a treat because I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna hit you with this next.
Okay.
a very
yeah.
vibrant
that.
memory. One of the if I'm not mistaken, it was like the first distillery I ever visited was Giant, Texas.
It really
Uh-huh.
was, yeah.
Walking into there, I was like, "Oh my
Yeah.
god,
Yeah.
this is amazing!
Yeah.
Can I live here?
Yeah.
Like, how do I make this a cologne?
Yeah. Right.
Man, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie, this Colorado Clear
And
on
it's
the
so
nose.
cool.
Yeah, this is like a lot of mash bills that
I
I
see
mean
that, if you
corn
don't mind?
whiskeys, bourbons that are obviously corn dominant, off the still. This is a very like notes sometimes on a finished product
Right.
can be subjective sometimes. Like
Yeah, for sure.
me and you are smelling the same exact shit right now.
Yeah, but we're gonna
Because this
take
is-
two different approaches to it because
Yeah.
your nose is different from my nose.
Yeah. Mine's bigger.
This motherfucker here. He literally said mine's bigger.
not the size; it's the motion
That's right.
Sorry, Mandy, if you're still watching.
Yeah, we're sorry.
We're
This is-
still dudes being dudes that
Yeah.
are talking about dude stuff.
but talk about how sweet
That was
Oh,
not
it's
functional
so-
or gentlemanly.
It's so sweet on the nose. It's
At
candy corn.
10. No.
It's just, it is candied.
I feel
corn.
almost that like, have you ever had like quote unquote street corn?
Yeah.
Mexican sweet street
It's
corn?
called elote.
Yeah, okay. Now you, look at you.
Yeah, I love that.
That's
nose.
a lote all the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, si, senor.
Okay.
100 proof.
All right. 100 proof.
Elote.
100% corn whiskey.
Si, senor.
So I'm assuming they're not going to lie about it. There's no sugar in this. There's no nothing. It's 100% corn whiskey.
You got the bottle right. You got the mason
That's
jar
why. That's
right
why
in front of
I was hoping to find something,
You're
but
not.
it just says 100% corn whiskey. All right.
So that's excellent.
First thought.
you. It's good on the nose. I'm not gonna lie. It's really good on the nose.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's
It's corn. It's corn sweetening.
it's very sweet. It's
That's what it is. That is
so.
good,
I want to take
clear.
this.
Can I just
a
say
quick
that?
moment?
That's
Okay.
good, clear.
I see it all the time with consumers that they're all about age.
Yeah.
And because we talk about, 10th Mountain with that 1 year age statement, because that's the youngest in the
and
blend.
right.
that's why I brought it up whenever they
And
came
people
on.
turn their noses up. Like,
Why-
I think you even did this earlier.
Right, I did. I mean, that's why I asked.
Yeah.
Him. I flat out brought it up on camera, on a live. Why would you put 1 year?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "Well, it's the youngest, but we've got like 9 year, and we've got
Yeah.
this. Like we're blending it. It's not just a 1 year whiskey."
That's another thing. Like, don't judge it by its age. It's still whiskey. Maybe, like, this is delicious. This really is
It's
delicious.
good. It's got a great corn sweetness. It's got that.
It reminds me of walking through a distillery and
Right.
and
Like,
tasting.
it's got that.
Yeah.
Whenever you go in a distillery, that's what it's on the palate. Like, you can feel
And the beautiful thing about
what
this
they're doing.
is they've proofed it down to where you can enjoy it for what it is, instead of like you get a lot of stuff straight off the still. It's
Right.
going to just completely blow your
Blow you
palate
away.
out.
Blow it out. Yeah.
But like you get to enjoy everything this is. Like, it's just sweet corn. I love mellow corn. I don't know if y'all have ever had mellow corn.
Mellow corn is legit.
Like, I love that bottle.
It's-
sub $15 bottle. I mean, look, is it
So-
the best whiskey I've ever had? No. But it's unique.
Right. Roy brought up the fact that I am consistently in conversation or watching or interacting with that one dude, Ryan. It's a running joke. Like, whenever he goes live, like, we always joke about mellow corn, but like, we all agree. Like, those of us that really talk about it and like talk whiskey and know
Yeah,
what we're
for
saying,
sure.
like mellow corn's that like inside joke. Like, bro, I don't think you understand.
Yeah.
It's really good for
Like,
what
it's
it is.
legit
Yeah, it's
good.
legit.
Yeah. It's
Like,
really good.
It's a joke. Like, it's $15. It's
Yeah.
not a bottle that looks fancy or
No,
they
it's-
put a corn cob on
It's
Yeah.
a
it.
super simplistic bottle.
and that's
But take a sip and stop and think about what you're drinking, what they're doing, what it is, and where like this. It's the origin story of where you're starting.
yeah.
Yeah, you
Like,
start here.
if you start here, like mellow corn is next.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's like prime example. You and I had Casey Jones's quote unquote total eclipse.
Yeah.
It's literally
Total
this.
eclipse of the heart.
But that's what you do. Like, put it. If you were to do like a true tasting, and you wanted to go White Dog to, let's go completely tater on them. You go
Yes.
White Dog to Pappy 23.
Yes.
Like, you're going White Dog, mellow corn. I mean, that's the kind of stuff. Like, you've got to figure out where that 100% corn. When we talk about it, why do we say sweet? You want to figure out why we say sweet? Drink a 100% corn whiskey.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Start there. It's that weird elote mayonnaise.
What makes soda sweet?
I literally, like, when I smell
Corn.
this, I literally think,
Really?
Corn syrup.
Corn
I
syrup.
literally
Yeah.
think
Okay.
corn.
That makes sense. I wasn't even thinking about
yeah.
that.
I literally, when I smell this, corn, sour cream,
Right.
little
Like,
bit
you
of
get
pepper.
that
You get that whole
that
street
sour
corn.
cream
Yes.
corn.
Corn is sweet. You're
Yes.
drinking this in a very concentrated form. You know, it's
But it makes you
That-
stop it. You've got to stop
Yeah.
and think.
Yeah.
if anybody says this is not delicious, then we can't be friends. Maybe.
You can
I don't
get
know.
the
I
hell
don't wanna
out.
be that
I'm
friend.
not gonna lie. This
You can get the
this
hell
was
out.
a surprise because I know
Yeah.
Brian Dwyer and I talked about the rye, and I told him flat out, "Hey, I need your rye." For him to send this just because we mentioned it on a live.
Well, and that's what's really fun for me. So I've only talked to and or been to a few distilleries and or around people that are like the Cliffords are
Yeah.
one of them, and I consider, so they can be mad about this or not. I consider what they're doing more of a spirit versus an actual whiskey, just because I don't know what that last ingredient is that they won't tell nobody about. But there's only very few people that will be like, "Hey, this is our White Dog, try it."
yeah,
Yeah.
And I truly believe
Clifford
this,
does though. I mean,
and they do.
Yeah.
They do. They release a clear, and it's their White Dog, and it's
Yeah.
where they're starting. And I truly feel like this, like, I could see how this would be 10th Mountain's starting base product.
Yeah.
Like, if they were saying, like, if they were a Canadian whiskey, like, this would be their 100% corn,
Yeah.
and then they would blend, they would do their rye, and
Yeah.
then they would do their barley, like, because that's how Canadian whiskey is done, is separate.
Eh?
Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Golly gosh, don't you
Golly
know?
gosh, I'm sorry. But that's how Canadian whiskey is made.
Right.
They distill completely separately. They go corn, they go rye, they go barley, and then they
Blend
figure
it.
out how to
Yeah.
blend it.
Right.
Whereas American whiskey and bourbon, we put it all together for a minute and then blend it.
and then
So,
distill it.
like, I truly feel like 10th Mountain could be like, yeah, if we just did 100% corn whiskey, this is our white dog.
Yeah.
So you want to talk about white dogs? I just poured this for myself.
What's this? What is this?
This is Granddad Mim's mule kicking.
Why was he not waiting for us?
I don't know.
I'm just
Well,
letting mine air
Are you
out
taking
right now.
medication
Well,
or something?
his wife asked the same question.
Yeah.
Why is he not waiting for me?
You gotta get yours before I get mine. That's what I'm gonna tell you straight
Hey,
up.
it's a race and I'm winning, baby.
That's it. So this is a 140 proof mule kicking moonshine from Georgia.
Is there anything about what it is,
That's like
how
white-
they do it?
So I can tell you right now. So I've had
Is there
multiple
sugar?
conversations with Tony Townsend,
Okay.
who used to actually play with Mark Chestnut.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Interesting story.
Yeah. So that's how.
What is it called?
That was a much better pour.
Mule kicking.
Mule kicking.
Yeah.
So they sent me this along with a lot of flavored moonshine, which you and I talked.
really
Yeah,
do
break the stick. It's fine.
Dog.
You and I talked. The wives
grill.
are going to be the one who dive
Yes,
into
the
the
other
flavored
stuff,
shit.
yeah.
Yes, because they
It's
sent
not my fault. I'm on medication.
Because they sent everything from a pecan roll, which is a cream moonshine, to
Okay.
a apple, blackberry, cherry, the whole 9 yards.
And where are they out of?
They're out of Georgia.
Okay.
Now, like I said, I've talked to Tommy Townsend multiple times. They're actually sending me some of their whiskey. It should be here, according to UPS tracking, should be here Monday. They do a whiskey, they do moonshine. This
So
is their
it says
highest
cane
proof.
and grain. Do you not, like, is it all corn in?
From what I understand, it's 100% corn.
Okay, cool.
Now, I may be wrong. I don't know if Tommy's in the comments or
Would you be
not.
like that?
But it from what I understand, it's 100% corn.
Okay.
Matter of fact, it
They
says
put sugar in it. Don't let
70%
them lie to you.
volume. Oh, wait a minute. It says spirits distilled from
See, it's a spirit.
cane and grain.
Spirit.
So that tells me that
It
it's,
doesn't have that heavy corn nose.
No,
like
it does
the-
not.
Yeah.
For as high proof as it is.
Yeah, it's actually more subtle.
See, you're just
very
drinking.
subtle.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, you're drinking sugar. You're drinking sugar water.
Yeah.
Go ahead, homie.
Oh, I do like that nose, but there is some
You're drinking
ethanol
sugar
there. There.
This is their highest on the realm of what they do. And like I said, they're out
Yeah.
of Georgia.
So-
they're out of actually, which I don't know if this
Where,
may be
where in Georgia? Hold on.
Blairsville, Georgia is where they're out of.
Where's that at?
Blairsville. Shit, you got me doing math.
Hey, they have a real DSP number, though. It's on the
Okay.
bottom.
Let's see.
There we go. Look.
That is a very
I'm
intriguing
curious.
nose.
Yes, I am over 21. Jesus, I'm well over. Our high proof shine is the closest thing to illegal stuff you can get. Moonshine forward with a hint of flavor or robust natural flavor with a moonshine finish. What does that even mean?
Hang on a second. So
I don't wanna hang
Blairsville,
on.
Georgia, if you look on the map, Blairsville, Georgia is in that northern part of Georgia. It's North Georgia.
Can I see the map, sir? I lived in northern Georgia.
You did?
There's the Google Maps. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to lie, super sweet on the nose.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sweet, but I don't get as prominent as a corn
Right.
note as I
Right.
did on the 10th Mountain.
wow, that's weird. I really wish I was into this whole thing whenever I was in college.
I'm not going to lie.
Because that's, if I'm looking at the map versus where I
It's
lived
roughly
versus
about
where there
an hour
are.
and a half from Stone Mountain, which I think is where you went to school at.
I was actually, so where
Was that the place that just got blew up? The tablets or whatever on Stone Mountain?
it's faces, it's people on horses on Stone Mountain.
Yeah.
There were like some. There was.
I know.
Do you know what I'm talking
I
about?
know what you're talking about.
No, so I literally lived, like, so the mountain, a mountain, I went to college on a mountain. There was a point that we could walk to where if you
That
put
you
your
could
feet, I
yes.
could stand in Georgia and Tennessee.
Yeah, you could dual state.
Right at, we went to Chattanooga for a good time. Like, I'll just tell you, that's where we went.
You ain't here for a long time, but you're here for a good time.
So this place is probably maybe 45 minutes away from where I went to college.
Okay.
I mean, that's really cool. I mean, that's cool.
And like I said, I don't know if you heard this when you went out and broke the stick. So Tommy Townsend, which I'm assuming is either their owner or their head distiller, one of the two, has literally played with Mark Chestnut. Like when I told him we were out of Beaumont, he was like, I know where Beaumont's at. Which amazed me that.
Nope. There's a
strong.
there's a muskiness on the palate. Am I incorrect on saying muskiness? Is that not the right note?
I see where you're at with it.
Yeah. See?
I mean, it's not super bad.
Not. Yeah, don't.
I like it.
I mean, it's definitely got a
It's
kick.
sweet.
It's got a
I mean,
bite. It's
Don't.
sweet.
Yeah, so don't mistake what I'm saying as, oh, that's nasty. It's.
Realize, for one, it's 140 proof. Mm-hmm. So,
Which in our world is hazmat.
Yep.
yeah, and for whoever's listening, if you haven't pushed those boundaries, it's hot, and there's just no way around it. It's super hot, and that's what hazmat is.
But there's a musky, like a.
Musty, yeah, like a.
What is that?
Yeah,
Like
It's almost like a.
I want somebody to put a
yeah. I mean, I've heard of the tasting. Like people describe it as like musty corn, almost like a funky corn.
there's something
Yeah,
there. Like it would be
like on the 10th Mountain. It's a very sweet. Almost like
Yes.
a corn icing,
Right.
corn frosting. Like this
like you
is
get those natural corn sugars. This is
See, I feel
It's
like
a little bit more-
I feel like with the 140, it's like if you overcooked corn on a grill. 'Cause
Yeah.
you know how we like to grill corn. You and I both.
My wife overcooks everything, and so
you're
there's no way she's still listening. That's got to be.
I'm
past
just
10
saying,
o'clock. Oh,
there's
that's
a
11:30.
There's a reason I cook in my house. I'm not saying my wife has burnt canned beans before, so
Your wife has also ripped the handle off of the microwave, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah. I
And
mean,
I'm guessing y'all's wives don't listen to the show.
no, my wife does.
Oh, does she?
She puts it on the big screen.
Not only that, I'll tell you one better than that. I'm pretty sure she's in my house.
She
listening
Listening right now.
My wife loves.
Well, shout out.
what we do.
Yeah, shout out.
Shout
Dana
out to
for
y'all
sure.
letting your husbands keep
Yeah,
having
no,
me over.
My wife's awesome.
So I'm curious.
She
That
loves
was the
what we do.
140.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish this. This
sure.
is
This is the 100.
Is this
so that
like-
would be interesting
So
because
is
the
this
10th
the
Mount was at
same?
100, right?
So is this literally
no,
the
the
same?
corn.
10th
The
Mount,
clear.
yes, it was
The
at right
clear
at
was at
100.
100.
Yeah.
Clear was at 100.
So is this the same thing as this at 100?
Yes.
So it's just been proof
Because it
down.
literally says 100. It says 100 proof authentic corn recipe.
Yeah.
So I want to save a little bit of this
Okay.
because if I'm not mistaken, you told me they're sending us a whiskey, correct?
So according to UPS tracking, there is 2 packages coming from, and I forget, Heather. I think her name's Heather Chason.
Well, no, I mean, we don't have to get specific, but there is a
No.
whiskey from Granddaddy Mims coming.
Yes.
When are we
So
expecting that arrival?
it should be here.
I'm
actually
curious.
pulling it up on UPS tracking right now as we speak.
Hello, I'll sign for it now.
Hello, Governor. So Heather Chesanorris, and I'm sure I'm butchering that.
Okay,
has
so-
2
like you are.
packages that literally should be here on.
Okay, so time out.
Monday.
Time out. We have an issue.
What do we have an issue about? Actually, it may be here tomorrow because it says
Hold on.
as of March 10th, which is today.
And
at
I'm gonna read. I'm gonna
6:58
need to read that. I
PM.
need to read that bottle.
I think y'all are going in different directions right now.
No, you can read
Yeah.
We have an issue.
it may be here
Uh-oh.
tomorrow.
So
Maybe. What's the
neither
issue?
one of these bottles, and I want to
Jesus.
see the whiskey bottle.
Okay. It'll be here Monday-ish.
Neither one of these bottles disclaim where it is distilled.
Okay.
They both say bottled by Granddaddy Mim's Distillery.
So I know from talking with Tommy.
And where are they located?
They're
Georgia?
out of Blairsville,
Georgia, yeah.
Georgia, is where they're out of.
So
Which
it gets tough when you start talking about how the TTB laws can, apply to different. I've always, at least with bourbon or like, if it's not distilled in the same state that the bottler is present in, then it must be disclosed. But is Georgia making?
Hang on a second. You got the bottle in front of you. I can't spell it.
I tried. So,
There it is, right there on top.
so
Yep.
since this got brought up, since I brought it up, what is you run a liquor store?
Damn, single the motherfucker out. Why
I
don't you?
will.
Okay.
I mean, let's do this. We've talked about it.
Just keep in mind, I'm not the one that singles.
I'd like
no,
to
no,
think
no.
I do more than that, but okay.
Oh no, but I mean,
You want a short?
let's get down to it. Okay, so we've talked about it. You are very personable in your interactions with customers. I am a very good example of that. I love what y'all are doing. So here's a question as somebody that runs a liquor store. Let's say I walk in and I grab this bottle and I look at it and it says distilled in Kentucky, aged and bottled by Casey Jones Distillery. Great. Cool. Love to know that they're doing that. I pick up this bottle and let's just pretend it's a whiskey or bourbon. But all it says is bottled by Granddaddy Mim's. It doesn't say distilled by. This bottle doesn't say distilled. Why is that a problem? Should I be alarmed that a bottle does not say distilled by?
I mean, I don't think anybody should be alarmed just because, there's a lot of bottles on the shelf, whether they're transparent about it or not, that they're not distilling their own juice. That doesn't mean that it's bad juice at all. It means a lot of times that it's actually great juice. I'd love to have the questions answered just so we know. So, working for a liquor store.
So it's funny you mentioned that because I literally pulled up their website as we're talking, and it says high quality, small batch, handcrafted moonshine and spirits, proudly distilled in Blairsville, Georgia. So according to their website, it's their distillate.
And if I'm being completely honest, if we're pulling back the curtain and being transparent, the way I read this bottle is Casey Jones making this.
To my knowledge, yes.
Because
according
it says
to
distilled in Kentucky,
right,
aged and bottled
Okay,
by
so
Casey Jones Distillery. I would think this is either sourced or a
Bardstown.
contract distillery. Yeah.
it could
So-
be
It
very
could be.
well.
So based off of the information I took from our interview,
Yeah.
there are some
Which you can catch it on
Items,
YouTube, by
right.
the way, because
Yeah.
that's where we put it at.
Yeah,
Yes.
functional gentleman.
Yeah, on
Yeah.
YouTube.
at Function
Yeah.
Your Way or search for the Functional Gentleman on YouTube. You can see
Right.
our interview with Cody from Casey Jones.
Yep.
He admitted there are some bottles and there are some product that are contract distilled with Jephthah Creed.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So
Interesting.
he was very
Yeah.
transparent about it.
Yeah, it was super
He
transparent.
gave us their mash bill and everything. He gave us if and when and why with Jephthah Creed.
Yeah.
And he said they're distilling some of it at their own place. So he was very transparent about it.
And I'll be honest with you, from somebody that's not
I
only a
told-
whiskey lover, but somebody within the industry that is so. I don't care. What I'm mainly worried about is I don't care where their whiskey comes from. I don't care how it ends up in the bottle. Be transparent about it because
Right.
at the end of the day,
And
we're trying to educate consumers.
I've said it 1,000 times.
Yeah,
Yep.
on what to and I think the transparency helps the consumer learn and understand what they like and so there are, and I'm not saying any brands. I just want to be very clear. I'm just talking about in general. There are a lot of marketing techniques.
Oh, for sure,
You
yeah.
know,
So let me.
at the end of the day, they're trying to make money.
Let me somewhat phrase the question I just asked.
Okay.
In a little bit different frame.
Okay.
Because I brought it up with Cody, with Casey Jones, and I'll bring it up with you. There are some companies that are very transparent. There are some companies that are doing it the right way. We've talked about Penelope. We've talked about Pursuit United, who's contract with Bardstown and these couple other distilleries. Should today's consumer, me being a part of that, is very well versed and somewhat of a whiskey nerd, and maybe I'm more so than most because I really dive into a lot of it, and I want to know, is that important?
That somebody makes their own product, or
No, not even that you make your own product. I love Penelope.
That they're just
I know where
transparent about
I know
it?
where Penelope comes from. It's that great big one in Indiana that nobody wants to talk about. I don't care, but I love the fact that Penelope is like, because I asked Matt. I've asked Matt. I will say it. I've asked Matt. Have you thought about contract distilling? Yeah, we've talked about it. We've talked to other distilleries. We've talked to this, that, and the other. But at the end of the day, what? Like, they're doing great things. Like, MGP is who MGP is for a reason.
Well, what Penelope is doing,
But should it matter to me as a new generation consumer? Because let's face it, and nothing against you, because we've joked about it. I'm younger than you, and I'm younger than you. As a new generation whiskey drinker, and let's go previous generation and generation before that, it really didn't matter. All of this stuff didn't matter.
At the end of the day, it's fucking millennial.
Does it matter now more so than it did before? Or should you be more transparent? Should you hide it on your bottle somewhere at the bottom?
I definitely
or
don't
not
think
say
it should
at
be
all?
hidden, but most people that do buy the product from Indiana, they try to put it in as small letters as possible, which does not scream transparency to me. But let me say something like what Penelope's doing. Yes, they may be buying barrels initially from Indiana, but they're doing it, and they're doing their own twist, like the Valencia
They're putting
and the
their own
Rosé.
twist on it.
Like they are aging, putting a finish on these that I don't believe they're buying
Right.
like
No,
that
I
from
mean,
MGP.
the Rosé,
you're talking about
Tokai.
full-
Yeah, so
yes.
Valencia.
they're just taking a rye
The
or a
rosé
bourbon
is
or a
especially where I was going with that.
yeah.
What he said.
Yeah.
The rosé finish, the Tokai, the Valencia, that's stuff that not a whole lot of people are doing. Let's be honest. In the grand scheme of the whiskey world, not a whole lot of people are doing what Penelope's doing.
Right, but look at what Penelope is. They've got a great social media presence. They're 100% transparent on their website. They list Bardstown and other companies on their About Us page as employees.
No, I'm sure.
Well, what?
But if let's just for funsies say I owned not Bucky's gas station, but Bucky's whiskey, and all I did was put on there, and I didn't put any information anywhere else, bottled by Bucky.
Yeah.
Is that a concern?
I mean, as a consumer, I would be concerned just because there's no transparency, and so that's going to leave doubt in my mind as to what this product really is. Again, that goes out to the education of the consumer. You know, look, there's still a lot of people that like flavored whiskey.
Yeah.
You know, and not to name any particular brand, but artificially flavored whiskey is
See,
still
now
a
you're
major
getting-
seller.
No,
You know.
you can name it because I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Prime example, Bird Dog. People love Bird Dog. People love Screwball, which is a peanut butter flavored
That's
whiskey.
right. So why are these people getting into the business to begin with? Is it just to make a buck and to pull the wool over somebody's eyes, or are you trying to actually bring a unique product to the market?
Look at you with the cigar badge.
And in my opinion, Penelope is trying to bring something unique to the market.
Right.
I feel they are too, especially
Yeah.
with their finishes, like their Valencia,
Right.
which
And
I've had.
I can tell you
their
now,
Tokai, which
like-
I'm super, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't care if you have to quote unquote blah, 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 on JD to get the Rio.
I'm
I
just
want that
so
on the set.
be on the lookout in May. I think it's been pushed back to May. You're good. I think it's been pushed out to May. Be on the lookout for the Tokai. You're good.
I almost spilled some. No, you're good.
Because it was supposed to be originally be April. I think they're pushing it back to May. Be on the lookout for Rio.
I hear Rio had some kind of. They were initially in April, but there was some issues.
And super glad to have Mike on the show. We always love to have him on the show, and I love how personable he is. And he doesn't. Yeah, I already loved it.
Okay, just checking.
Because he doesn't care. He talks about it. Like,
he talks about
he'll
everything.
flat out say, as not an employee of Longhorn Liquor,
Right.
like he'll talk about stuff. That's fine. Be on the lookout. And like Clint said,
So I'm curious. While
it's MGP. Nobody cares.
While Mike's
bro.
outside,
be
I'm
cool
curious
about it.
So between the Colorado Clear and the Granddaddy Mims 100 Proof,
10th Mountain, all day, every day.
I get you. I'm right there with it.
There's something artificially musty about it.
It's got a funk.
There's a funk.
Like, I don't know if they aged the
And
corn
don't get
too
me
long.
wrong, it's not bad.
It's not bad, but at the same time, it's
And
almost.
I want to be 100% transparent about it because that's something we pride ourselves on. It's not bad,
To me, this
but
is.
it's not good.
So here's my thing with Granddaddy Mims, and I'll say this: Tommy and I have talked multiple times. Granddaddy Mims is a grilled corn, where Colorado Clear is a sweet corn. That's where I feel the difference is.
Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a bitterness, there's a mustiness to what Granddaddy Mims is putting out. Not bad. And
No,
I promise
not at all.
I promise you right now, if this is their base, everything else they sent that was flavored, I promise you our wives are going to love.
Oh, sure.
Because this is a good base.
It's a very
Don't
good
get
base.
me wrong.
Yes, very good base.
Good base.
Yes.
Am I going to tell somebody to go out and buy maybe this bottle? Probably not.
Well, first of all, you can't get it in Texas.
Well, right.
Let's be
But
honest.
you understand what I'm saying.
I get it completely.
Do I want you to go out and buy this bottle? Probably not.
If I'm going, literally, if you're going to ask
But-
me to compare the 140 to the 100, I'm picking the 100 over the 140.
But if somebody's like, hey, my wife likes that sweeter shit, we did a Tennessee thing, kind of like we did,
I
and
get
my
it.
wife fell in love with moonshine. My wife did. And now I'm stuck buying flavored moonshines all the time.
There's a lot of it on the kitchen table, first of all.
Then that's what I'm saying.
There's
Bro, like-
everything from
like if
peach
this
to
is-
blackberry to
But that's the fun part.
blueberry cobbler, apple
Like,
cobbler.
that was the fun part about my trip to
Yes.
Tennessee versus my wife's trip.
Right.
Because I got an opportunity to talk to and to see and to taste all of these people's base whiskey,
Right.
corn whiskey, whatever it is, corn and cane, or however you want to do it. I got an opportunity to taste that and figure out how it starts.
Right.
And my wife fell in love with the flavors.
Well, that's let's be honest.
So if you're
Grand scheme of
asking
things,
me,
we're talking
is-
about women's
Right.
month, which March is. Let's be honest.
And shout out to the women in the whiskey industry.
Not just the women in whiskey, the women in cigars as well.
Right. And I'm sure there's plenty.
Oh yeah, you got Stogie Chick, Cigar Vixen, the whole 9 yards.
But if you're asking me, can this be a great moonshine? Is this something I would bring home to my wife?
I feel the 140. No.
No.
I feel the 100.
But where you're
yes.
going with it, what they sent us originally with all of these flavored moonshines with this base,
Yeah, that sounds a lot.
I guarantee you, the apple moonshine, all the other flavors,
So-
I promise you, with this base
Yeah.
and that added flavor, yeah, I guarantee you, it'd make a great
So
cocktail.
literally, to run it down for you, there was a peach, a blackberry,
I threw it.
a
That's how bad it is. I'm just throwing it.
a blueberry cobbler, an
See,
apple
and that's all
cobbler,
fun. That's a ton
a
of fun.
pecan roll, which
And-
was a cream.
But it's also what a lot of the.
That's the
I mean, you
consumer
talk about
market.
Old Smoky or Sugarland Shine,
Right.
Like they're
That's what I was talking about while you were out.
Right.
We made a trip a couple years ago to Tennessee. We did Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge. I got a chance to experience all of that, and it's so much fun. Like, it really is a
Yeah.
ton of fun.
Yeah.
And what those people are like, Old Smoky. We did the Old Smoky tasting, and then we turned around and we did There was another smaller one. I wish I could remember the name of it. I don't. But we did the touristy attractions of all of those. And it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to listen to those people talk.
Right.
And for me, like I was telling Roy, whenever they pulled the clear out, that was the most fun for me. Because I want to know what's coming out of the still when they do it, as what we do.
Right.
And then, of course, my wife loved the strawberry and the cookies and cream and and all of a sudden
Peanut
crazy
butter,
stuff.
shit like that, yeah.
Like crazy. She even liked the pickles, but I think that's because at that point we were pretty drunk.
Well,
We bought a thing of pickles, and Roy tried it. He was like, "Oh my god, these are fucking terrible."
Horrible.
Yeah.
But we were drunk when we
I
bought
think
them.
they're horrendous.
But
Yeah.
but that's the fun. That's the fun in it.
Well, I think we got to step back and keep in mind that at the end of the day, these are businesses that are trying to make money.
Yeah,
right.
And maybe they're going after a particular demographic, and that demographic's always not going to align with maybe what the demographics of what we're
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest.
which are aiming for the show to be, or
In the
Right.
grand scheme
You know.
of things, most liquor demographics cater to female. Let's be honest.
well, I mean, Tito's
And-
vodka, Fireball. I mean, we're talking about the biggest products.
Fireball.
You know, it's
I have Fireball I have a handle in the refrigerator right now.
yeah.
No,
Not
sir.
only Fireball, I also have American Honey by.
Ooh. So maybe we
Okay.
didn't. We didn't talk about it while you were on the show, but I brought it up in one of my BFFs. What is your thought on this whole Fireball lawsuit?
Well,
Have you?
So
I mean,
you're going to get a
I
very.
think you may have heard of. I'm sure
Yeah,
you've
no,
heard
no,
about it.
no. Yeah, I've definitely heard of it. You're going to get a very skewed opinion because I work in the liquor industry.
No, please.
And what this
That's
lawsuit.
why I think I'm asking.
If
more than
anybody doesn't know, Fireball was hit with a class action, or Sazerac was hit with a
Yes.
class
Yes.
action lawsuit. And if you've noticed in areas around here, and we see it in Longhorn Liquor, people come in and they're like, "Oh yeah, I just bought that at Walmart," or a convenience store. And what you're starting to see are products that are labeled Fireball or Southern Comfort, which are not liquor based at all. That's
Correct.
how, and people are confused.
Because they're
co-
wine based, let's be honest.
Right. There are
100%
If I'm not
wine-based.
mistaken, there's a clear liquor that looks like McCormick's. That's labeled as like a quote unquote vodka.
I think it's Firehouse.
There's like a couple different, like along that same line of like Fireball, Southern Comfort. I think there's like a vodka.
And so what the class action lawsuit, I guess, is claiming is misdirecting the consumer.
Correct.
Because the
because
fine
if you-
print where it says it's not. Well, like, so if you look at a bottle
it
of
said-
Fireball,
no.
it says cinnamon whiskey.
Whiskey.
Yes.
Well, what you sell in liquor stores says cinnamon whiskey.
Right.
What
HEB
Walmart-
and Walmart sell is a wine based.
But it doesn't say that. It says Fireball cinnamon.
Right.
That's it. It stops.
Yeah.
Fireball cinnamon.
Yeah.
But if you read the back of it, the class action lawsuit is the back of it says whiskey flavor.
Yes.
So it's like malt-based liquor,
Malt,
cinnamon
yes.
flavor,
Malt and
whiskey
or-
flavor. It says
So-
whiskey flavor.
So here's the thing.
So
Think
it
about
says
it.
the word whiskey, which is the whole point of the lawsuit, is that it's saying whiskey.
So think about it from a local standpoint, okay? Our local Casa Ole, right down the street, literally probably about a mile and a half, give or take, when they do their cocktails, a lot of their cocktails are wine-based cocktails. That's kind of the same way Sazerac is doing it. They have a Fireball, and they have a Fireball that's quote-unquote wine-based.
Well, there's Mexican restaurants around here that definitely sell wine-based margaritas, but the
Right.
reason they do that is because they do not have to get a liquor license.
Correct.
And well, they do have to get a beer and wine license, but they don't have to get
Well,
a
let's
liquor
be honest, in the
license.
grand scheme of things, and you know this as well as I do, a beer and wine license is a whole lot cheaper
Sure.
than a liquor
Yeah,
license.
and I couldn't say the cost specifically, but yes, it definitely
I
is.
want to say it's roughly about double the cost. 'Cause I think a liquor license is about $3,000 to $4,000, give or take. a beer and wine license is between $1,500 and $2,000.
So one thing I want to make clear is I would like to, and maybe we could do this in a future episode. I know what Bucky described, was this bottle that was in Walmart or whatever. From what I understand, and I have not personally looked at one and examined that label, and as I love to do with products, I don't believe it says whiskey on there.
No, it does not. Because I know the HEB one, because I service the HEB in Mid-County, it says 17% wine-based as far as the Fireball goes.
Yes.
Because
I've
deal
heard
with
that
HEBs in Walmart.
I've heard there is a declaration on there, but it's in very, very... I mean, for one, they're
Super
selling
small
50
print.
mil bottles. They're not
Yes.
selling 750s of this stuff.
Right.
And so the 50 mil bottles are tiny to begin with. So the print on those bottles are even tinier.
Right.
So it's just like, it's a question, are they misleading the customer? Now, the packaging is exactly the same.
Identical. 100% identical.
I mean, if you're an unsuspecting consumer and you walk into one of these convenience stores or grocery stores and you see the way it's packaged, if you didn't know the laws of Texas, you would just assume this is the same product.
It's the exact same.
Because we've had people walk in our stores and say, when did they start selling liquor in grocery stores?
Yeah, because the sad thing about it is that's not a Texas thing.
Yeah.
Now, if you go across the state lines in Louisiana, they sell liquor in grocery stores all day long.
Yeah.
Albertsons,
Sure.
Kroger, Walmart in
Yep.
Louisiana. Roush's, prime example.
Rouse, yep, absolutely.
You can get liquor 100% in Louisiana liquor stores.
Yeah, and
in
you
Texas or Louisiana grocery stores. In Texas grocery stores, can't do that.
Can't do that. And you go across the country and you will see different laws for every state. Some are state ran, as we know.
Very true.
Which is a completely different.
Because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, North Carolina is an ABC controlled state.
I know, like, for a fact, Alabama is.
Right.
I know Virginia is.
Right.
But, yeah, there's several of them out there.
And I've talked about it with a lot of folks that I've had an opportunity to talk to in TikTok and Instagram. Like, I've told them, I'm flat out jealous of the fact that you can walk into a Sam's, a Costco, a Kroger, a Publix, a Walmart, and you can find a bottle of a whiskey that I have a hard time finding.
Not necessarily, because you think about it, in the area that we live in.
Or you get it for way cheaper.
So here's the thing. The area we live in, you're 45 minutes from Lake Charles.
Well, granted, okay, but for me as a Texas citizen that doesn't
what are you
go
getting in Louisiana that you're not getting in Texas?
nothing, because I've talked to Louisiana residents.
The only thing,
Melon.
JT Melon.
Okay, and the reason of that is because they don't distribute.
Right, they don't distribute.
You're right.
100%.
But I had an opportunity to talk to a couple of Louisiana residents who were in a Texas liquor store, and they were like they were wide-eyed and like, oh my God, I can't believe you. Like, they were legit surprised at some of the stuff sitting on a shelf.
Well, here's the thing.
So-
it goes
And they
back
were
to
like,
and
why?
Mike can attest to this. It goes back to the allocations.
Right.
When you have
But-
higher state populations,
But
you also
but hear
get
me
the
out.
allocations to go with it.
I cannot walk into a Kroger or a Walmart or a Sam's and buy liquor.
But do you want to?
Yeah.
Sometimes. I mean, maybe.
Okay.
No.
Because I've heard
The product
the
doesn't
fun
change, though.
stories.
It just changes where you're buying it. There's no more available.
Agreed.
Yeah, there's, like, if that was available in Texas, you wouldn't find any more product available. You're just, the Longhorn liquor, you wouldn't necessarily have to go in there to find it at a grocery store. But, like, so now we're just talking about a matter of convenience.
Okay.
Because I can tell you right now.
Okay, so fun question.
Okay.
Does that pull away from everything we've talked about here tonight with the personability and the care and the love that goes into what brings privately owned liquor stores
Absolutely it does.
into
Because,
Texas?
yeah, because
Because prime example, okay, so we'll take Lake Charles because we're close to. Lake Charles, you can walk into an Albertsons, a Kroger, a Walmart, whatever, and buy
An Exxon.
whatever liquor you want. You come over here to Texas, you have the better service industry knowledge of it. Where, let's be honest, you walk into an H-E-B in Mid-County, like prime example, I service H-E-B in Mid-County. If you talk to Sarah, which is their quote-unquote wine steward, she's going to tell you, hey, this wine's good, this wine's good, this wine's good. They're all national brands. She's not going to look at you and be like, hey, you may like Ernest and Julio Gallo, but you need to really try Sister Creek, being a Texas wine. That's where I feel the difference is the fact that the more broader you get, the less knowledge goes with the broader spectrum.
Well, I think once you're talking about big box stores, you're not going to have the level of and I'm not saying this to be 100% dogmatic, but like I could never see myself working for a Kroger or an H-E-B or a Walmart.
Even like prime example for Louisiana, if you worked for Roush's, which is a Louisiana, Alabama-based grocery store, as opposed to Longhorn, which is who you work for currently, I can see the difference too, because Longhorn, you're going to narrow it down to, hey, I know this, and this is good. Where if you work for Roush's, which has liquor, wine, beer, whole 9 yards, in a grocery store where obviously they're buying more product, so their gross margin is less than what you guys have at liquor stores. Because let's be honest,
there's no chance that Rouse's is buying more product than we are.
Exactly.
Zero.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. And here's another, when I go to Louisiana to buy liquor, I go to Hocus Pocus. I do not go to a grocery store.
Exactly.
I go to somebody that has spent time doing barrel picks, that have a passion of putting something unique out on the market. These grocery stores, I'm not saying they couldn't get there
but
if they wanted to allocate.
In the grand scheme of things, they're serving, quote unquote, a watered down market.
So a lot of the Louisiana, and I talk with a lot of Louisiana customers and consumers, and when they go to the Rouse's or the Kroger's and stuff, like a lot of times while they're going, those people don't know what they have on the shelf.
No.
Like you can, the only bottle of Pappy that I've ever owned, I found on a shelf.
Well, and
in a grocery store in Louisiana.
And I'm sure it was probably
because
Albertsons. If
they had no idea what they had.
So and that's why I brought it up. You just said why I brought up the point that I brought up. You found a Pappy on the shelf at a Albertsons or wherever in Louisiana. The people that I've talked to have said, yeah, we walked into a Walmart, we did our grocery shopping, and then we moseyed over to the liquor side of it. And I just happened to find a William LaRue Weller or a just that and the other. That let's be honest, you're not going to find anywhere because.
But I can tell you for a fact,
90% of the people just don't realize it.
But I know for a fact with the Rouse's, for one, I had a heads up about that bottle.
Yep.
And they literally had one. I knew it was going to be on the shelf at this particular time, and I made sure. What I'm saying is, like, you could look. People stumble across some of those bottles. It happens in Texas.
It's a lot of chance,
but
quote unquote.
Overall, for as far as
I did. Okay, you want to say people stumble across these bottles in big box chains? I did it at Longhorn.
Sure.
I happened to mosey into the Dallin store and you just happened to be there and you're like, hey, did you see they just put the Valencia out and I know you were just talking about it. Okay, I'm buying this bottle because I just so happened to walk in just as you were there, just as they put it out.
So
I just don't want to paint a
But
picture.
it can happen in Texas.
So you want me to tell you a funny story? You talk about that aspect. The first time I ever had Angel's Envy, I was working for Nestle USA, which handled Dreyer's ice cream, Haagen-Dazs, and then the pizza side of it was Tombstone, DiGiorno, California Pizza Kitchen. I walked into a Albertsons off a country club in Beaumont, which is literally right across the street from your Hocus Pocus that I know you
you're
go
talking
to.
about Lake Charles, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I know what you're
right
talking
there
about.
off Country
Yeah.
Club. I walked in, they had a bottle of Angel's Envy. They had it ridiculously lower price than what we have in Texas. So Texas, it's roughly $49, $59 a bottle. They had it for $39 at this particular Albertsons.
You know, and that may, and I can't speak 100% factually to this. There may have to do some with the taxes and stuff from state to state. I know, full transparency, the first year that we got Guadalupe in, I know what I paid for a Guadalupe from Garrison Brothers, and was over at a softball tournament in Broussard at a New News market and walked in, and
I know where he's talking
this was
about.
$130 Garrison. The first year it got released, it was $130 retail. That's what it was at the distillery. I walked into New News and found it for $99. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on right now?
$40 less.
Like they have two of them, both of them are coming home with me right now.
$40
Thank
less
you.
than
Come
what?
again.
Yeah.
But I know how we set our prices.
Right.
They were selling it cheaper
Then what
than
you-
we were buying it for.
Right.
Maybe they had it mismarked. Maybe it was a mistake and they had it sold a little bit cheaper. Maybe they're I can't tell you all
I don't
the
think it was.
particulars.
I think it's the fact that they literally, it goes back to the fact that you guys at Longhorn are stewards of the whiskey world and you know what you have, where in Louisiana, they just see it as liquor. That's all I see it as.
Yeah.
Hey, while you're there, can you hand me a white?
Yep.
He pulling out a green top? Black top? Green top?
Is that Willet?
It's the Willet.
Oh,
Is
good
that the
Lord.
4-year
Family Reserve.
family estate?
Family estate. Bottled small batch rye.
4-year.
Is it the 4-year?
Look on the front.
Why does it not say?
It does.
It does.
On the
You
top.
can't see it.
Why has this been in the freezer? It's cold.
I mean, it wouldn't fit in the barrel.
It doesn't say. Aged.
Like if this was
Oh,
only audio,
Freckle-
people would think you were
Freckle
peeing
Frack.
right now.
Probably.
Probably. Freckle Frack, he's right. It's the 4-year.
Yeah.
So it's freezing cold.
Yeah.
It's freezing cold, which is completely going to change the flavor of it. So I'm curious because you obviously knew what it was and you knew what I was holding. Whiskey nerd. What is your favorite Willet?
Probably the
probably
one you have in your hand.
Yeah, the one you have in your hand.
Okay.
So
Sourced.
I'm kind of hit or miss on
Toast.
their you know, like, look, the purple tops and stuff they do, those things.
Purple
are-
top. You got to have the purple top.
You
You
don't-
got to have the black top. You got to
you
have
don't-
the green top.
When have y'all ever seen any of those?
Not never.
Yeah, not ever.
We wouldn't have this bottle if it wasn't for a friend of ours.
Yeah. So, you know, will it, you know,
We
you
just
talked
keep
about the
adding
pot still.
bottles to this table. We're just
I
going to get
know.
outrageous.
Yeah, it looks like a bottle share, but there's only 3 of us.
Right? At what point do you stop?
Well, I guess after 4 hours at some point.
Oh, we're well past that.
Yeah,
by the
we're
way.
well past that.
I think
yeah.
we're at like 4.5.
Yeah.
So we've already passed our record.
Is this the
No.
cigar finish?
Oh,
Yeah.
so
It is
yeah, that's
cigar
the cigar
finish.
finish. This
Yes.
is the longest name ever. Toasted Madagascar vanilla caramel, good
toasted
time, single barrel.
Madagascar vanilla.
So it's up to you. We've got plenty on the table.
I mean, that actually
You're more
is a
than
good,
welcome to do
that
what
actually
you're
is a
doing.
Good Times Glen. They sent us this with the bottles.
Oh, did they?
yeah,
I
because it
should've
says
done.
Good Times
Well,
Bourbon.
here,
on it.
let's do this.
What do we do? Are we suddenly blending things? What
Fuck
are we
no,
doing?
that was
Bottle
the
to
rest of that
bottle?
140 proof.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I was like, all right, let me
What do you want?
I think I'm going Big Boy. Southern
What do
Drinking
you
Club. I'm gonna get the cigar finish. You know
Of
how I
course
roll.
you are, you little cigar weirdo.
Hey, my cigar's bigger than your cigar.
No, it's not. Well, it's because I smoked more of mine.
That liquid death with that
Clearly.
little bit of 140.
Well, I mean, we got more liquid death. It's fine. It's no big deal.
Oh, goodness gracious, you guys.
Well, shit happens.
Did y'all know this is officially the first time we've made it until Saturday on the show? Because it's midnight.
Is it?
Fuck, is it really?
Mike, you continue to set records.
My wife's pit. No,
Oh, I'm
she's
sure.
not.
So you continue to set records. So the first time was the first time we ever went over 3 hours,
The
and I made the
next
reference.
time was-
I made the reference that we were longer than a Marvel movie.
Yeah.
The next time we hit 4 hours, which
Yeah.
Way more
is
than
way more
a
than we've
Marvel
ever done
movie.
before.
Yeah.
And now this is officially the first time we've ever made it to Saturday morning.
I can't
Yeah.
see the
It's past.
time
It's
on
midnight. It's officially 12 o'clock on the dot. So it is now Saturday.
So cheers.
Cheers to Saturday.
Cheers to Saturday.
Cheers
Yep.
to a great freaking weekend. We're glad to have you back in Texas.
it. Yes.
Yeah, it's glad. I'll be honest with you. Just glad to be back in Texas after the last couple of weeks. And
I can imagine.
All right. So 2023 is upon us. It's officially spring. New things are in the air. My azaleas in front of my house are sprouting. Tons of great stuff happening. Spring break for our kids are next week. Yada, yada, yada. What is up next for Longhorn Liquor? So you've announced that we've got a Balcones
Ooh, I
pick
like
coming. We've got Old Forester pick coming. We've got Maker's Mark for Roses. 2023.
So according to my list from kysupplyco.com, in March you have a
What's he
Bardstown
into?
Bourbon
KY
Company
Jelly.
Original Series Rye in March. Penelope Rio sometime
Yes,
in
sir.
March.
No, it's not coming in
Woodford
March.
Reserve Derby bottle 2023,
Which is just the
in
regular
March.
Woodford.
Yes.
Yeah.
And an Old Fitzgerald bottled in bond in spring
We
of
won't see it.
2023.
won't see that one.
We won't see that one.
Probably not.
Um,
I thought I'd just go.
No, no,
and
yeah.
Just
And
a
if you wanna
quick, just
get
a
in
quick
A-
asterisk.
If you want to get in April, a 2023 Maker's Mark Nealon bottle, MSRP $65.
Okay.
Commemorative collection. Blood Oath Pack number 9.
Yeah.
God, I wish we
Yes.
could see more blood. I want to see Blood Oath in Southeast Texas.
I mean, it's
Bardstown
here.
Bourbon Company Collaborative Series Foursquare is in April, and a Bardstown Bourbon Company Discovery number 10,
Number
with
10.
an MSRP of $139.99.
Yeah.
That's March and April, according to
What we talked earlier, and
My
I
sauces.
wanted to make this point. Like we talk about people blending and stuff like that, and using Bardstown, whether it's for contract distilling. Like Bardstown's premium products are blended
Oh, for sure.
products, very transparent.
Super.
On
I
the-
love that they have the square on their bottle
Yeah.
that says 45% 10-year-old,
Yep.
blah, blah, blah. 32% 5-year-old, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I like that's fun.
I
That's
love
cool.
it. If we don't make anything else clear tonight, like it, not everything has to be this super craft, new make, like artistic. Like just try to bring something different to the market,
Right.
though. Don't bring like there are people out there right now buying MGP barrels, putting it in a bottle, slapping a label on
I
it.
feel like this is an MGP barrel. 'cause Indiana.
It's definitely MGP. But what I love about Good Times, they've done a honey barrel. I've had that one before.
Yeah.
The cigar finish. At,
buddy?
at least they're doing something unique to that MGP, and so I can respect
He's
that.
drunk and I like it.
Yeah. It's
It's funny.
I mean, when you do a whiskey podcast and it goes over 4 hours long, and you have this many goddamn bottles on the
Right.
table, like
Look at
how-
what we've got on the table.
yeah.
But how that's what this is all about. And
Well, I think what this
I
is-
love your perspective of what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that MGP or sourced or blended is not a bad word when you're here.
Sure.
Because we've talked about Pursuit, which is a blended.
Yeah.
We've talked about Penelope, which is a sourced. We've talked about 10th Mountain or Acre, which is a locally they source their grains locally and they distill it in house. We're talking about small places that are doing it super close to home. Like we've talked about it all.
Yeah.
and you're doing it all, and you've recommended all of it in your own store.
Just
like I mentioned, Redwood Empire,
Yeah.
the Emerald Giant. That's a sourced MGP 95.5.
That's actually really good.
But I mean, like
Let's
that's
be honest.
you're right, and the respect I give to like Redwood
not a
or
bad word. Like,
or
let's-
High West or like a lot of these places, they turn to source whiskey to start making a dime while their product was
But it's-
maturing.
But can we all admit, sourced and or blended is no longer a bad word?
That's not a dirty word. It
No.
should never be a dirty word.
No, it should not.
Well, I mean, look at Scotch. Look at
Well, not
Scotch.
just- I mean, look at what we got on the
That's
table.
how Scotch is
Literally.
and was and continues to be. Scotch is sourced. There's only like 3 major Scotch brands or
So-
Irish whiskey.
Irish whiskey.
Let me
Yeah,
rephrase that. There's only like 3 major Irish whiskey companies that are actually distilling a product. The rest of it is sourced.
So you look at this particular label.
But it's a bad word in
with
America.
the quote-unquote Good Times cigar finish bourbon, distilled in Indiana, barrel strength, single barrel bourbon finished in cognac, and
Armagnac.
Armagnac.
and
Yeah.
Oloroso sherry barrels.
Yeah.
But the sad thing about it is, if you look at it, Florida's first cigar finished single barrel bourbon from Nelson's Liquor and Lounge.
Who
Has the
cares?
stickers on it. Sad thing about it is, I love the fact that they're super transparent about, hey, these guys picked it. This is what we're doing. It's
This is where it was
distilled
distilled.
here.
This is what we picked.
This is what we finished it in.
Well,
Who cares?
and let me pull back the curtain a little bit on single barrels.
You good, buddy?
Good Times.
Yeah.
Another
I didn't hit the
brand
mic.
that I'll compare to Good Times is Nulu.
Yes.
You see a lot come from pick groups or podcasts, you know, that have certain numbers of members.
Right.
Like, there, very few people can get a Four Roses pick or an Old Forester pick. Like, they don't get handed out a whole lot.
No.
You know,
Right.
compared to the number of people that want them. You know, Good Times, Nulu, you see these picks start kind of getting on the market.
Yeah.
Where I saw them initially, because Good Times is it distributed in Texas now? I didn't think so.
No.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
Not.
I saw these pop up on
Roy
Facebook.
Roy would tell you, I was super surprised when he brought in Good Times. I was like,
Yeah.
no, we can't. Nope,
He's like,
this isn't our
He
thing.
literally looked
Yeah.
at me and said, "How the fuck did you get
Yeah, this isn't our thing. This
God,
isn't
yeah.
Texas. No, we
Right.
can't. That's not distributed here.
But they don't. For them, and I'm not saying this is their method, you know, what the behind their
forte
madness
and all
Yeah,
that.
yeah, but Good Times is a known brand
Extremely. And
because of the picks they've done.
their social media content
That's right.
and presence is amazing.
I bet-
TikTok,
I
for
love it.
sure. Yes.
I bet most people came across Good Times
And
from
it's so
social
weird.
media.
Like a lot of it is so weird. Like strawberry shortcake finish.
Yeah.
Well,
And-
not just that. The one right in front of
Pancake.
you. What is that?
Right.
Madagascar toasted
yeah,
vanilla,
exactly. Toasted
whatever.
Madagascar vanilla,
Something like that.
and then they have like random like syrup pancake, wada wada, but bing bang
And
finish.
the sad thing about it is,
How
this,
do you how do you
this
get
literally-
that barrel?
This was the one that inspired all the Good Times, because I literally commented on a Facebook post and
But
was
we've
like, "Hey,
talked about cigar finishes, and
yes,
and that's a really cool thing for us because we love cigars, we love whiskey. The cigar finish idea, because Buzzard Roost, who is a Kentucky only release
yes,
whiskey, really intrigued my mind in all of that, and I figured out what they were doing, and then I dove into the cigar finish. Is it like, do they collaborate with cigar companies? And I was like, well, no, they're literally trying to figure out the best way to finish a whiskey to pair with a cigar.
Yep.
And I thought that was really interesting.
Now I felt like, and a lot of that started with the Joseph Magnus.
Yes, and
By
and
far.
it was so allocated
Yeah.
and hard to find
Yes.
that
Joe,
there was a market
Joe
for
Magnus
that.
was the original cigar finish.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
No, you're
First one I've
100%.
seen,
Yeah.
yeah.
You're 100% right.
Yeah.
Kind of like what we refer to as Angel's Envy being the quote unquote first
Original
that did it in sherry.
OG finished
Yes.
bourbon. Mm-hmm. And now you see companies like Penelope and TX and all these other companies doing finished bourbons.
Right.
Oh, I mean,
J.O. Magnus was like my original like cigar finish and like almost like MG, like they were like that company. And Joseph Magnus is that company. I would walk into your store today and spend I think it's like $100 for a bottle of just regular Joseph Magnus.
yeah, the
Is it
triple
100
cast.
or is it 109?
Whatever, but that's what I'm saying. Like,
104.99.
but like what Joseph Magnus is doing,
Yeah.
and whether or not you want to say it's sourced and it's this or it's that, is let's just face it. Joseph Magnus is putting out good fucking juice.
They're putting out great juice,
By
and they
far,
just
yeah.
came out with a new product. I just want to let people know it is available at Longhorn. Fox and Odin. Are y'all familiar?
interesting.
Yes,
That's
yes. I
Joseph
saw it at
Magnus.
Silsby.
Yeah. Yeah.
We talk about like joking about the Silsby
Yeah, they have
store.
a double oaked.
Yeah.
The Silsby store has a Fox and Odin. I looked at it and I was like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
my wife is not going to let me buy this. My wife is like, babe, hey.
Hey, we're always trying to bring.
But
Yeah.
fuck yes, Joseph. Like if you've got, and let's just face it, not everybody's gonna walk into a store and spend after tax $115 on a bottle of whiskey.
Sure.
But if
And
you've got an event, if it's your wedding day, if it's your anniversary, if it's your birthday, I don't really give a shit. If you're gonna spend $100 on a bottle of whiskey, stop, look at, and really, really, really consider the Joseph Magnus. It's a gray and black label. It says Joseph Magnus. It's a really fucking good bottle.
Oh, it's a beautiful bottle to start with.
Very beautiful.
A little quick story. After I got into whiskey, my first anniversary that came up after that, my wife's anniversary present to me that year was a bottle of. So we did a store pick before I got there with Joseph Magnus.
Really?
Yeah. And
Okay.
it was, and she bought, I've still got about that much left. We only sip on it now on our anniversary. Except
That's really
last
cool.
week was our anniversary and we didn't sip on it at all. But, well, we were out of town.
Your wife
But-
doesn't love you anymore. It's over.
Right.
This is how divorce
She
starts.
finally wised up.
This is how divorce starts.
Yeah.
That's what my kids say. This is how divorce starts.
Yeah.
What?
Do your kids even know about divorces? I didn't think they
Have you
did.
met their? Never mind.
Nah, I bet your kids.
Never mind.
All
Anyway,
three of them.
but yeah,
But yeah, like it to me.
it's a great juice. It's a great bottle.
It's a great bottle. Yeah, absolutely.
Don't let just. And then that's our argument. That's why I come on this show every single week, and I want people to understand.
You have to be able to open your palate
Open
to multiple
Stop
manufacturers.
letting
multiple.
Sourced
Ugh.
be a bad word. Stop letting blended be a bad word.
Yeah.
I will continue to sit right here in this chair every single week and tell you Pursuit United Bourbon is probably a top 5, if not top 3 bourbon that I've ever drank in my life.
They sent you a bottle. Let's be honest. They sent you a bottle.
I love what they're doing.
No. And so what I would suggest to everybody is like,
And it's blended.
just don't open up your mind for sure, but also don't be so judgmental to other people. Like, drink whatever the fuck you want to drink.
However the fuck you want to drink it.
Just find what you like,
If you have
Cigar
But-
finish.
time out.
but push
Neat.
yourself.
This isn't a bottle you can get every day.
No. That's,
This is not.
No.
But if you have this bottle and you want to mix it with 7-Up, do it. Just enjoy what we're doing.
Hell,
Right.
There's
Do it,
even
but let-
people that are going as
but-
far as doing Sunny Delight and vodka RTDs.
Okay.
Oh,
you need to
see
calm
that
down.
new-
I saw that.
Yeah,
You,
the
yeah.
Sunny
you need to calm.
vodka.
You need to
I'm
calm
a
down.
student of the
You
game.
need to calm down.
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna lie.
I just saw that today.
the little
Sunny D vodka.
You talking about your
So,
nerd? The little
brought up
nerd
RTD.
in me wants to try
I'm gonna
the
finish-
Sunday Delight with vodka, even though I'm not a vodka guy.
I'm gonna finish out my blended series that I have going. My next series, and this is just a preview for everybody and anybody sitting here. My next series, whiskey RTDs.
Can you do that on a Sunday? I feel I need to be a part of that.
The whiskey RTDs are out there.
TX Whiskey has 3
Well, not just
different
that.
iterations.
I think Jack and Coke is on the verge.
Jack
of,
has several. They just released their brand new product launch, which is an actual deal with Coca-Cola.
Right.
Jack with Coca-Cola. They also have Jack and Cola, and then they have
So the Jack and Coca-Cola replaces the Jack and Cola. This
Yes.
is this is a deal with Coca-Cola.
Okay.
Yes.
Brand new. Just took, but they do also have the Jack Honey with lemonade.
so
The
that
green apple or whatever that. Yeah.
I've got a few more. I'm not diving into
Granny
it
Smith
right now. I'm
apple.
not diving in. I want to figure out what like we do whiskey.
Sure.
RTDs are huge. Seltzers blew up like 2 years ago. Like completely blew up.
Blew up ish.
No, but you
because
can't.
let's be honest.
Trulies would never been Trulies without like this whole pandemic.
Yeah,
they
but-
blew up.
But you're forgetting, like 2 years ago, these products didn't exist. But High West now has out a barrel-aged old-fashioned,
Right.
and a Manhattan.
And that-
Bullet has
Right.
one
Bullet,
out. TX has one
TX.
out. Treaty Oak has one out. Handy and Schiller has one made with Buffalo Trace.
And let's be honest, you talk about the RTD realm. So, as a guy who distributed
so
RTDs, and we did it on the show, you remember, you know exactly what I'm
yeah, the
talking about.
Bang ones.
The Bang Hard Seltzer,
But that's a malt liquor.
shithouse.
That's a malt liquor.
Sucked.
I want true whiskey RTDs.
Now, I'm not gonna lie. From
I'm not
what
trying to
I've
go into
heard
all that other
and from
seltzer
what we've-
bullshit.
You want to pull back the curtain? From what I've heard, the Bang Hard Tea
But that's still a malt liquor.
way better
But that's still a malt liquor.
than the hard seltzer.
I want true whiskey RTDs. Sagamore Spirit is doing a whiskey RTD.
Yeah, they are.
Multiple
They're doing
ones.
it's great looking packaging on theirs
Yeah.
as well. Sorry, I was kind of sitting away from
No,
the
you're
mic.
good.
I
But
lost
no,
my
yeah,
shit.
the Sagamore Spirit Sagamore Spirit
Jack.
I thought
packaging
you were
is.
stretching for
No,
later.
I was losing my shoe.
I thought you
Yeah.
were
But
stretching.
Jack, TX, or Sagamore, they're all doing true whiskey RTDs, and that's what I want to explore.
I personally am not a fan of the RTD.
Well, I'm not into RTDs, but I think that you will continue to see
You'll
whiskey
see it because
incorporated
of the
with
fact
it.
that, let's be honest, society is quote unquote lazy and they don't want to mix their own shit.
I don't
Let's
think,
be honest.
I don't think you'll ever see like a Balcones
No,
or somebody
God, no.
do RTD, but like Jack, Crown Royals,
You'll
done
see
when Jim Beam's in that game.
You'll see the big boys do it. You won't see these
Yeah.
quote unquote crap like Andalusia. I don't think will do it.
No,
Balcones
no,
won't
no,
do it.
no.
Garrison Brothers won't do it.
But the people that do, at the same time, like we got to remember at the end of the day, we are talking about businesses that
Well,
are
of course,
that
yeah.
are trying to make money and pay employees
Well, not
and,
just that.
and
You have to
provide
go
jobs.
with what trends in the market.
Right.
And the biggest trend is a can in your hand.
Yeah. Right now, it absolutely
Is it not?
is.
No.
I prefer
Is a can-
I
is a
prefer
can
a fat
in
bottom
your
blend
hand?
in my hand.
But is
Here's
a
my
can in your
personal
hand
opinion.
not the biggest seller in the market. Look
Right.
at Truly. Look at Mike's Hard Lemonade. Look at Bang has stepped into it. Monster Energy Drink has stepped into it.
Sonic.
Seagram,
Prime
Sonic.
example. Yeah.
There are so many brands
Topo
getting into
Chico.
a brand with a can in
He's
your
right.
hand.
You're right, but
Is that not the thing?
that is, but it's also a trend. Some may even say the word fad.
It's a flash in the pan.
Okay.
I don't think what we're doing here in the whiskeys we try to highlight the demographics that we're appealing to are not that RTD crowd.
Correct.
Not saying there's not
Correct.
could be some crossover, but I don't think that you're going to see a whole lot of distilleries lean. Old Forester
But-
is not coming out with a Old Forester RTD.
Okay.
Buffalo
okay.
Trace.
No, time out. Listen to what you just said. Old Forester is not coming out with an RTD. But Brown Foreman,
Yeah, they've already got it.
correct.
With Jack. Because why?
Correct.
Because Jack's the most recognizable name in their portfolio.
And I said it the other day whenever Cody was in our studio. I truly believe Jack Daniel's Old Number 7 is formulated to taste better with Coca-Cola than any other whiskey.
Well, Jack and Coke, I mean, now we're talking about the lexicon of American history. Like, you're talking about, like, the quintessential American whiskey in Jack Daniel's with Coca-Cola. Like, there's something about it. As far as what I'm looking for in whiskey, it's not that. But there's definitely probably a much bigger market. Well,
No, because oddly enough, to piggyback off what Mike said, if I'm going quote unquote cocktail, I'm going more Cuba Libre, which is a rum and Coke, as opposed to a Jack and Coke.
I think with the whiskey crowd, what you're seeing is more, and to get back to the old-fashioned RTDs and stuff like that, I do think that the whiskey demographics can support. I mean, there are people that are interested in cocktails, and we should never, I'm a neat drink, a high-proof neat drinker. That's not to look down and have my nose up and be like, oh, if you put water in it or you put ice in it, you're less of a enthusiast than I am.
we say drink it how you want to drink it.
That's
I
right.
just want people drinking whiskey.
Sure.
I don't care how you drink it. I want people drinking whiskey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do too.
And don't get me wrong. Like, one of my favorite things is going out to a restaurant, having an amazing steak and a side and this, and then sitting there and going, damn, I'm full, and enjoying a nice old fashioned.
Yeah.
Because it's a beautiful dessert.
Yeah.
Hey, they come to the waitress or waiter comes to your table. Do y'all want dessert? Well, no, I really don't want your cheesecake, but damn, I'll take an old fashioned.
Well, you're even starting to see
It's a beautiful dessert.
the artistic approach to even making the old fashioned. Now you can go to restaurants and get a smoked old fashioned, and there's these different iterations coming out that didn't exist even a year or 2 years ago. And so people are definitely leaning into it in bars and restaurants. Look, if at the end of the day, if there's a market for it, whether you're a liquor store, whether you're a bar, restaurant, whether you're a distillery, like if you can find a market that consumes your product, then
Right. And that's my thought. Like, don't get me wrong. What we do right here tonight, every Friday at 7 o'clock, no, I personally am not going to bring an RTD on this show. But if you watch my TikTok and my videos that I put out, yeah, I might start doing, and that's what I kind of want to dive into next is these whiskey companies are truly diving into what was a hard seltzer industry, and now trying to put out RTDs with real whiskey in them. TX has their sweet tea and TX whiskey, their lemonade and sweet tea TX whiskey. Jack has the Jack with real Coca-Cola. They have the Jack Apple with this. And there's these whiskey companies that are really trying to come out with these RTDs in a can. So me personally, with my TikTok, with our Facebook page, how do we feel about this? As a whiskey community, how do we feel about this? How does this coat my palate after having something like Willet and all of these brands that we all know and love?
I think we should encourage everything.
So,
I mean, yeah.
So why can I not bring that to our community? And let's figure out if is a whiskey RTD a real thing? Is it here to stay?
Are you saying you want to start highlighting? Or I mean, and this is a serious question. I'm not being like
Facetious or
but maybe start doing every once in a while, like highlighting a whiskey RTD on the show, or
why? Maybe not on the show.
Sure. Why not? What do you think? What kind of demographics do you think that company's going after?
This is who we have been and will be and always will be. But if you look at my TikTok and you look at the videos I post personally,
There's a lot of people mixing
there are
that stuff right
different. That's different.
there. Yeah.
I try to highlight the other aspects of the whiskey industry, like my own personal blending. A Texarado
Sure.
is going to be my own thing. I did a couple of nights ago. I did a hashtag Ribon because if you look up Boo Rye, it's trademarked by High West. So you can't call it a Boo Rye, which is a bourbon rye
Right.
mix. So let's start hashtag Ribon, which is a rye bourbon mix.
Yeah, I got you.
Let's try to do that.
Yeah.
That was my own blend.
Yeah.
And before that, I've done other things. So,
Right.
like, let's highlight other aspects of the industry that you're not talking about right now. Because blending is not a bad word. So
No.
let's do our own. Let's do our own blending. What if
No.
we did a Texarado, a Texas and Colorado? What if we did a heavy rye, low bourbon?
Well, I think the
mix?
concept's been out there for years. I mean, people talk about infinity bottles. I've been building
Right.
an infinity bottle for the last 2.5
We
years.
have a show infinity bottle.
Yeah. And so I think people are definitely interested in that. What we did again with like the Bad Motherfucker 3.0.
Right.
It's just showing it's same
Exactly.
idea. Is just doing something
And I can't
different.
tell you, the feedback I've gotten
Yeah.
from my blended videos, are you writing all of these down? How do I find these blends? Can you go ahead and
Yeah.
post these? Once you're done, go ahead and post the recipes of each one. There's a very open world
Yeah, for sure.
in what we're in this, what we consider a very narrow-minded world. There's a very open aspect to
Well,
it.
I don't think the three of us do. I don't think probably a large percentage of y'all's listenership see it as a narrow-minded world. I do think that there are people that are into whiskey and bourbon that see it
If it
narrow-mindedly.
ain't Kentucky, it ain't bourbon.
Sure, or even more specifically, if it's not allocated Buffalo Trace, then I'm not drinking it.
Right.
And so, there are definitely some narrow-minded people, but I think we've got to find, what our space is or what y'all's space is as far as the content goes. If this is what you like, is highlighting, people that are doing different things. I'm obviously about blended whiskeys, a finished whiskey. The market definitely exists for those kind, but I think we should try to be as inclusive as we can be and less exclusive. We definitely don't need to get to canned cocktails, necessarily.
Right.
But at the same time, we don't want to discourage anybody from, maybe that's how they may be tuning into the show for the first time tonight and they're wanting to try some of these beautiful products y'all have on the table, but they can't even take a 90 proof whiskey at this point because they've never had anything that's 90 proof, and they may need to start with mixing it with a little Coke or so we want to encourage anybody getting into any stage
Right.
that they can of it, and then hopefully that grows.
And maybe that's what my RTD venture personally turns
Sure.
into. Like, maybe this is your introductory to whiskey. Like, try TX's whiskey with sweet tea and then step up to a slightly stronger something, and I'll kind of rank them until you get to now you can drink this.
Right. Absolutely.
I don't know where it goes, but I
Sure.
know RTDs are a major thing.
Well, if we did know where it went, then the journey wouldn't be as fun.
Right. Exactly.
So
And I'm just curious because everybody wants to be in the RTD game. So that was
Yeah.
my whole thing is how does it compare? How does
it's
it?
trendy. I mean, So when
It's
you're
fun.
talking
It's
RTDs,
trendy.
you're talking about spirit-based for the most part. Not saying that seltzers can't follow, but seltzers is really a different category. Now you're
Completely.
talking about White Claw,
Right.
Truly,
Yeah,
Topo
and
Chico,
I don't
Sonic.
want all that. I'm
Right.
not-
Well, it is what it is. There's a market for that.
But I was intrigued the other day because me and the wife went into Longhorn Liquor here in Silsbee. Mm-hmm. And I stopped and I looked and I was like, I didn't realize there were so many different truly like not to steal the name truly, but there are truly whiskey RTDs.
Yeah.
Like TX whiskey with sweet tea.
Yeah.
TX whiskey ranch water. Jack Daniels with Coca-Cola. Like they're made with whiskey.
So does it bother you because you feel like that they're marketing towards a particular clientele, but under false pretenses?
Exactly.
So what's
afraid of a
different about
whiskey
putting
RTD.
distilled in Indiana in microscopic letters on the back label?
I don't know. And maybe that's why I want to dive into it more on my personal level with my TikTok, with our page. Me personally, with my short 3 to 5 minute videos, maybe that's why I want to dive into it. Does it truly taste like a whiskey's there? Like, what if I've
tried the new Jack and Coca-Cola.
So,
I went to the launch party.
So what if I took a whiskey, and I took my own sweet tea that I made last. I tried mine. I tried theirs. What if this just tastes like complete sugar shit? Whereas if I were to tell you to go grab a whiskey off your shelf and the sweet tea out of your refrigerator.
I don't keep sweet tea in my refrigerator.
But you understand what I'm saying.
I understand what I'm saying.
Like, this is sugar shit, and this is really good. They fucked this up. I'm sorry.
How do you not keep sweet tea
in Southeast Texas?
Yeah, I don't.
Right? That's another question.
So, what's really weird is, as fat as I am, I haven't had a soda.
FGOC.
I don't drink sodas. I haven't had a soda in years. I don't drink sweet tea. I drink unsweet tea. Completely, just no sugar, no sweet and low,
You're
no
not
nothing.
Southeast Texas.
Unsweet tea, black coffee, no sweetener, no cream, no nothing. Like, I do a very good job at avoiding sugar, except when it comes to alcohol.
Okay.
And then I ingest a lot of that.
Well, it turns into sugar after the fact.
And that's why I'm fat.
I feel I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
But would you, so that's kind of where I'm wanting to go with it in the future. When I get there, I'm wanting to do, I have a Coca-Cola, I mix it with my own whiskey. I have a sweet tea, I mix it with my own whiskey, versus what Jack Daniels or TX or Crown Royal is putting out.
No, I mean,
is mine or is our version of it, what we mix personally, better than what the manufacturer is putting out? Like, are they intentionally over-sweeting it to appeal to a certain market?
I can't say that for certain, but I would assume they would be. But isn't that the point of mixing these whiskeys to begin with? I mean, if you're mixing it in sweet tea, like, either you're trying to make it more refreshing, or you're trying to make it more palatable.
Right.
So, if they're going to put out Jack and Coca-Cola, I'm sure they've done the R&D and the research to formalize that to where, it tastes pretty fucking good, and it hits on dopamine, releases dopamine to make you like, hey, I want more. It is like, I'm not a Coca-Cola fan. I don't drink soda, but I did, and I'm not saying this because, but I was at their launch party for that product, and I drank one, and I was like, okay, like, it's not for me, but I don't think I'm their demographic either.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't think you're their demographic.
Right.
They're...
Roy, what do you think? He's asleep.
No, he's not asleep, first of all.
I do that to a lot of people.
I just wanted to see if he was going to respond.
I tend to agree with Mike on the fact that I don't think that just because you're a quote-unquote RTD guy that you literally have to stay
swamped into that one category.
Exactly.
Like, if I enjoy, like, I'm not, okay, so perfect example. I enjoy the, damn it, what is it? The sweet teas.
Twisted tea.
Twisted tea.
Yeah.
I enjoy those. I like one every now and then.
Yeah.
Their whiskey fucking sucks.
Yeah, horrible.
Was terrible.
Now, let's be honest. Western Suns, which we had on this episode with Mike, Their bourbon, it's okay. Vodka, a little bit better.
Right.
That's what they cut their teeth on.
But
Yeah.
they've got some good flavored stuff
Yeah.
and vodka.
Yeah, it's, look.
Do you stay in your okay? So you have a really good relationship with a lot of different distilleries. Southeast Texas Whiskey Fest year 1 was amazing. We're
Yeah.
coming up on year 2. Obviously, we're going to continue this further. Truly's had a vodka out at Southeast Texas Whiskey
Well,
Festival.
I think you're mistaken. So that was White Claw.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Truly
apologize.
did come out with a
No.
vodka, but White Claw
White
was
Claw,
the one.
White Claw was the one out
Yeah.
Southeast Texas
Uh-huh.
Whiskey Festival. I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
apologize. They're all the same to me.
Yeah.
It's all seltzer bullshit. That's malted,
Yeah.
whatever. But does that play a role into where you move into the future, or is this the brown liquor the more important role of that as we move forward?
I feel brown liquor is more fun.
It definitely is more fun, and we're always going to lean into that and try to expand our customer base and bring the unique products available to the customers that helps grow that. But at the end of the day, we're a liquor store. We are going to also follow trends, and whether that's flavored vodka or RTDs, we've got to be able to provide whatever our customer demand is. And the reason they're coming out with these products is there is a demand for RTD. Is there a demand for every single 200 brands
Right.
that come out of RTDs? No.
But and I'll admit, Whiskey Fest this past year was the first time I tried Sagamore Spirits RTDs.
Yeah.
And I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
I think Sagamore Spirit is truly, and I fucking hate continuing to use that when we're talking about RTDs because they ruin the name, but they are truly doing something that's actually good.
Well, I think they're the first ones, too, that have, not to, TX has obviously done their thing, but Sagamore, for one, I think the packaging is fantastic. I think they've separated themselves a little more. And I think they've really tried to appeal more to the whiskey crowd.
Right.
Now, by trying to appeal to that whiskey crowd and maybe not go after what the main demographics of that market is, which may be even predominantly female, is that sustainable? Is that a sustainable product for Sagamore
Probably
Spirit?
not.
We'll see. And only time will tell.
And it
But
will.
it's out there. I like it. I have tried those
Yeah.
as well. Again, I'm always about aesthetics and how packaging looks and what draws people in. I think it's a fantastic packaging. So I'm rooting for it, but I'm rooting for anything Sagamore Spirit does, because the more successful they are, the
for real.
more.
And they're really, really, really close to releasing their true own distillate.
Yeah.
And I'm excited about that.
Right. So I want to see, and so any company that wants to foray into that RTD world, if it helps build up your bottom line to where it lets you do some things that are more, creative in their own vision, I'm all about it. Like, build your business.
That's
Like
something
if
we
it's
need to
not a
talk about in the
successful
future.
business, then we're going to lose those products forever.
A Longhorn Barrel Select from Sagamore needs to be a legit thing.
Yeah, I mean we've got the 7-year out right now with
I know you
them. But yeah,
as they
Right.
move closer to
Yeah.
releasing their
And I
own
think-
true distillate.
in future episodes that I come out, I'll be able to maybe talk about some more things. But
Yeah,
we're really
for
about
sure.
to start leaning into our store pick program really hard and doing some different things with that.
We're super
And-
grateful for everything you've released on the show. Whenever you come in drunk on the comments, or you come on our show
Yeah.
and you give us a little bit of a behind the scenes, pull the curtain back look. You bring in the little sample bottles that you've now got in your pocket because you won't let me have. Apparently, Mike's got to have a little
Yeah.
sample of it. Whatever.
Yeah,
but I
I
mean,
get
that's-
diarrhea of the mouth all the time.
But that's what really dials everybody into what we're doing and what
Yeah.
goes into what y'all are doing versus the other side of the industry that we get a lot of intel in now. And that's really fun. Like, we get both sides of it.
yeah.
Like, we've got distillers coming on and owners, and we've got you on the third level of the tier.
Right.
Because
But-
you've got to go distillery, distributor.
Yeah. And I think from a
Retailer.
Longhorn Liquor standpoint, that speaks volumes to what like me and Mike and the whole Longhorn crew is trying to do.
For
'Cause
sure.
You don't see other liquor stores coming out on podcast or
No, and you don't.
You know, but I'm really trying. Like Garrison Brothers has this saying, you know, good bourbon can change the world.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a true believer in that. Like,
Yeah, for
whiskey's
sure.
changed my life. It's probably changed y'all's life. It's at least brought people into y'all's life
That I
you-
never would have expected.
That's right.
Right.
And created friendships. So anything that helps further that, I'm all about.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, thank y'all.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine a better 2-year anniversary episode.
Man.
Just because of the relationship we've built with you and Longhorn Liquor. One of my favorite memories of the past year leading up to 2 years is Whiskey Fest. The fact that we had early access, the fact
Yeah.
that we were there that night. We had a great time hanging out with you and Mike Williams grabbing me and just asking and just all of it.
Yeah.
Like, some of my best memories of this past year have included Longhorn Liquor.
Yeah.
And I can't thank y'all enough for making y'all and Functional Gentlemen and all of it what it is right now.
I'd love to say it's all selfless, but I would be lying. I mean,
And I could say the same thing.
yeah, like y'all know how much we've all become friends. This isn't just
And that's
something
the
we do
biggest
on
thing.
air.
Like, let's not fuck that
Yeah.
up. Me becoming friends with you and being able to walk into Longhorn and Lumberton,
Yeah.
and going, "What's up, Mike?"
Yeah.
and all those guys and all of that. Like, let's get selfish about it for a second.
Yeah.
That's freaking awesome.
Yeah, and look, I've been extremely blessed, and I don't know how I lucked out into this fucking job.
Yeah, exactly.
I really have no idea.
Right.
I remember me and Dennis having a conversation before I agreed to come work for them, and he said, "I think if we can just get you in here, we're gonna sit back 2 years from now.
We'll
We're
figure it
gonna
out."
laugh about
Exactly.
this," and it couldn't be closer to the truth. It's always been about relationships with me and meeting new people, and as y'all love to talk, and y'all are so very good at what y'all do here. I love to talk, and so
We've
that's
seen that
why we
multiple times
that's why
as we
we have
continue to break
5-hour
records.
podcasts.
Right. We continue to break records.
But yeah, it's not just a one-way street; it's a two-way street. It's satisfactory for me, but we're also trying to, you know, expand our brand, and at the same time, you know, we love you guys, and we love the organic, you know, growth that
Yeah.
y'all are having. And every time I talk to Roy or whether I sit down with y'all and hear about all the conversations y'all have had with different distillers and things that have come y'all's way, it just puts a smile on my face, because like that's really what it's all about.
You want, Let's pull back the curtain a little bit, just
Okay.
real quick. Is there any truth
Hold
to
on. I'll pull it.
pull the wire off? Can we pull the wire off?
No, I
Take
just
the-
pulling the curtain.
Oh. Is there any truth to a humidor coming into Silsby?
Has Keith been talking?
No.
We have got
No, there,
a,
he has not said nothing
yes,
to me.
We have a walk-in humidor coming to Silsby.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Keith
Yeah.
said something. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah,
Keith said something.
no. It's
I love
more than
no,
what.
but
yeah,
that's the thing is that's what I like walking into Silsby and
yeah. Look, this is complete. Me and Dennis walked in there. They were having some problems with the cooler.
that's what he said. And
We didn't need to get all that space cooled. They have their beer customers, but they're not, pushing a ton of beer through there. And
I didn't want to get anybody in trouble.
Right.
So that's
No,
what I'm saying.
We took the beer cave and we're closing that off and taking the evaporator units out of there. And yeah, we got somebody coming in.
I'm
and we're
excited about
that.
that.
Yeah.
I know
Y'all
Roy,
should be when I.
Roy's going to be.
And to be honest with you, that was Dennis's idea. Again, he just thinks like that. Like there's no wasted space. in a store, find
Right.
as much, how can we make money off this space? And so that's how it came about. But immediately I thought about you guys and like, this is going to be fucking awesome.
Yeah, it is.
Like,
I'm excited about it.
and so, you know, it may start off as a slow build up to a fully, you know,
All
Fully
convenience is
stocked.
Slow.
yeah. You know, we need to see.
gonna dive in.
We need people in Silsbee,
Yeah.
Texas, to come out to Longhorn Liquor,
We'll figure
support
that
the
out real
humidor.
quick. We'll figure that one out real quick.
So,
I got emails.
I'm just saying, we'll figure
Skip
it out real quick.
Craft. Mike was Cigar Hustler.
yeah,
I'm
Well-
connected.
okay,
We'll get some cigars sold in Silsbee.
yeah, I think so. And man, we're glad to bring that. I doubt there's
I'm
another
excited about
walking
it.
humidor
No,
in
there's not.
Silsbee.
There's not.
So, yeah, that's breaking.
I didn't
news.
want to
There
get
you go.
anybody in trouble, but
No.
I had heard rumors.
Yeah, not getting anybody in trouble at all. Of course, y'all know I've been out of town for pretty much the last
Yeah,
2 weeks, so I don't know
exactly.
the progress and all this.
No, and
Like,
I don't either.
Yeah,
I just, as much as I love Keith, and whenever I walk into the Silsbee store, I don't have to say anything. I don't have to tell him my phone number. I don't. And
Yeah.
my wife made a joke. Are you sure you fit out the door whenever we leave here? Because Keith, he made a joke the other day. He was like, "Yeah, I already got his number. He's a celebrity here.
Yeah.
He's with the Functional Gentleman." I was
Yeah.
like, "See, babe,
Yeah.
what we're doing, it's a real thing."
Yeah.
She was like, can we fit out? Do I need to open both doors for you to walk out?"
yeah.
Well,
And I was like, it's
you're,
fine.
I hear you're looking for a Volkswagen SUV at some point.
Maybe.
That's what I hear.
But
Atlas?
it was,
Atlas, maybe?
yeah,
No.
maybe. But it's little things like that. And I love the personal conversations. Like, I don't have to say anything. And Keith knows. Like, I asked him the other day about some rum. I don't drink a whole lot of rum.
Yeah.
And he made some suggestions. Like,
Yeah.
But it's being able to walk in and just say, "What's going on, buddy?" Like,
Yeah.
you don't have to.
Yeah.
And he knows what you're looking for, and he understands why you're there.
Mm-hmm. And Keith's a perfect example of some of our employees. Like, Keith is he likes whiskey, he likes rum. He's always constantly buying bottles and taking them home and seeing what he
We
likes
jo-
for himself. And
We joked about you coming on last week saying about the Balcones pick coming soon, and
Yeah.
he was like, "I've been dying to get on one of those tasting panels," and I was like, "Me too, buddy.
Yeah.
Like, let's team up and gang bang Mike. Like,
yeah.
me and you."
So
Yeah.
wait a minute, like Mick Gangbang or
Mick Gangbang, like-
okay.
Because I mean, obviously the dude works for y'all. He's a great guy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And I was like, if that guy can't get on it, like maybe if me and him like team up and like box you, we could like get on this thing. But it's fun stuff like that. Like
Yeah.
he can talk to me about it. I can talk to him about it. He feels comfortable telling me all this stuff.
yeah.
And just whatever. Like that's fun. And it's funny because whenever we walk up to the counter and he's already got my phone number put in, and my wife's like,
How?
Yeah.
"What's going on?"
Yeah.
Like that's fun.
Sure.
And
yeah.
I love stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's not, and whether it's Lumberton or Silsbee, it's no longer a question of
Or Beaumont.
do you want to round your purchase up.
Yeah.
Automatically,
It's
yeah.
stopped being a question for me because it's not. It's okay.
Well, when
you're-
you hear
you're
that
to-
number of $313,000,
Right. That's
that money's
amazing.
actually
That's
going to a
fucking
charity.
Awesome. But whenever I walk in and I spend money with Longhorn Liquor, y'all don't ask anymore because it's never been a question for me.
Yeah.
Sir, Bucky, your total is $37.82. Never mind. Your total is $38.
Yeah.
Because it's no longer a question.
Yeah.
I've always, for the last, 2 years at this point, have said yes. So
Yeah.
it stopped being a question, and it just started being, okay, your total is $40 or it's $38 or whatever.
Yeah.
It's no longer a question. Like,
Yeah.
I'm going to round up. I'm going to come into your store. These guys know me. Your girls in Lumberton know. Like, that's
Yeah.
fucking awesome.
Yeah. Well,
And
we
that's what it's
appreciate-
about.
Yeah.
And that's who we are.
Yeah.
We are our community.
Yep. And I am who, like the.
And you are who we are.
Yeah. Really, I am. I am who y'all are. I think I represent the whiskey community in this area as really just a true enthusiast.
You do.
And,
you do really well.
And that's really all I want to do is bring people together and let them know Longhorn Liquor is different. We're doing things different. We're doing things for charity. We're bringing in as many store picks as we can, and so it was a pleasure. I appreciate y'all having me on.
I'm glad you came on for our 2-year anniversary.
Yeah.
Roy, do you have one of them last call thingies?
I feel like I do. Whenever you're ready.
Hold on. Thank you for everything and cannot believe y'all raised 313K plus at
Lord, I can't stop yawning.
All right.
It's been a
Doing
long
it?
day.
You ready?
I'm ready.
You ready? Let's come from
Drinking whiskey is like eating potato chips. You can't have just one.
Never. We can't have one. You can't have one. You got nothing in your glass.
No,
You got to drive home.
yeah.
Happy 2-year anniversary.
Cheers, guys. Everybody listening, love y'all. Come see me, Longhorn Liquor. Check these guys out. Hey, I'm sure I'll see y'all soon.
Hashtag function your way. Check out the merch, functionyourway.live.
Stop by your local Longhorn Liquor.
Yes.
They do it all. They've got it all. They're the whiskey capital of the world.
Or at least Texas.
Yeah.
At least Texas.
At least.
I'd say the world.
Let's say the world. They don't know any better.
We've been the Functional Gentlemen.
We try.
You've been great.
Thank you.
Always.
Everybody in the comments,
Yep.
you've been great.
Yep.
Special shout out to Acre Distilling and JB
Yep.
for just blowing up the
I
comments.
feel we got to go to Fort Worth at some point.
We'll be out at Fort Worth. I think JB is going to be in Mike's designated chair. We'll do that soon. We'll let y'all know.
For sure.
We'll let him know.
Yep.
We're gonna call it a morning at this point.
Oh,
Cut us
yeah.
up with
It's
1 o'clock.
Saturday.
Yeah.
I'm
We're
about to go
out.
get me some honey butter chicken biscuits.
You've been great. You've
There's
been
a
great.
Whataburger in Silsbee just in case you're curious.
Y'all been great. If you're not hitting up Waffle House at 1 o'clock in the morning, what the hell are you doing?
I don't know.
I gotta pull up Streamlabs. Somebody say goodbye. Somebody say goodnight. Let me hear it. There
Good
it
night.
is.
My tongue, get what I deserve. Trendsetter, I got style for you. Ain't seen you at the top, it's been a while for you. Big you up and they look down on you.